I want to introduce our leader, Jim Peacock. Jim is a died and true Texas Aggie, Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. He was Tau Beta Pi, Phi Kappa Phi, top 10% of his engineering class, and the commanding officer of the Cadet Corps. That's a big deal. He joined the Air Force. He was at Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. He was a lieutenant in the Air Force. He had engineering design responsibilities, testing and support for the nuclear-armed fighter bombers. He wasn't a nuclear engineer, but he got close enough to know he might be in trouble. In 1962 to 1984, he served as an aerospace engineer at the Johnson Space Center right next door. He was on the Apollo program, Skylab, Space Shuttle. He had leadership positions for design, testing, flight planning, mission operations, and astronaut training. Did they ever listen to you, Jim? If I doubt it, but they said, "Where's this guy from?" Aggie Land. I said, "Well, we'll accommodate that." Then he spent a little time designing and building and operating his own boat and RV storage right here in the Clear Lake area. In 1986, he designed and built his retirement home on the Caribbean beach in Cozumel. That's where he met Aldara. She's around here somewhere. His hobbies, sailing and scuba diving. And in 2015, 2005, Jim, was it? He moved to Brenham, Texas. He built another home, which is supposed to be his country home, and that's where he resides. So thank you, Jim, for pulling this together. We're following your lead, even though you're an Aggie, but we're happy to do it. So we're going to move along to the program now. Jim, I think we're going to entertain a few remarks from you, our homebrewed Texas Aggie.
Yeah, thank you, Randy, for the wonderful introduction you gave me. You oversold me a little bit. You made me look like I was the top of everything, but I often was runner-up to a lot of things. It's like the listed myself as a commanding officer at Corps Cadets at A&M. My roommate beat me out, but I did have command of about an eighth of the Corps at that time. The rest of this stuff is not eventful, except that I met my wife in Cozumel, Mexico, and we've been happily married ever after. Yeah, I wanted to say that the how we started the TRCS actually was at a barbecue and beer invitation of Tom Mosier, and there were about 20 Apollo retirees and their wives there, and we enjoyed a couple of hours of eating and not heavy on the drinking beer, but somewhat. And then Tom announced that he had someone that wanted to say a few words and that we should meet in his spacious living room. And so Leighton Stewart gave us the story of kind of what was going on in the world of climate change and CO2, and that he had written a book, something like the name of it might have been CO2 is Good or something like that.
Fire Ice in Paradise.
Yeah, Fire Ice in Paradise. When Hal Dwaran and I were there, we after the meeting, we were talking and we looked at each other and both had the same thought that, hey, we should look into this and find out what the real answer is. And so that was our start, and that was April of 2011. Well, we scheduled a meeting in September, and we had 4 or 5 speakers, and everybody was saying CO2 is not harmful and CO2 is good. So we said, gee, this is not objective. So we purposely invited a couple of guys from Texas A&M, I hate to say, and a guy from University of Houston, and they all spoke on the warmest side of the argument. And so there we start out with an objective start, and we've always been objective. We have to consider someone's thoughts, whether they're a nutcase or not, but depending on the degree of being nutcases, we might spend less time with them. But nevertheless, we look at this as a science operation. And we, early on, probably the first meeting in 2012, Hal Dwyer suggested that we determine to what extent human-related releases of CO2 into the atmosphere can cause Earth's surface temperature increases that would have unacceptable harmful effects. So we commenced to research the data, watch presentations of others, attending climate conferences, in particular the Heartland Institute had a wonderful annual convention that we made many new friends with people that we could learn from. By February 2012, we had formed some basic conclusions without doing any serious analysis ourselves, just evaluating what was going on. And it was obvious that climate models were predicting more warming than the measured data showed. And we concluded from that that climate model answers should not be used. 50 years ago, computers were not what they are today, but with these barely able to operate computers, we did design some models. Hal Dwyer in particular had a model that predicted what would happen when the lunar module landed on the moon, depending on what the vertical velocity was at touchdown and the horizontal. If you have too much horizontal, you're going to trip over. But item C there, during manned spaceflight designs, models were used only after they were validated by empirical data from experiments. And that was the way it was then, and that's the way it is with me today. Next slide. So in February 2014, Hal completed his bounding analysis, and there are 20 or so forcing functions of the climate. And everybody else in the world is beating themselves to death trying to figure out how to make their climate model work. They're still getting wrong answers by a factor of 200 or 300%. But we used two parameters. One was the measured Earth surface average temperatures in degrees centigrade, and the measured atmospheric CO2 concentration in parts per million from iScore data, and the more recent, since 1950 or so, measurements at Mauna Loa. And of course, Tom Weissmuller was concerned about using the accepted Earth surface temperatures because he knew of some errors in that. But nevertheless, we picked some data that was generally agreed to by everybody, and we knew that it wasn't that far off. During the Apollo, we were used to using less than perfect data because there are too many uncertainties in what's happening in outer space. So Hal's analysis determined that CO2 emissions could not cause more than 1 degree centigrade global warming this century. We published that in 2014. In 2016, he repolished his analysis, took into consideration other greenhouse gases, still came up with about the same answer. And by the way, we sent a copy of that to Don Trump. I think it was just before he decided to leave the Paris Peace Accord. Oh, by the way, important point here, he calculated what the worst case would be, and he didn't bother to calculate the minimum because it's not consequential. It's probably somewhere close to zero or even negative, possibly. For the last 6 years, we've published this solution in our website, made presentations at international climate conferences with little progress. The public is horrified by the continued false science statements that are publicized by fake media. Journalism is being used as a political tool to convince our people that government action is necessary at the expense of trillions of dollars of taxpayers' money. If you're not paying any attention to the politicians, they seem to be using the lies that, well, the last point on this slide is lies are being taught to our children in school and universities because they're teaching catastrophic global warming theories, and it's wrong by a factor of 200% to 300% too high. That's scaring the living bejeebers out of everybody, not only the children, but the adults too. But that's a tactic, a political tool to convince people that they've got a problem and the government's there to rescue them. All they got to do is send more money, trillions of dollars we're speaking of. This is totally ridiculous. We've got a presentation later in the afternoon about specifically addressing that. Okay, we're trying a series of these Zoom symposiums because it's the least form of media to reach masses. By masses, we're starting with a dozen people. Hopefully it'll get up to a couple of hundred people that we're reaching with these. And by recording these sessions, we can publish it on our website. And people along the line can find out what we're talking about today. Here's my message. It's been reemphasized recently. We've restructured and reworded a lot of our reports that we put out earlier, more understandable by laymen. The people that need to know this don't normally have PhDs, maybe not even gone to college, but the population that's paying the bill for all this needs to know what we know. And what we know is that Mother Nature is controlling climate. CO2 emissions are not. And more CO2 is definitely beneficial to Mother Nature's work. And there's very good proof of this statement in our published reports and on presentations you'll hear in this series. So thanks for the opportunity to hear my side of the story. You can contact me by going to our website, therightclimatestuff.com. There is a page at the back that says contact TRCS. Ask your question and we'll get an answer for you. Thank you. We have a question? Yeah, I hear you.
Let me make one real quick comment. Jim, your summary at the very bottom is outstanding. That's the message that needs to be provided to all people that are interested in this subject in a wide range of audiences, in particular politicians.
I'll make a comment if I could. I didn't get to do it on Anita's thing. I think there's something that's really important here that encompasses both your talk, Tom, and Anita's. And it has to do with full doing critical thinking both in and out of school and the lack thereof that's been propagandized. And I wanted to reinforce something that Anita said earlier about the different forms of education over in particular Europe, India, Pakistan, versus here. I had the privilege in the late 70s I was living in the Bay Area, of flying to New York from San Francisco, and I got to sit with Edward Teller. He was flying to Moscow to go to their science group. He was representing our science community, and he expounded at length on the differences in the tutorial system they have in Europe, which don't really teach you how to think. They teach you how to regurgitate what they want your professor to have you think. Whereas over here, we have the ability of doing independent research, and that's always been the difference. He had mentioned that he was going over there and he knew they had plasma weapon technology and all this stuff, but the problem was they didn't know what to do with it. And I think the program that Anita is doing on encouraging entrepreneurship, encouraging STEM education, is something that is vitally important, and that we at the Right Climate Stuff should be kind of using that vehicle and promoting getting the truth out and getting critical thinking so people come up to with their own conclusions. And I just wanted to throw that in there as a comment that's validated from mind far greater than mine. That is a very important point, and I think it's something we should be reinforcing, both as an organization and as an objective going forward.
Yeah, one last comment about Anita saying, I am amazed that they're teaching these kids to work the problems the way they're working. They're forced to work as teams. They're forced to work in an organized way. And what a wonderful lesson. I wish I could have done that when I was a junior or senior myself in high school. Thank you, Anita.
We have one of the non-TUT sippers and Aggies in the room, Anita Gale, our gracious hostess. She was an associate technical fellow at the Boeing Company. She was involved in the vehicle payload and cargo integration program. She says she's retired mostly from the space shuttle activity, but she's co-founder of the Space Settlement Design Competitions since 1984. Huge undertaking, important now that we plan to move to some place called the Moon and maybe Mars. She's the executive committee member for the National Space Society, an investor and board member in the Atlantis Educational Services and Elevate Space.
Elevate Space.
I should have guessed that. All companies at the Kennedy Space Center. AIAA Associate Fellow, Society of Women Engineers Fellow, a proprietor of the Party Palace. You're going to have to explain that.
Yes, we will.
Is it where we are now?
Yes.
There you go. She hails from University of Washington in Seattle. She has a BS in Aeronautics and Astronautics, a Master of Science in Aeronautics in 1974, and she was very active in student government in Tau Beta Pi. Anita, with no further ado.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Because we're at this location, we're actually at a private home. So the Right Climate Stuff team was looking for a more professional venue to hold this particular event, and just it's 2020, it's COVID. So the Right Climate Stuff team members have met here a number of times for board and organizing committee meetings, and Jim asked Anita, could we use your house to do this? And I said yes. And it's not the first time that this house has been used for a lot of very interesting stuff. My husband and I moved here in 2002. My husband is deceased now about 11 years. So I was asked to talk about my interesting day jobs, and I'm calling that stuff that happens in this house. So in the introduction, you heard space settlement design competitions. I'm going to tell you a lot about space settlement design competitions over the next few minutes. Tell you a little bit about National Space Society, and there were those two company names. I'll tell you a little bit about that. And then we call this place the Party Palace because a lot of things happen here. The house kind of named itself. My husband and I moved from Southern California, sold our house there. We're moving to Clear Lake, Texas. We bought a house with a view of Clear Lake. Well, a view if you got a view in Houston. Twice the size of the house in Southern California and less money. Space settlement design competitions. What this says on the title, and it seems to be obscured by the pictures, is Anita does stuff that causes kids to do this or do stuff like this. So there's an example of a kid that's falling asleep at a computer, and that timestamp in the lower, I think it says 3:49 in the morning. So literally, we get kids to be working all night on projects. So the person to look at here is you have the girl who's sitting with her forehead on her hand, and look behind her, and there's a kid literally, he's not passed out on the floor. This is about dawn at the Museum of Flight in Seattle, where we did a semifinalist competition. And that kid is just tired from working all night. He just flaked out right on the floor. Let's do the next one. I think we all know what this expression means. Oh my God. And despite the fact the shirt says California, that actually happened in India. And we'd like to thank David Chevron for these photos. What these kids produce, so you see up on the upper right, any of you who's worked a proposal has done this. We call it the wall walk, where you put all the slides for your presentation on the wall, and we've got that happening with the kids. And these are drawings that these kids do just in the course of a weekend. They start with, if they do it right, they start with nothing. We give them a request for a proposal on a Saturday morning. They're presenting Sunday morning. What a space settlement design competition is an industry simulation game. And we literally, every decision we make about running space settlement design competitions is based on how industry works, and most particularly industry proposal teams. And I've worked a lot of industry proposal teams. The long hours, the not enough time to do everything, not enough page count, and all those things, request for proposal, it's a little bit obscure. We do all those things to the kids. We call it tormenting kids. These are high school kids. We even tell the kids we're tormenting kids, and they laugh and say, torment me some more, because they really love it. And we literally get alumni of the competition coming back as volunteers, just paying it forward. We divide kids into companies. If we get 200 kids, there are 4 companies, 50 kids per company. At the finals, we actually have over 60 in a company. And they need to figure out how to work in an organization chart and become a seamless team in a matter of hours. And actually looking around the room, we have 10 people running this Zoom conference from this house. 4 of us are from the design competition, and actually we're using a technique we used to run the Space Settlement Design Competition finals at the end of July at Kennedy Space Center. We're using that technique here, having a core team operating the whole operation from here in Houston. Actually Nassau Bay. We write what we call future history. We set this in the future, and we get a response rate. When we do surveys, we ask the kids some standard questions that are asked in STEM events: science, technology, engineering, and math. And we'll I'll see programs where people say, if I just get one kid interested in science, I've done what I need to do. We'll have 200 kids, and 90% or more of them say that literally the competition changed their life. Now I know why I need to study math and science. So we have a very successful program, as proved by some of the surveys we take, and the fact that we have volunteers coming back and people write to me saying, you changed my life. So we say organization chart. This looks more like a very abbreviated organization chart from the 1970s, early 80s, before matrix management was invented. We basically gear all the presentation materials to these 4 departments, which are structural engineering, operations engineering, human engineering, and automation engineering, and we can fit all the requirements for living in space into these 4 departments. We also have a marketing and sales department, and this would be for each student company, and they actually put the briefing together, check to make sure that all the RFP points are met, all that kind of stuff, putting the story together. So this is an example of a request for proposals. Actually, this is I know you can't read what's on the left. It just gives you an idea. We pack text. It's the wall of text thing going on. This is actually for a habitat design. For the full-blown space settlement designs, the RFPs are 4 pages long, with a lot of requirements packed in, a lot of intertwining of requirements, and you can see it. There's a basic structure of the requirements, and each of the departments has basically equal responsibility and equal scoring. This is actually a briefing chart that we show the kids. So we tell them, we're creating for you a real experience. You need to learn management, teamwork, communications. Even though it looks like a technical game and they're creating a technical design, what they're really learning is industry skills. Our alumni come back to us and tell us they learn industry skills in a weekend with a design competition. They don't even learn in business school and college, because teamwork and communication and working in an organization chart are really not taught certainly not in high schools and not in college either, is what we see. We have been talking for years, or writing for years, our future history with infrastructure in space, all over the inner solar system, basically progress in space being led by companies, consortiums, and been talking about economics of any installation where people are living in space. And we are starting to hear these words that we've been saying in the design competition. We're starting to hear that in industry just in the last few years. Infrastructure wasn't even a word that you heard about space until maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I actually remember the first conference where I heard the word, and it was somebody on a panel seeing me in the room, and he said, Anita's in the room, I have to say the word infrastructure. Next one, please. And it is international, so we have semifinals all around the world. We're working on getting our 3rd region established in the United States. But when we do the finals, obviously this year we didn't have it in person at Kennedy Space Center. We did a virtual finals that had people all around the world, not just kids participating, but volunteers as well, all around the world. So kids literally could contact someone who was a volunteer any time of the day or night. It was amazing. And we pack all this into a weekend. So this is a standard semifinal schedule. Students come on a Friday night. They know basically you're doing something on the moon, you're doing a habitat on Mars, you're doing something in Earth orbit, you're doing a cruise ship between Earth orbit and Mars, you're doing an Aldrin cycler, you're on Mercury or Venus. They know the basic scenario, but they don't get the request for proposal until Saturday morning. And by Sunday morning, less than 24 hours later, they are presenting briefing charts. And it is so fun to watch them come in on a Friday evening, and it's a bunch of gangly teenagers. I'm seeing smiles from volunteers here who see this. Bunch of gangly teenagers, and by Sunday morning, some of them come in suits, and they're presenting and attempting to be adults, and it's charming. It's really amazing, and they do a fabulous job. We have a chronology of scenarios. Now, there's a reason for this. First of all, I don't think anything could be much more exciting than designing a space settlement. You never get it right the first time, but kids will say, I did that one already. It's boring. So we have a chronology, a 5-year chronology, where the first 2 years were around the moon and cislunar space, and years 3 and 4 were around Mars and the asteroid belt, and year 5, we got out to Mercury and Venus. And actually, Venus is pretty exciting. So the conditions there are so bizarre. Any of you who've read Atlas Shrugged will recognize where we got the name. We say because of we invent stuff. We say because of the bizarre conditions on Mercury, there's an ore there that we call reardonium, and it's like what you called in engineering school impossibilium or unobtainium, and it even has the blue-green color from Reardon metal in Atlas Shrugged. And once you have that, then you can sell that, make better engines, and you have the capability to actually live on Venus. So we get pretty wild with these scenarios. Each year, so remember 5 years, each year we write 5 different scenarios, 5 requests for proposals. Literally, we have 25 running scenarios, different RFPs. So if a kid, for some reason, does design competitions 5 years, they will not see the same scenario twice. When we update the scenarios, so when it's 5 years later, we're doing the quote-unquote same scenario, we actually change it enough so that okay, this is going to sound politically incorrect, but there are schools in India that literally keep a record of all of the requests for proposal they've seen from us, and their kids try to pre-design stuff because it's so important for them to win. For the Americans and the Europeans, it's all about the experience. For the Indians, it's about the winning. I mean, we see this. I'm not being rude or anything like that. It really is true. So they try to design stuff before they get to the competition, and my job is to predict what they're going to design and write the RFP so that is non-compliant. And I can tell when they did pre-design stuff, and we criticize them for it. We embarrass them about that. We also see differences in the school systems. The Indian and Pakistanis, and yes, we get Indian and Pakistani kids working together. Now that's really cool. That's Nobel Prize winning stuff, maybe. We'll where was I going with that? Oh yeah, Indian and Pakistani school system. They emphasize that the way to solve problems is the way the teacher or professor taught you to solve it. And if that's the way the British did it 160 years ago, that's the right way to do it. We emphasize innovation and creativity. And these kids in Asia have always been able to force themselves to learn anything that they needed to learn to pass the test. But you don't learn innovation and creativity that way. So it's so much, well, it's diabolical fun to watch them trying to force themselves to be creative. Some of the results are very entertaining for us, not so much for them. But they will come and ask a series of questions, and I can tell they're asking, what's the design that I'm looking for? And I really don't know. And I'll tell them, look, I'm the customer, you're the contractor. If I knew how to get what I want in this RFP, I wouldn't need you now, would I? And then they slink away. So it's very much like real life. Okay, and we have several documents that define scenarios. We actually predict in the future histories something that I see going on right now at the conferences I attend. I can name names. There are people right now who are working the economics and chemistry of producing commodities on the moon with lunar materials to sell in space. You're not going to have to invent your own brand new water system. You're not going to have to invent your own new recycling system. You're not going to have to invent your new toilet. And one just flew, yesterday? Those are going to be commodities. There will be like a Home Depot of space on the moon. And you need toilet paper. There's somebody making toilet paper. And that's really important, toilet paper. So this is a partial list of the kinds of subcontractors we offer. So the kids don't need to work on how am I going to make toilet paper. There's a subcontractor for that. I've highlighted that one in the middle, litigation limiters. We have, each company has a company description. And this litigation limiters is a way where all of the companies are in a consortium and they have agreements that they can buy and sell each other's products and they don't have to negotiate between companies. In the early days, kids, literally, the kid presidents of companies would negotiate, well, I want to have your launch vehicle and I want to have your solar power satellite. And their kids are unreasonable. So that's most of the volunteer activity that happens in this house. There's also, this is a node for the National Space Society. I am a member of the board of directors, elected member of the board of directors of the National Space Society, which is arguably the premier organization in the world, and it is global despite the fact it says national, premier organization in the world for advocating people living in space and space settlements. And Gerard O'Neill, the space settlement guy from the 1970s, is the founders of one of the legacy organizations. The other that was the L5 Society. The other legacy organization was the National Space Institute, founded by Wernher von Braun. Over the years in the 1990s, it was mostly the advocates who were running NSS, and there were some pretty weird ideas that were coming out. And in the past few years, some of us engineers are infiltrating National Space Society, so we're getting more engineers on the board and in leadership. And one of our goals is to improve relationships between National Space Society and AIAA. And actually, AIAA is getting they're looking in the now, they're looking at 10 years hence, not really emphasizing space settlements. So a lot of the, what we call the space settlement technical community members are migrating to National Space Society. And we are getting some good papers coming out. There is a space settlement journal that's peer reviewed. I'm on the peer review committee. I'm the secretary of NSS. That's an executive committee position. NSS is almost entirely volunteer run. So I'm not just stupidvising some paid person taking minutes. I'm taking the minutes and archiving and keeping track of some of the formal relationships for the organization. And I'm on conference committees and do a lot of stuff. So in fact, there's probably more I do for NSS than I remember. It's just I get an email, oh, I got to do that too. I mentioned two companies, or we mentioned in the introduction two companies, Atlantis Educational Services and Elevate Space. Atlantis Educational Services literally started at the dining room table I'm looking at right now. And it's not the only company that started at that dining table or has board meetings at that dining room table. A co-founder, partner in Atlantis Educational Services started an educational travel business in India. And we won't go into the whole history, but we have students from India, from the Middle East, from Latin America, from places in the United States, coming to Kennedy Space Center to learn about, we mostly do water rockets and weather balloons and robots. And we don't use the standard stuff you can buy on the internet for weather balloon packages. We have our own stuff that's custom designed. And actually Elevate Space was started because it was Omaha Public Schools had some folks visiting we're in the Center for Space Education at Kennedy Space Center at the Visitor Complex. And Omaha Public Schools saw some of the teaching tools, especially, we literally have a water rocket test facility that you can put on a table inside a classroom. It's in a plexiglass container and literally, quote unquote, launch the rocket inside the classroom and collect data from it. So there's water spraying all over and noise, and then a computer starts pumping about 10 lines of data for characterizing the engine performance. And Omaha Public Schools said, we have new science standards. This is the first time we found anything that will enable us to teach the new standards. So that's one of the businesses that is involved with this house. I think this is the last slide. And we do call this place the Party Palace. So we have done a lot of things. So we've had parties, gatherings for local chapters of organizations, AIAA Society. I own 3 J-24 racing sailboats. I have a skipper for each one. The fleet occasionally meets here. When they have regattas in Houston, they'll come here, party, drink my booze. We have salmon barbecues for the University of Washington Alumni Association here at the house. We ship in salmon from the Pike Place Market. Oh, so yummy. And a lot of these things, like the parties, with COVID, we're not doing as many events here. Actually, this is the first event here since March, what we're doing here. And of course, we have TRCS, the Right Climate Stuff team meets here with board meetings, and we're doing this Zoom meeting here too. So this is another part of the history of this house. And we've had birthdays, engagements, a wedding here, which is really cool. And 2 of the other volunteers here were at that wedding, and we all remember that. Had memorial for my husband when he passed away, was here at the house. We couldn't think of a better place. One of the Apollo 11 anniversary events that was run by National Space Society happened actually in that corner. And we've had the house on home tours twice for the local Houston Symphony League. So one of their money makers is to do home tours, and we've been on the home tour twice. And we have 2 big parties most years. We didn't do July 4th this year because of COVID, but normally July 4th we have a great view of fireworks. And Christmas boat parade, we have a great view of decorated boats on Clear Lake, and fireworks that the city of Nassau Bay does on the peninsula in front of the house. So that actually is the end of the time. The next slide says I can answer questions. So it's up to the boss if we want to take any more questions.
Have any of your commercial interests out there actually taken the results of your school and try to commercialize those?
Please repeat the question.
Okay. The question was about whether any commercial interests actually use the results from the design competition. And that really is an interesting question because the kids want to think that their designs would get into real use. We've maybe seen out of over 30 years of doing these, and we're now doing, what, 8 a year, 8, 10, I don't even count anymore. We've probably seen 2 patentable ideas that didn't get patented. But for the most part, they're not really creating much that's new. It's really all about the process and learning how industry works. So they want to think they're doing something new, but we really guide them into technologies. So they're not doing much that we haven't seen before. Thank you for the question. Okay, yes, another one?
Yeah, I got a question, Anita. If anyone, by the way, we're recording all this and we're going to put it on our website, so a lot more people are going to hear it than just a few we have this morning. The question is, if someone is interested in getting finding out more about your day jobs and want to either donate, contribute, or just learn more about it, it's very fascinating. How do they find you?
You're welcome to distribute my email address. Yeah. And actually, if anybody wants to run a space settlement design competition, it wouldn't be a semifinal, but we have a parallel, we call them one-off set of events called tournament. And if you have a Rotary Club or an AIAA chapter or something, or a school district that wants to put kids through this experience, we'll be happy to, you can just email me and we'll be happy to get you in line with our volunteers and we can run an event for your kids.
We'll take your email to the
Okay, very good. All right, yep.
website.
All right, thank you. And if you're in the Houston area and you want an event venue, there's one right here. Aw. Yeah.
We're pleased to have Commissioner Wayne Christian of the Texas Railroad Commission with us. He was elected as the 50th commissioner in November 2016. Now, I understand that that Railroad Commission first was concerned about railroads, but in 1890 they figured out that we had to have somebody around that paid attention to oil and gas. So that has been in place since 1890. It's a misnomer because railroads are no longer regulated. As I understand that the last regulation was in 2005. So basically it's all about oil and gas and environmental stuff. So the good news is they figured out we were a railroad state, but now we're an oil and gas state. Since taking office, he's been appointed by Governor Abbott to the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission. That's huge. That's a collection of about, I think, 10 to 12 states or maybe even more. And he's our official representative among that gaggle of guys and gals trying to figure out how to keep the country running on oil and gas. In 1996, he was elected to the Texas House of Representatives as the first Republican elected from deep East Texas. So there was a time that Democrats reigned, no longer. Thank you, since Reconstruction after the Civil War. He successfully assisted in the fight to elect a Republican majority in the Texas legislature. Thank you. He served as vice chair of regulated industries and as a multi-term member of the Energy Resource Committee that had direct oversight of the Railroad Commission. Then he turned around, he joined the commission because he knew what kind of issues they had. He's a graduate of Stephen F. Austin State University with a bachelor's degree in general business in 1973. And the good news is he came to that situation, but even better, he was quite a musician. In 1979, he ended up with a Grammy Award finalist position. He had a band called, I think, the Mercy River Brothers or band, whatever it was. And he'll talk about that. But his strong belief is all regulations should be based on sound science and not speculation. Commissioner Christian, great to have you here. Thanks for sharing your time.
Good morning.
Now, let me just tell people, as questions come to mind during his presentation, you have 2 ways to tell us. Write an email to Jim Peacock, or use the chat box. We'll assemble those questions, and at 10:45 we'll begin the Q&A. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be here, be with you. And let me just say that my design, my box a little bit so I can center, there you go, to ask questions of you. I'm the guy that I'm the politician. I'm statewide elected for this office for 14 years, as mentioned. I served in the Texas legislature, and I came to the Railroad Commission from some experience, had regulated the Railroad Commission, but my main past in oil and gas, my dad owned the Exxon station in Tenny Hawk, Texas, population 1,097, and we understood how the real world works with oil and gas out there. Quickly, let me tell you, the Railroad Commission, of course, like you mentioned, has nothing to do with railroads. Kind of a simple story is, originally you regulated the moving of oil and gas to and from the market by trains. So if we regulated the railroads, we regulated oil and gas production and the delivery. So we're not doing that any longer. Pipelines, of course, and all kinds of methods have been used in days, so we no longer have railroads. So the Railroad Commission, though, by Forbes magazine, is stated as the most respected regulatory agency on planet Earth for oil and gas. We in Texas right now are, before the downturn, we're responsible for 40% of the production of the United States oil and gas in our state. And I'll cover some areas I think that we're going to see increases in that significantly in the future, as long as we stay an oil and gas producing state. The Railroad Commission itself has about 900 plus employees. It's the most impressive organization I've ever worked with, and great people that have expertise in real world technology, and we lead the way. Our task, I believe, is to provide cheap, predictable, and science-based decisions. And our goal is cheap, plentiful, and reliable energy for this country. Basically that. And we're leading the country in that. Now, what I'm going to do this morning is go through some presentations I have with you as experts. And my desire this morning is, I'm not educating you. I want you to listen to how I communicate with our public, because I think, as it's been mentioned, that is what we've got to start doing, is fighting for the truth for oil and gas and for fossil fuels, which has been terribly warped by a bunch of Vietnam draft dodging tenured professors that have taught a couple of generations of our kids a lot of false information. And quite frankly, we've been wimps in fighting back. And I think it's time we took a stand, put on our big boy and girl britches, and go fight for the truth for what has made America great. And I'm going to just flip through some articles I have here. I'm going to go through this information, and at the end, or you can contact me later, please correct me so that I'm doing things right. Right now, 100% of the state rainy day fund comes from oil and gas and produced minerals that the Railroad Commission regulates. So why do we need oil and gas? Well, it's 1/3 of our total economy in the state of Texas. It's 1 out of 10 jobs, oil and gas and fossil fuel. And for every dollar that they fund the Railroad Commission from the Texas legislature, the state returns $51.25. Pretty good return on the buck for investment from the state. In fact, during the entire previous Biden administration, those entire 8 years, there was an anemic recovery of less than 1% of gross national product. Fact, had it not been for the state of Texas, which they, in the Biden administration, tried to do everything they could do to stop oil and gas production by Texas, had it not been for that oil and gas entrepreneurship by Mr. Mitchell and others that developed the shale play, which changed the entire industry across the world, had it not been for Texas during the Biden administration, the previous, there would have been a negative gross national product. In other words, we bailed their fiscal rear ends out in the state of Texas. Let me real quickly go through some stats on the state that I'm sure you're more than familiar with. I try to share that, right now, do we have a clean environment in Texas? No, nothing's clean, nothing's perfect. And the Railroad Commission of Texas, though, has been working. The most recent issue I was hit with was flaring. That flaring is being used by those that are against oil and gas in America. It's being used as a reason to stop financing from Wall Street and to stop major banks from financing oil and gas, among many other things. But the loss of financing during this downturn is most severe because we are attempting a recovery. And we have companies that 60% of our producing companies are considering bankruptcy filings. With that, they need financing to come back. And we're being cut off to a large extent on Wall Street by a bunch of false science and false narratives that we no longer need oil and gas in our society. So of the two, right now, let's talk about the world-wide attitude toward our shale play. Right now I'm watching, Exxon did an article a while back that we need to move toward zero flaring in the Permian Basin. And indeed, been followed up by many other organizations. Quite frankly, at the Railroad Commission of Texas, we have already moved to try to decrease flaring. I appointed a blue ribbon task force headed by all of our major organizations across the state that represent oil and gas, royalty owners, and other production. And through that committee, we have come up with suggestions and ways to decrease flaring. Now, the reason is, and my profession is I'm a financial planner. I'm a stockbroker, okay? That's how I paid for being my second job of being a representative for 14 years in the Texas House. But the fact is we're losing that finances, and it's being used that flaring is one issue. In fact, flaring at its height in Texas was really the industry of the gas being produced was less than 2.7%. Right now, because of the downturn and the move toward reduced flaring, it's less than 1%. But that's still a lot of natural gas that's being, number one, wasted, which is one obligation the Railroad Commission has to stop waste on any of our minerals in the state of Texas. But now the investment giants are urging us to end flaring. We have article after article here, but our movement is to reduce flaring. So that'll be done. So even though we're doing something and have reduced flaring, you're still reading in the media by these folks that will never take fact over destroying oil, gas, and coal as being what it is and has been in history. Let me real quickly go through something here that I use, and I need correction on this if I'm doing wrong. These are articles I use to communicate as I go from place to young people, to voters, to different political clubs, Lions Clubs, Rotary Clubs, to conventions. There's some points that they need to consider about what they've been handed as the truth about the global warming, global cooling, etc. Real interesting articles that I like here are the covers from Time magazine. And you're probably very familiar with this, but I'm sitting here holding covers of Time magazine. So there's a picture of what I'm talking about. So 1973, the cover was The Big Freeze. 1977, The Big Freeze and How to Survive the Coming Ice Age. Then in 2001, whoa, global warming. 2008, How to Win the War on Global Warming. Then you come back to 2006, it said, Be Worried, special report on global warming. Well, global warming didn't directly prove out scientifically or by practical application. So now they've turned to just climate change. Now they've gone to CO2 as being the problem. So I moved in my lifetime that I've seen back over the last since the 70s, we moved all the way to the fact that we've gone through several different stages. Why? Their facts are not true. Let me tell you how they do it in government. We have what we call funding that we get through studies and computer models. Computer models, as you're well aware, are where the government decides, hey, we don't want to take that issue, we don't want to handle it, but let's humor Senator this person or Representative this person or Congressman this person, and let's do a study, and we'll have a government study. So the government spends doing a study on something that the legislators don't want to do. They fund a study, and the study sends several tens of thousands of dollars to some university where these folk say, what do you want us to prove? Well, prove that the earth rotates backwards twice every century. We can do that for $50,000. So we all of a sudden have all these studies that are done by our universities that are now government studies that were assigned the results before they ever gave the dollars from a governmental agency, both state and federal. And so then we wind up with a packet of these studies that say the Energy Department has proven that this, and this. Well, that's how it was done. You get what you pay for. And computer models, I think, have proven quite detrimental to the facts of life. Computer models are, as you're well aware, you put in there what you, ifs and buts. rather than true science and historic performance. And if you keep feeding in ifs and buts, you're going to get out whatever you want. And it's worth basically what you put in there. So you can change those results. So a lot of these studies, in fact, I think a very interesting article came from Walter Williams that I have here. And let me just run through just real quickly the truths of history. If I can find it in an article. There it is. And I remember when our president said at one event, he said, you know, I don't know if I trust science or that science, well, you can't take science fact, you know, every minute. He got all kinds of pushback just less than a month ago. But let me give you just a few examples. David Vider, a senior researcher at the University of East Angeles Climate Unit, said children aren't going to know what science is. He said what snow is. He said that in 2000. In 2004, here's our government research scientist. 2004, the U.S. Pentagon warned President George W. Bush that major European cities would be beneath rising seas. Britain will be plunged into Siberian climate by 2020. 2008, Al Gore predicted the polar ice cap was going to be gone in 10 years. A U.S. Department of Energy study led by the U.S. Navy predicted the Arctic Ocean would experience an ice-free summer by 2016. Now, the fact is, all of those were predicted, but the consistent factor in that of all these computer models and scientific studies that were handed to our president and the public is they are 100% wrong. And that's what blows my mind. Are there negatives to oil and gas? Certainly, there's negatives to everything. My gosh, if you look at pharmaceuticals as they're advertised on television, you'll find all kinds of things as that couple walks along the hillside holding hands, smiling, and the music is wonderful, and the voice is doing great. If you read what's going to happen or listen to what's going to potentially happen with that drug, you'd never take it if that was the whole reason. So, because there are negatives in something, you don't completely throw it out. And that's where I think we stand, that the opposition created by our education system, created by the lack of fighting from our oil and gas industry, article I read a short while ago was of the 10 greatest enemies to the oil and gas and fossil fuel industry. Number one on that list were the oil and gas companies. And I can give you some examples on that very shortly. The father of global warming scientist admits the theory is wrong. It's a great article. It's talking about in 1988, former NASA scientist James Hansen, and he led it. I remember him and Johnny Carson time saying the world's going to come to an end. He said during his tenure at Global Warming Organization, then Congressman Al Gore produced scientific models based on a number of different theories. According to Hansen, Al Gore took the data provided in a worst case scenario and intentionally twisted it, rebranding it as global warming and making tens of millions of dollars in the process. So you're more familiar with the global warming issue, and I just thought that's kind of some of the facts that I quickly overview on global warming when I go from place to place talking. What about the companies and how we're being pushed into that from the industry itself? Because I mentioned industry was absolutely the top number one enemy to oil and gas production. Well, what you'll find is that the oil and gas industry has started saying, because I remember back timber. Timber was a great example when I was in the legislature. I'm from deep East Texas. Trees and chickens are our industry. And at the time, they tried to propose a bill that we could not fertilize our East Texas pastures with chicken manure. And frankly, that would kill the beef industry out in deep East Texas. So we hired a professor to come and do research on the thing and showed the differences in that. But the fact is, even though that we were increasing the production of that it was not polluting groundwater, didn't keep the studies from them from fighting us in agriculture. We refused them, okay? The legislature, get this important, refused it. What did that industry do? That movement to stop pollution by stopping tree cutting, et cetera, which is burning California down right now, forest management, the lack of it. They went to Lowe's and Home Depot on Wall Street and said, we're going to protest unless you stop producing this lumber. Folks, that's the same thing that these organizations from Al Gore, AOC, take it right on the list to Biden, you take it right on the list. They have done this and display a religion now. So we can't argue facts many times with these folks, as been mentioned earlier on this broadcast. We can't argue facts because it's become a religion. It's been accepted, and anybody like me that says anything positive about oil and gas is called a flat earther, and our politicians no longer want to be called flat earthers, don't be criticized. don't have anything negative. So our politicians, both national and state, have backed off fighting for the truth. And frankly, we've not given them the truth. Industry hadn't. You take BP and Shell have both come out with policies less than a month ago saying we're going to move toward away from oil and gas production. I get this. International companies worldwide, because of this, and we're fighting the Green New Deal, which I'll be mentioning as supposed to be my subject here. But the Green New Deal says basically we're going to be out of any fossil fuel production by 2050, I believe it is, in 2030 on Biden's plan. But the fact is now our energy companies have started bowing down and saying we agree to it. So it's almost like they've surrendered before the fight. Now get this, they have surrendered. Shell, BP, and all these other major internationals have already declared they're going to do what AOC in the Green New Deal has asked to do and stop oil and gas production. That's alarming to me. Who's going to fight it? How are we going to change that? What's it going to do for us? Let me go to the costs that are involved here with oil and gas not being produced. The economics. Right now, and let me find the charts here as I blip around here. Right now, for every, these are, here it is, Wall Street versus oil and gas production cost. Understand solar right now, let's say what of the grid does actually be produced. Solar is 2% of the U.S. grid. Wind is 7.3. That's a total right now of the electric grid in the United States that wind and solar represent 9.3% of that grid, which means it's oil and gas and nuclear coal that's still driving all these Teslas around. They're not running on wind nor solar. The renewables totally, the best figures I can find up, represent 17.3% of the grid, all the what they call renewables. Of course, I sometimes question what the term renewable means. One thing I was called by the folks at Parks and Wildlife and given some information. You know, you hear about these abandoned wells and getting rid of them, and it costs basically the state of Texas has more, the Railroad Commission more than doubled the disposal wells, not the disposal of the abandoned wells in the state of Texas. It costs about $15,000 to $20,000 per well to shut in those abandoned wells. Let's take what wind and solar would do. Let's take wind. Wind right now takes to shut down, and by the way, those windmills aren't renewable machines. Every 10 to 15 years, they wear out. And the replacement of one is $535,000. And from the Parks and Wildlife, not only is it $535,000, and they don't have any place to dispose of those huge blades and those big structures. And Wyoming right now is taking some, but they're going to run out of a place to put the metal and the other things in the future. But not only that, but the subsidies being paid for that are out of the taxpayers' dollars. They could not exist as an industry. T. Boone Pickens, the famous gas man, state of Texas, was asked, why, Mr. Pickens, do you invest in wind and solar? He said, because the government pays me to. And may I suggest to you that it's not the government, it's the taxpayer. Every dollar that comes from the government is not money they produce, it's money they take from us. Let me give you real quickly a couple of charts here that I've used. What about the land requirements? We're talking about those windmills and solar panels. For wind, we look at 1,000 megawatt power, okay? Wind, that takes 115 square miles. Solar is 27 miles, so 115 for wind for 1,000 megawatts. You take 27 square miles for solar, 3 square miles for natural gas. If we convert as AOC, as Joe Biden, as Al Gore, as all these folks want to get out of the oil and gas business, as now Shell and BP have joined them with that goal. If we were to get out of there, we literally would have to cover 3 states' landmass in the United States to get the electric capacity with windmills and solar panels to fund our grid. Frankly, I'm against that, of course. But if they let me pick the 3 states that we'd cover totally with windmills and solar panels, I might give it some consideration, and that's a joke. The hidden renewable cost. A very intelligent person called Bill Peacock did an article that talked about the hidden renewable energy Texas. And right now, the cost to us is $6.4 billion of state dollars that we are paying to keep wind and solar. Now, the point I'm making on all this, number one, they can't produce it. The cost is tremendously high. Look at the funding. The funding for solar in the United States, and this is federal subsidies per unit and taxpayer, subsidies per unit of generated electricity 2010 to 2019, is solar got $82.46, wind $18.86, oil and natural gas 39 cents. So the funding is the fact that unless the taxpayer funds this industry, it can't be done. Then, okay, what's the need for it? Are we running out of oil and gas? Well, I remember Jimmy Carter sitting on TV with his sweater saying we're going to run out in 9 years. And we all of a sudden, and when I got into office 4 years ago, 2016, the last report was that we had about 34 years of oil left on the planet. The discovery came in 2017 of the largest discovery, maybe next to Venezuela in world history, and that's in West Texas. At that time, we thought we had about 2 billion barrels, then it went up to 8 billion, then it went up to, now it's about 9 billion they have discovered. But as they go through the shales, the projections on that I've received from at least 3 different companies and their engineering force is over 230 billion potential barrels of oil. And there's an equivalent amount of fantastic oil and natural gas available, and saying trillions of cubic square feet of natural gas. We have the opportunity in Texas to change the entire standard. We're not running out. So there's not the need to quickly go there. We've got 500 potential years of oil and gas and energy from that cheap, predictable source. Have we cleaned up the environment? Has there been, we've been devastating? Let me give you real quickly that for the past, since 1970, EPA says that, and I've got it over here, EPA says that the 6 major pollutants regulated by the EPA have gone down 73%. U.S. economic growth is up at the same time, 3 times the economic growth, use of machinery, etc., and the population's up 60%. At the same period, the growth of machinery use, the growth of population, we have decreased by 73% the EPA cost. Now, here's the deal. The United States is 15% of the entire world environment. Right now, China is the largest. You got India, larger. What would be the best way to help this pollution worldwide? I think it would be to export the single most successful industry of cleaning the environment in all of world history, and that's the oil and gas industry. We have made the United States of America today is the cleanest industrialized country on planet Earth. Even Barack Obama's former EPA chairman said when she was leaving that she was asked, does the United States need to do this to help the environment of the world, go into the Paris Accord to decrease our oil and gas production? She said no. We just need to do it as a representative to encourage other countries. So we're going to destroy our economy just to make a good example for the world, and to heck with our own people and what the nation does. Now let me get to what I'm supposed to be covering today, which is the new Green Deal. And more importantly, Bernie Sanders' New Deal was $16 trillion. Okay, that's how much it would cost us in the United States, the taxpayer. You have people like Greta Thunberg that came in here and got the Nobel Prize, and her new book, around 2030, we'll be in a position set off by an irreversible chain reaction beyond human control that lead to the end of our civilization as we know it. You have AOC, the young lady, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat in New York, when we had the crash of Saudi Arabia and Russia attacking the United States shale play through OPEC back at the first of the year, then compounded by China, communist China's attack on the United States with this disease. We saw a horrible loss of tens of thousands of jobs and families that are now out of business. You have 60% bankruptcy in the industry. And what did she say, this Democrat from New York? You should absolutely love to see it. And the U.S. oil market reached negative territory for the first time ever, putting hundreds of thousands of American oil companies, workers, out of business, and they were rejoicing. Let's go to Joe Biden's Green New Deal, because I don't think it will be exactly what. Of course, who knows who's controlling when he gets there. And let's say the plan is on costing the taxpayers, his does, just between $5 to $16 trillion. The Democrats would create new fees and taxes on energy sector. We passed along to customers. Look at 5 to 10 telecom taxes and fees you pay every on cell phone bills. All those fees will go directly now to your energy costs, which will increase, and I've seen figures up to $7,500 per family each year just for the energy they get. So while wealthy liberals drive around in $80,000 electric cars, fly around in multi-million-dollar airplanes, and vacation on yachts, middle-class Americans will be forced to suffer under the new Green Deal and spend more for their energy. And this is the statement that I want you to know that both our oil and gas companies, BP, Shell, and these others are moving to adopting before it's ever an election, before we ever decide this. They are to ensure the U.S. achieves a 100% clean energy economy and reaches net zero emissions no later than 2050. That sound familiar? What BP just put out is their goal. Shell Oil Company is their goal. They've already surrendered, just like those companies did on timber, to Lowe's and Home Depot. According to the U.S. Energy Environment Administration, wind and solar combined make up less than 10% of the nation's economy. This is on Joe Biden's plan, and yet existing law and technology innovations have been steadily improving, as I said. The 6 major air pollutants have been going down, but on Monday, Biden said, I'm not banning fracking, no matter how many times Donald Trump lies about it. Back in January, when campaigning in New Hampshire, he told voters, quote, stop fracking and the expansion of pipeline infrastructure. Pipelines that carry our oil and gas, are they a safe way? Let's tell you this. This is a good fact if I can find it here. Texas has the largest pipeline structure on planet Earth, and for every 50 miles of 20-inch pipeline, there are 1,650 fewer trucks on our roads every single day. That's a safer process in pipelining. Go down the Green New Deal, which is Joe Biden's desire to put into effect. And what's going to happen there, folks, is we're going to move to away from a couple of 3 things. Number one, because of this tremendous gift God has given us in the Permian Basin in West Texas, we have all of a sudden reached energy dominance. But prior to this turndown, for the first time in 70 years, we were exporting. America was number 1 in production of oil and gas in the United States. If Texas were a nation, we were number 4 as a nation in what we're producing in Texas. And let me make this clear. This is without totally turning on this new discovery of potentially 200+ billion barrels and millions of trillion cubic feet of natural gas that we currently have at our disposal. I did a draft resolution to IOGCC. The Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, Governor Abbott was honored me by putting me as the Texas representative. I will be first vice chair starting in November, which heads the organization under the governor that's the head. But I'll be leading that starting in November, and I hope to be working toward getting the truth out there nationwide to the 31 states and Canada who produce oil and gas. And by the way, Texas still is 40% of that. I've already had a draft resolution that was passed by IOGCC of the 31 states saying that we oppose the Green New Deal any way possible. That resolution we passed as the 31 states majority, and we sent it on to Washington to our congressmen and representatives. So we're wasting the funding if we put Biden in control. Let me say some that get upset by you talking politics. We were with the Energy Council last fall up in Alaska. The governor of Alaska got up, and at that time, prior to this downturn, he said, those that don't want to talk politics may be in for something, because basically there's no real problem in our technology development. There's no real problem in environmental cleanup. There's no real problem to oil and gas in all the different areas except one. There's only one negative area we have, and that's politics. We have allowed generations of our people, and we have not had the truth given. And so we face politics of that. So keep it in the ground versus use what God has given us. And real quickly, Catherine Hartnett-White, that works with Jason Isaac there at the Texas Public Policy Foundation, wrote a book, and she was talking about this. She said, okay, what do we tell people about oil and gas and what its worth is? You take 1900 or so Texas. When my great-granddaddy was here, my dad was working in the fields. 6 days a week, they had to work daylight to dark, Texas families, just to put food on the table. You couldn't, so there only 15% were able to achieve the American dream, go after it. They all had to put food on the table 6 days a week. There wasn't a family around in Texas usually that didn't have a child under age 5 that passed away. Average lifespan was 45. The 3 environmental causes of death was number 1, starvation when they couldn't produce crops. Number 2, freezing to death during the winter if they couldn't have heat and wood. And number 3 were hurricanes. You remember 1900 or so when Galveston was at 12,000 people in that hurricane passed away. Those are environmental causes. Let's move to this world now. The world now is average lifespan 75. It's a catastrophe in any community if anybody 28 years of age or younger passes away. The 3 causes for death by environment in 1900, one was freezing to death. Now we gripe because the thermostat may be 1 or 2 degrees off. Number two is starvation. We now have 1.5% of our population feeding a third of the world, and we have not starvation, but an obesity problem. And with hurricanes, any life is horrible to lose, but basically, if you have any lives lost it's the reason that we have decreased it from 12,000 to maybe less than 100 in most storms, less than 20 in most hurricanes, is because they can get in the car and drive off. I've used my 30 minutes, and I want to thank you for allowing me. And now I would appreciate again your input of any other information that needs to be taught to the public. Is you've given me this bully pulpit, the Railroad Commission, and I hope to be honorable to use it to get the truth out and make sure that the future knows about oil and gas.
That was a great presentation. Wayne, I have a question. This is Tom Weissmuller.
Yes,
how can you stop the large corporations like ExxonMobil, et cetera, from pandering to the greenies, giving millions and millions of dollars in contributions to green organizations and leaving organizations such as the Heartland Institute off of their donation list, so that the message that ExxonMobil is giving out is actually very distorted from climate reality?
Understand that they're getting the tax dollars I mentioned, so we need to start educating our representatives and our senators to stop funding the industry of the Green New Deal, and to get the facts out there to the public and fight it. Understand, we've not come together as either an industry in, say, in Texas, and most of the folks do, but we've sat back and we've relied on our politicians. I've been there, and we elect politicians and say, well, they'll take care of us. Well, no, all it takes for evil to prevail is good men to do nothing. And that's why I commend you in what you're doing. And getting a message together, and then getting the message out to the public and to our office holders, both in Washington and in Texas. I assure you, in Texas, after being there 14 years, I went in as a railroad commissioner with the fact that you're getting $51 back for every dollar funded that you fund the Railroad Commission. It's a third of your economy in the state, 1 out of every 10 jobs. And 4 years ago, I promise you the vast majority of our Texas state representatives and senators were not aware of that. And just to get the information out there, that takes an effort. Yes, we have lost this battle thus far, and it's going to take a fight to do it. And supporting Jason Isaac, Texas Public Policy Foundation, is one way of doing it.
This is Ken Hoppola. I've been following the oil and gas industry since 1970s, when I pointed out to the federal government that their models they used to predict that the U.S. would run out of oil and gas wasn't worth the paper that it took to run the electrons it took to run the models. Anyway, I'd like to recommend an excellent pamphlet, booklet on methane and climate by Van Vindegarden and William Happer, two distinguished physicists who specialize in the field what applies to the greenhouse effect, and that is atomic, molecular, and optical physics. This paper clearly shows there's no threat from increased methane in the atmosphere.
Thank you very much. There's some other resources I would suggest that we all look at. Of course, the Texas Public Policy Foundation, Kathleen Hartnett-White's book, Fueling Freedom, is great. But Alex Epstein, if you Google him, has wrote a book, The Moral Case for Fossil Fuel. Yeah. He is a philosopher that has taken on the issue of the good and how we should word our arguments. Understand, the general public, I learned in the speech class at Stephen F. Austin a lot of times that the way that you talk to people in an audience was you talked at least 2 grade levels below their education, because when people are sitting back listening, they don't want to think hard. They don't want to work. They're there with their arms folded, sitting back, ready for you to. So you have to talk about 2 grade levels below them. That's why I'm successful as a politician. I am 2 grade levels below most of my constituents, so they hear me. But the fact is, we need to take, how do we word these facts? We can't give them just sheets of this statistical knowledge. They're not going to stop and read it. They've been taught by their professors and duped by the government to believe that something's wrong with oil and gas. And we've got to come up with, there's another book called Inconvenient Facts, and it has a lot of charts and scales that are at least minimalized. So I would suggest we take the information that you and I believe and know, but we've got to put it in a basis that the public will stop and listen and understand how they have been duped. And again, I can't get the oil and gas industry yet to come on board and put on their big boy britches and fight this thing. And there's a great general that said the only wars you're guaranteed to lose are those you refuse to fight. And my friend, we've refused to fight this war, and that's why I'm excited about your organization here and the good work being done. Let's talk about educating our kids real quick. Jason Isaac has a curriculum that is approved for state of Texas for our children, for our entire public school system. But let me tell you, folks, it takes a couple of things. The State Board of Education we elect is in charge of developing the new curricula, and every school district in the state has to individually accept that curricula for energy education. What does that take? Local folks calling their superintendent and the curriculum director in their public schools saying, put on the new energy curriculum for our state and for our kids. Those are a couple of things we need to fight.
Frank Jamerson here. I have a two-pager entitled, Did You Know These Global Warming Climate Change Truths? I have very short statements that basically tell all the truths about the global warming issue and the fact that climate change is natural. I'd be happy to share that with you. How do I send it to you?
Just email it from all. I tell you what, my email, and I'll give you my personal email, is wayne.christian, just my name, wayne.christian@gmail.com. Wayne.christian@gmail.com.
Will do. Thank you very much. God bless. Good job. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Are you doing anything to get guys to capture the gas that they now flare and use it?
Yes, we passed a policy. I was the first commissioner, by the way, in 150 years on the commission to vote against a flaring extension permit. And right now we have companies that are developing, we have technologies we're looking at that will both capture at the wellhead that natural gas. Now, are there going to be wells that are out in the middle of podunk that don't have a pipeline to it that may need to burn and flare? Perhaps. Right now, I can see when you first strike oil, as you're all familiar, there'll be a certain amount of gas you have to burn off. But we are totally having policies we developed, our Blue Ribbon Task Force of all the agencies that have come together, and the industry is working with us for new technologies that will install and require flaring to cease as quickly as humanly possible. And as years to come, frankly, it's a waste of our natural resource. And if we can turn that into electricity or any other, or get it pipelined out quickly as possible, that's the responsible thing. And what we're doing at the Railroad Commission, we're tightening up the requirements, we're tightening up the flaring allowance, and we're going to we're looking at increasing the fees for the longer you keep it going, because what these free market capitalist companies legitimately look at is what's the cost. And if they see it's going to start costing them more to flare than to do something in the alternative, that rewarding them or costing them money is the fastest way to get results in a free market economy.
There's a question about, are the power lines that we have in the grid across Texas close at or close to most of the hundreds of flaring locations? Do you know that? Is the electric grid all over West Texas?
Electric grids all over Texas. Texas is unique. We are the only state in the union that has our own grid. So Texas is unique in that. So there's no threat from the flaring to our electric power lines or anything. The big threats, like in California, it wasn't the electric power lines. It was the lack of forest management that's caused all these fires that have burned down the electric lines in these states. So I don't think you're going to have a lot of trees out in West Texas with a lot of fires that are going to burn because they don't. And so that would be the danger to the electric power lines in West Texas.
What about the costs? The costs of the so-called clean energy, the cost of producing solar panels, the cost of producing the wind turbines. You can't produce steel using the sunlight, not yet, right? So that's something that the people, I call them the AGWAs, the anthropogenic global warming alarmists, that's one thing that the AGWAs don't talk about. They talk about clean energy, but they don't talk about the costs of producing the so-called clean energy.
Larry, they also don't talk about the cost of decommissioning those units.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that you pointed out. Yeah,
it's an absolute. When you look at the facts, it's bumfuzzling to the mind that we're seeing happen in our society. What's happening? But folks, I'm 70 years of age, and I'm looking at the politics of this thing. That again, the governor last said the only problem is politics. We're looking at Socialism versus capitalism. It's just an unbelievable decision we're about to make in November. And it's one that I never thought I would face. And representing oil and gas is exactly, you look at Germany, you're talking about when you try to turn to oil and gas, turn away from oil and gas to windmills and solar panels. Germany is a great example. Their electric costs have gone up triple, quadruple. And if you remember at the first NATO meeting, Donald Trump had the argument with the German chancellor about the pipeline. They were now trying to do a deal with Vladimir Putin with Russia. You know, why are they wanting the pipeline from Russia? Because they've been proven absolutely wrong that they could turn away from oil and gas to power their electric grid in Germany. It's a proven thing.
Another question in our chat room, if you could gather the flared gas and you could actually flow the gas to a small, turbine generator, have you ever looked at that as Texas decided to figure out a way to use that gas if you had a collection system?
We've introduced the policy to decrease it to minimal and stop it as much as possible. Companies are working with us. The Railroad Commission of Texas, your government is working to do that. We need to get off of talking about, as people who believe in oil and gas, that flaring is our problem with the general public. Flaring is a problem not because it's specifically a problem. It's now less than 1% now, less than 1% of gas produced, and we're moving to shut it down as much as possible. So boom, we're answering that problem. The trouble is the greenies, as I call them, the ones that are against oil and gas, they're wanting the Green New Deal and to shut down oil and gas, are using it with the pictures and the display, and it's the concept that they give, the perception of flaring that they're using to destroy our oil and gas business and to keep it in the ground of the largest discovery of oil in the history of the United States in West Texas.
Another question. The Railroad Commission has a certain responsibility, and the PUC has another. So how do we address what's coming in terms of the so-called Green New Deal? Because they all think they got to have more stuff out there, but we can't move it, we can't collect it, we can't use it. So are you working hand in hand with the PUC? Because I think a lot of policies are kind of driven by what they come up with.
The Railroad Commission handles everything. Our responsibility, our abilities extend from when the minerals are in the ground until they reach the refinery. After it leaves the refinery, that's when the PUC takes over. So that's two different parts of the scenario. The consistent, this are all of our state reps, our senators, our governor, our lieutenant governor in Texas, and then up the administrative branch. Again, let me tell you about a politician normally. Now, me and Jason are totally different from this, right? But normally a politician does not take on any controversy he doesn't need to, or she, because that makes people upset, because that loses votes, that loses contributions. And so it's going to take, we as a public, raising the issue of a problem to our legislators, both federally and state. And again, that's a job I think we as industry, as regulators, and as I go around encouraging our different independent companies, our royalty owners, our citizens, they've got to raise the temperature on this issue of the lives of oil and gas.
I'll tell you what, we'll save a few questions like that because I think you're going to pass some of those issues over to Texas Public Policy. And Jason said, look, you've done your part. Now he's got to pick it up and figure out how to work that in Austin. So any other questions in the audience?
People talk about clean air. Are they talking about free from CO2 or free from carbon particulates or any other sort of particulates? Can you define it that way?
They're talking about it specific. They're just trying to scare the hell out of the public by telling them their air is getting dirty and oil and gas and make it dirty. Literally, that's the fact. You can't get in details on this. That's why we've got to learn how to message what we have to equate what they've done. It's become a religion to half our society out there and to a lot of our political body. They just think we're dirtying the air. And yes, the argument when it comes before the Railroad Commission is CO2. You hear that about CO2 is going to, well, I can give you a whole list of how more CO2 makes plant life better, more moisture increases life. And what do we do with 1 degree Celsius difference after a jillion years? Well, we invent better air conditioners, and we handle it just like we've done forever with technology. So we need to be careful as people believe in this, is getting too specific to the argument. That's not what the public's hearing. They just think oil and gas are dirtying things. And again, I go back, we have the stats and many others that Jason can give you from the Public Policy Foundation. Since 1970, we've increased every one of those harmful gases, EPA, by 76% now. Why we've increased everything. So the facts are, we are the cleanest environment of any industrialized country on planet Earth. That's the fact that's not getting out there.
Yeah. Wayne, can I say?
Willie Soon has a saying about junk science and the effect. The saying is garbage in, gospel out. In computers, it's garbage in, garbage out. With Willie Soon's garbage in, gospel out.
Yeah. Wayne, can I make one comment? Can you hear me? The propaganda campaign is calling CO2 quote pollution. I mean, it's pure semantics and verbiage. CO2, while they typify it as pollution, is not pollution. You can't think of a more innocuous, cleaner, more beneficial material. So it's purely propaganda. But they say CO2 pollution, and that's what they're talking about. And it's crazy.
Yeah, global warming, by the way, every historical fact in history, when the environment was warmer, life has flourished better. And that's why they keep saying global warming, temperature going up. Every time, historically, fact, we've done better. Life is longer, more vegetation, more food to eat, less starvation. All this when CO2 increases. And so that they have established CO2 and global warming as being the enemy. When people die, it's when it freezes. We better hope to hell it gets warmer instead of getting colder. That's your enemy, is getting cold and having a freeze.
Wayne, I have a suggestion. Frank Jameson again.
Yes, sir.
CO2 is a beneficial gas. Dr. Craig Itzo has calculated for the past 40 years, $3 trillion worth more food has been generated by extra CO2 in the air, and projects another $10 trillion extra products and food being generated by extra CO2. So CO2 is a beneficial gas. That's what you need to emphasize to your friends. God bless.
Thank you very much. And may I suggest to you one thing before I know I'm through with my time, and Jason's a lot smarter than I am. The thing we don't need to come up with is a new message board of things. The facts are on our side. Take the folks like the Texas Public Policy Foundation and Jason Isaac. Take the messages we've all got and we've all agreed with here today. How do we don't need to redo the messaging. We ain't got time to do the definite research and reinvent the wheel. The facts are out there. We've gone over them today. Our challenge, I would suggest, is to get the facts and truth in a manner that the public can hear and digest from a lot of different folks of a different age, color, and generation than the old guy you see sitting right here, out there to the general public and to our politicians. Messaging, we have the facts, we have the stats, all of us are sitting there bouncing those around. That's not what's going to change. The facts are there, we got those. How do we message that, and how then the effort is to get the message out, not reinvent the messaging. Mr.
Christian, thanks for sharing your time this morning. The important thing is you got a bunch of acolytes in this room and elsewhere. So we're going to be part of your ground troops. So whatever you need, we'll lay it out. Let us know how we can help, analyze, comment, or whatever. But you got it exactly right. I think we've just been to a version of Wayne's Woodshed discussion. And I think every CEO of every oil company in this state needs to hear the same story. And I think you've already done that, as best I can tell.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The thing I'd like to note here, the big boogeyman in this whole thing is the CO2 endangerment finding that was put up by the EPA. That is the one political target that we all need to be having our congressman or whoever we can influence to get rid of. Because until you get rid of the endangerment finding, they're still going to assume that CO2 is a pollutant.
And Harry McDougall has talked exactly on that issue at a Heartland conference. He lays it out, the endangerment finding. What you say is very important.
But that requires getting the politicians to put their head above the parapet and take incoming fire. And that means they have to make an issue of something they'd rather avoid. And so figuring out how to make them want to take the incoming is something that I haven't a clue. I'd sure love to know how to do that.
I've been pushing the Trump administration on this exact issue, And the blowback I'm getting right now is they wanted to wait till after they get into the second term, if they get there. I think they will, but it's my point of view. The point being that they were going to take that on after the election. They didn't have to worry about getting re-elected, but that was definitely a target. Myron Ebell and others have been promoting that, and it has been something that I think is timing more than anything right now. But it's certainly on their plate.
Jason, are you online?
I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
If you can see me, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. No problem. There we go.
Nice.
Look, Jason, thank God you were listening to Wayne giving you a lot of accolades and assignments. So let me start by introducing you. You're part of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, but you started out as Wayne did at Stephen F. Austin University.
That's
the
right.
good news is we have two of you. Now, the other renowned graduate is a guy by the name of Dan Rather. So at least the two of you are lined up the right way.
Yeah.
You're in charge of the. Go ahead.
I thought Rather went to Sam Houston State University.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
Screw that up. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to tarnish the name of Stephen F. Austin State
I
University.
understand. My bad.
No
Well,
worries.
he's the director. Jason is the director of Life Powered, a great initiative at Texas Public Policy Foundation. As Wayne said, he's got a curriculum activity that they're trying to put in schools. And as Wayne pointed out, it can't be done by just pushing it over the top. We got to be out there asking to put it on the agenda, put in the curriculum. Jason is a fourth generation native Texan, was elected 4 times as a state representative from the Hill Country. During his 8 years of service, he passed legislation that reduced taxes, addressed election integrity, and maybe you can give us a comment on whether or not we have a problem in Texas and at least Harris County, to how to improve public education, protect our Second Amendment rights, protect local groundwater, and protect private property rights. So you're in the business of protecting us.
That's right.
Yes. Now, he's been on national news shows. He's had commentaries in The Hill, which is a DC-based operation, Washington Examiner, the Daily Caller. So he gets his message across to the people who should be listening, but they have a little problem because they say, well, what me worry about these issues? Yes. But like I said, he's got the right message. He lives in Hayes County with his wife, Carrie, and 2 sons. Jason, you're on. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. I may at some point want to share my screen here and kind of go through some information. But you know, I started working when I was 12 years old, mowing lawns, cleaning up after animals, literally cleaning out stalls for animals, and then decided some years later, almost 30 years later, I'd continue that effort to clean up after animals, and ran for public office and got elected in the state rep as a state rep. Served 4 terms. I term limited myself after those 4 terms because I'm not independently wealthy, I'm not retired, and I'm not an attorney. And if you're not one of those 3 things, as Wayne can attest, it's really hard to make a living in the legislature that pays $600 a month. So I had to get back to work. And, you know, before I was in the legislature, I worked in the trucking industry. I marketed technology to trucking companies. I sold fuel to trucking companies. And I've just seen this effort, this war on good, dense energy for a long time now. And it really hit me hard when, I'm trying to think, this was 8 years ago. My oldest son, who's a senior in high school now, came home from school, and he's got a test prep packet, a bunch of papers, about 100 questions for his state of Texas STAR test, and it's for his science STAR test, which is the academic assessment that the state uses, and it's on science. And I'm like, oh, great. So we start flipping through this science STAR test packet, and I get to about question 20 something. I'm like, oh, good, a question on energy. The only one says, which of the following fossil fuels causes global warming? Oil, gas, coal, or D, all of the above. And I just got furious, and I started flipping through the packet, frantically. I'm like, okay, surely. And I was in the legislature at the time. I think this was in my second or third session. And I'm looking through, and I'm like, oh, where's more on energy? Where's more on, which of the following fossil fuels have lifted billions of people out of poverty? Which of the following fossil fuels has led to cleaner air in the United States and economic prosperity and the freedom to move about? Nothing. That was the only question on fossil fuels, the only one on energy produced in the state of Texas. I contacted the Texas Education Agency the following week as state representative and said, is this question on the test? And they said, yes, it is. And I said, it needs to go. It's very biased. It's misleading information. And much to my surprise, they actually did. They pulled that question from the test the following year. So that was good progress being made. And then started talking with Wayne and others about what can we do to update the curriculum in our schools. And we've set out about doing that. And so now we're trying to teach kids unbiased information about energy that's produced in the state of Texas. And so that really led me just a couple of years ago to the Texas Public Policy Foundation with this Life Powered initiative. And I had learned about it when I was in the legislature, and hopefully everybody can see my screen now. I'll skip over some of this, but it led me because I realized that we were losing the war on messaging, and that not only did we need to raise America's energy IQ with our kids, because I'd seen polling that showed that over, I think, 60% of school children believe that CO2 is poisonous to plants, which I just could not believe. Actually, I can believe it. And yes, I can believe it. With the climate hysteria and now what I know, I can believe it. But then I couldn't believe it. I'm like, this is an important part of photosynthesis. How are we losing this badly? It's like, next thing you know, people are going to tell us to quit drinking water. So I joined this effort, and we really are a messaging effort. We worked with members of Congress, we work with members of the legislature, we work with the White House, we work with other organizations. And I've seen some bad messaging from organizations. I've seen bad messaging from groups that you think would be really aligned with defending and standing up for fossil fuels. Groups that say messaging like, because of we've transitioned from coal to natural gas, we've reduced CO2 emissions 50%, things like that. And I challenge those groups, and I say, so if you're saying coal is bad, you're really and you've reduced CO2 emissions 50%, then you're really just saying that natural gas is half bad. And that's not good messaging. And so we work with them to correct that and talk about some of the messaging, and that reliable energy is central to our daily lives, as people are finding out in California now, as they're being forced to have electric cars, but they don't have electricity. So I guess they're going to have to get bicycles to charge their cars, and they'll have to ride for a week to get a 30-minute charge. But it's just things like that people don't understand. They don't understand the products that we use in our daily lives and where they come from. Things that we couldn't live, that most people wouldn't live without, that are usually attached to their hands, like their cell phones. My PPE, my nice Texas, this is made with fossil fuels. There's polypropylene that's in this material. There's polypropylene in the pants that I'm wearing, and this vest and shirt, made with plastics that come from fossil fuels. So we try to make that connection to help people understand. But through the polling that we've done, we found that some really good messaging that works the best is that expensive energy hurts the poor. This is the biggest mover of people that are what you call the movable middle, and people that are anti-fossil fuels. If you talk about how expensive energy hurts the poor, and can convince them that dense energy is the most affordable and most abundant, you're going to move them to be on our side and understand, okay, wait a second, maybe dense energy is good. So it's interesting, just a treasure trove of talking points for us has been this lawsuit called the 200 versus California Air Resources Board in the state of California. The 200 is a group of civil rights organizations that probably wouldn't necessarily align with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, that believes in free enterprise, liberty, and individual responsibility. But they're challenging and have filed suit against the state of Texas. It's about an 80-page lawsuit with great talking points that things like you see here on the screen, that California's climate change policies have caused and will cause unconstitutional and unlawful disparate impacts to California's minority populations. Their lawsuit is based on, they're saying that the state of California is violating the Civil Rights Act, which is just unreal. But that is, expensive energy hurts the poor, and that's the messaging that we need to talk about. Videos don't work too well over Zoom. If they did, I'd show you this video that was produced by UNICEF and not by us. We have a lot of videos. If you look at our website, lifepower.org, you scroll down to the bottom and you find our YouTube playlist, click on that, and we have this new series of videos, Energy 101. They're animated videos anywhere from 40 seconds to 2 minutes. But this particular video, and I guarantee UNICEF never thought that someone that believes in a abundant, dense energy, fossil fuels, would be using this video to make a good case. But this is Aisha. Aisha is a 13-year-old girl in Ethiopia. This video was filmed about 2 years ago. She walks over 8 hours a day walking to collect water. She's got a camel and some plastic jugs, and she's the one that's responsible for providing water for her family. Aisha doesn't get to go to school like some of her younger siblings. And then it's interesting enough, I showed this to Congressman Crenshaw's staff, and one of his staffers, Hannah, said, "Oh, do you know what technology Aisha does have?" And I'm thinking, oh, she's probably got a cell phone. And Hannah said, "No, Aisha has implantable birth control in her arm." And I thought, what? Why? And Hannah says, because these women are often attacked on their journey to collect water for their family. And to me, that was heartbreaking. And so we started looking at some of the policies that the U.S. Agency for International Development has that uses our tax dollars for developing in third world countries. We started looking at the World Bank and recognizing that they have policies against loaning monies to countries that want to develop fossil-based projects. So to get people like Aisha reliable electricity, which would lift her out of poverty, they can't borrow the money from the World Bank, the United Nations, the U.S. Fortunately, this current administration has changed some policies within U.S. aid, and now those dollars are available for investing in fossil fuel-based projects. Katie Tuawa on our team is our communications manager, and Katie went and did some more research from UNICEF and others and found that women spend over 200 million hours a day walking to collect water. And her piece was, if you really want to empower women, get them access to affordable, reliable electricity, that women then will be able to get involved in civic engagement, run for office, start businesses, further their education. That would be the fastest way to empower women around the world, is get them access to electricity. And this 2-minute film, Aisha, is just, it really pulls at your heartstrings, especially when you see her with her younger siblings when they're doing their homework, and Aisha doesn't get that opportunity to do homework. So a really compelling movie or film. The second largest mover, and you talk about, and our target audience here is kind of this movable middle. This one moves them more than even the poverty does. And then even people that are anti-oil and gas, it moves them very well. And I remember when I first started, I was in the halls of Congress in 2018, and I was visiting with a senior staffer for a U.S. senator who's on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And I said, I'd love to come by and visit with you and talk to you about how the United States is a world leader in clean air, and that we've reduced harmful pollution 74%. And the guy laughed in my face. I kid you not. He laughed in my face and said, "That's funny. Where are you getting your numbers from?" And I said, "The World Health Organization and the Environmental Protection Agency." And the look on his face was like, wow, you're not BSing me. And if I would be, if I were using those numbers today, because the fact is that harmful pollution has reduced 77% since 1970, and it's down an additional 7% just in the last 3.5 years during the current administration, because people said, oh, during the current administration, it's going to tank and it's going to be awful and we're going to have, terrible pollution. Well, that's not the case. It's actually continued to improve. And so just from a messaging standpoint, I talk about harmful pollution. And then if you want to, we can talk about carbon dioxide, because we've reduced that as well. We can talk about methane, how since 1990, methane emissions are down 25%. I think I actually saw some numbers from Wayne's office just this week that 99.5% of the methane that's produced in the state of Texas is used. So it's less than 1%. I guess it's about 0.5% that's not used. So I thought that was pretty astounding numbers, and we're seeing significant reductions of methane emissions because it's wasted money, it's wasted opportunities, and people don't like to waste money. And that flaring is actually pollution control. So if you've got problems with methane, you should love flaring because that's a pollution control technology. And I've joked with members of Congress, I said, of all the technology the Chinese steal from us, it'd be nice if they'd utilize our pollution control technology. And we've looked at research that there's a 65% increase in ozone attributable to Asian air pollution. I think 6 of the dirtiest cities in the US when it comes to air standards are in California. And you could take all of the traffic off the road, and they're not going to meet the national ambient air quality standards because of Asian air pollution. So we really should fight efforts to export jobs, because when we export those jobs with stricter regulations, then what we do is we wind up importing that pollution. And we should be producing, especially our medicine and the goods that we use here in the United States, because we produce the energy that fuels those better than anywhere else in the world. We did some research recently, and I know Wayne Christian knows Smitty. Well, Smitty was at a UT Energy Symposium just last week talking about why we need to have electric vehicles, and look at the shutdown that's taken 50% of the cars off the road in the city of Austin. And the air quality has gotten so much better in Austin because of the shutdown. Well, Wayne and I know that if you say these things as a politician or former politician, you get fact checked often. And fortunately, we've got a great battery scientist on our team that understands energy density very well, and know that we've got a mining issue and a supply issue when it comes to making a bunch of batteries. But he went out and looked at the air quality records and looked at the 3 stations in the Austin area. The air quality actually got worse during April and May when vehicle traffic was down 50%. And so we published a study recently that shows that you had some improvements in some cities, but it's negligible. 10% reduction in harmful air pollution in Los Angeles, in New York, is nothing compared to Asian cities. And they're using these Asian cities to say, well, gosh, the air quality has improved so much during the shutdown, we've got to go electric vehicles. Well, you look at cities like Austin, and there are other cities in the US where the air quality got worse during the first couple of months of the shutdown. And it's because our air quality is practically near a natural state that weather impacts it more than man does. And so it makes a great case for us that we shouldn't be incentivizing electric vehicles because there's no justification for it, because it's not going to improve the air quality one bit. I want to bring this in here because this is what we're seeing as kind of the greatest threat to oil and gas and fossil fuel production. It's environmental, social, and governance, ESG scores, being used against companies. You see companies like BlackRock, who is the largest investor in the world, is exercising their ability to vote with shareholders. So the state of Texas 401k is an example. If there are state employees that are invested in the 401k, they buy funds with BlackRock. BlackRock then exercises the votes of those shares and tells boards what to do. This all started with the United Nations. You won't be surprised. United Nations Principles of Responsible Investing. And they're telling companies that they've got to be concerned about their stakeholders and not about their shareholders. Stakeholders, people in their environment, their community, their anybody and everybody except for the actual people that own the business. And it's leading to companies like BlackRock telling banks that they invest in, you're not going to make funds available to companies that are producing fossil fuels. That's what happened with Bank of the West. A BNP Paribas company 2 years ago said, we're going to divest from fossil fuels. Well, we saw a really strong treasurer in Wyoming, who's now the governor, Mark Gordon, come out and say, guess what? You're not going to invest in fossil fuels, then we're not going to invest in Bank of the West, and pulled millions of dollars out of Bank of the West, money from Montana. And that's what we want to do in Texas. We want to kind of have a shot across the bow that we're going to tell these fossil fuel companies in our next legislative session that if you're going to boycott, divest, and sanction the industries that are producing the energy to lift billions out of poverty around the world, to clean the air around the world that are fueling Texas, then we're going to come after you and say, you're not welcome to do business with the state of Texas. This is going to be our most offensive effort next legislative session. And we hope that people in the energy industry, probably mostly the independents, will join us. I don't see the larger ones like BP and Shell who are talking about their efforts to go net zero. And you hear a particular presidential candidate and others on the left, they're talking about this energy transition and how many jobs it's going to create. Well, negative 9,000 for Shell, who just announced this week that they're laying off 9,000 people. 7,000 additional ones have taken early retirement. This is the energy transition to net zero. Net zero equals 0 jobs for 9,000 people that work at Shell, for 12,000 people that work at British Petroleum. These are anti-American net zero policies, anti-American Green New Deal, and anti-American Paris Climate Accord. And that's the framing that we need to use. If there's a carbon pricing policy, we need to call it a pro-China carbon pricing policy. We need to frame it because that's exactly what it is. It shifts jobs from the United States overseas where they could care less about how they manufacture things. The dark side of energy subsidies is another report that we have released just this year, and it's looking as this is the most comprehensive study that's been done on energy subsidies, and just incredible when you look at what we found here when you break things down by a megawatt hour of electricity produced, and how much more solar and wind get than oil and natural gas. So you want to talk about, because you hear the left talk about all the tax breaks and subsidies, billions of dollars. Yes, the dollars are pretty even when it comes to about over $30 billion over the last 10 years. When you consider the tax breaks and incentives that all of these companies or all of these producers get, but when you look at the amount of electricity produced and break it down to this megawatt hour of energy produced, it is astronomical. These industries at the top of the screen here, solar, wind, would not survive without subsidies. And we're going to take a shot here in this next legislative session to really stop some of the property tax abatements that are made available to these industries. They take up a lot of land. I'll show you some pictures on density and the amount of land that's required. We can talk a little bit about how much land will be required for the Green New Deal, but these are not environmentally friendly. The people on the left will tell you the number one threat to habitat or number one threat to endangered species is loss of habitat. When you look at the amount of land that's required to produce 1,000 megawatts of electricity, it's 115 square miles for wind. I can't even put ethanol on here because that would take up our screens. I don't think I have a wall big enough to be able to show you the energy density of ethanol. But I did a presentation earlier this week with Ideal Energy Co-op. They're a propane and fuel delivery co-op in the Northeast. And one of their associations just recently committed to going 100% biofuel to go carbon free. And as I like to tell people, especially I've got a LaCroix here, it's like when you're talking to me about going down carbon free, why don't you put down your Topo Chico or put down your Pellegrino, because you're ingesting more carbon dioxide that is in the environment and it's not killing you. So it somewhat it is laughable, and you do have to laugh about it. Again, I like to talk about harmful pollution, but just these screens on land requirements and the energy density is just not there. And if you really want to be an environmental steward, we should go with extremely dense energy, nuclear, coal, natural gas, and use our pollution control technology that's led to us being environmental leaders in the world and reducing harmful pollution. There's only 2 countries that are, I think, in the OECD that are not nearly as large as ours, don't have the economy that we have, that have cleaner air. And I think it's Canada and Australia. But you look at the United States, large country, large economy. We have the strictest standards by the World Health Organization. We're the only country that meets those. Look at economic freedom and where we are. I mean, this is just a great comparison of clean air and economic freedom. I've traveled to some of these countries. I went to Cairo in 2012, just after the start of the Arab Spring, and you see people dumping trash on the sides of the road. And I kept seeing all these trash piles, and I'm like, that's weird. And I asked people at the State Department there and people that were our host, and I said, why don't they have dumpsters? Why don't they have large trash cans to put all their trash in? No, the Christians that had taken care of the trash in Cairo were attacked and no longer were picking up the trash. And so the trash was just being put alongside of these canals that feed into the Nile. And after about my 3rd or 4th day there, I see people pushing that trash into those canals. And that's how they deal with their waste in some of these countries. So you really want to get environmental leadership, give them economic prosperity. Those 2 things go hand in hand. Here's a kind of a chart that shows that again, more economic freedom leads to cleaner air. And then here's measures of economic growth versus emissions. You can see our economic growth has been astronomical here in the United States. Vehicle miles traveled, that's really freedom. That's what this is when you look at that ability to hop on a plane or hop in a car and go somewhere and be able to afford it. To me, that's just incredible. Population's gone up 59%, energy consumption's gone up 44%, and this is old now. We're down 77% reduction in the aggregate emissions of 6 criteria pollutants. There's just another chart that shows some of that information and breaks down the 6 criteria pollutants. I love this one. This is the improvements in air quality in Pittsburgh from the 1940s. And really, it's interesting. People think, oh, the only reason you have clean air in the United States is because of the EPA and the Clean Air Act, and that couldn't be further from the truth. It was innovation that started us down this path in the 60s, the catalytic converter and people wanting to produce electricity with cleaner air before a single state or a single federal government had passed any kind of regulations on clean air. It was innovation in the market that was heading us in that direction and making incredible improvements in the 60s. And then you had the Clean Air Act come along. It's like, hey, I've got a great idea. This is already happening in the market. Why don't we pass a law to make it happen so we can take credit for it? And that's what politicians do sometimes. But we were making just incredible strides. I was talking a little bit about this earlier, exporting jobs and importing pollution. Over 80% of the mercury deposited in the U.S. is from natural sources and overseas emissions. If we really want to stop Asian pollution from infecting the United States, we should build a wall along the West Coast, make it really, really tall. That might help out a little bit. But this is a serious thing that we need to look at. When we increase regulations on business, when we drive up the cost of energy, those jobs move to Texas or they move to China. And unfortunately, a lot of them moved to China during the previous administration. And that does. It actually will blow as far east as Houston. So there's pollution that you're experiencing there and here that we're experiencing here in Texas that's coming from Asia. This is the world energy consumption by source. You can see these renewables at the very top, solar, wind, nuclear, a very, very small percentage, but look at the amount of coal that has increased. It started to drop off significantly in the last few years just because of the cost of natural gas. But just a good, interesting chart that we're seeing there. And this is a direct correlation with life expectancy increasing over 20 years during this time, infant mortality dropping significantly. And just in the last 10 years, people in extreme poverty have been cut in half from 2 billion to less than 1 billion people now in extreme poverty. And we really hold the key, especially here in Texas, to reducing poverty around the world. And then look at oil demand versus air pollution or air pollution mortality. It's just absolutely incredible. And again, I've traveled to some of these countries that are over here on the left in Asia and Myanmar and Egypt and how dirty their air is. But you look at Canada and US and South Korea and how much more oil that we demand per person and how much healthier we are because of it. And I like to talk with when I talk to high school students or middle school students or college students, I like to challenge their critical thinking. So I ask them, is the climate changing? And by and large, everybody raises their hand. And I'm like, you're right, it is. It's been changing since Earth existed, and it's going to continue to change. But I ask them, how do you think it's changing? And by and large, they say, oh, it gets hotter. It's getting hotter. There's more severe weather incidences. And so I show them some things like this. And of course, they think polar bears are going extinct. And I correct them and say, actually, there's more polar bears today than there were in 1970. It's quadrupled, if not more, population of polar bears. So if that's the measuring stick for climate, we've won, mission accomplished, let's go home. But unfortunately, we still have to fight these environmental alarmists who, as I think Wayne alluded to, it's become their religion, which is unfortunate. But you look at deaths over the last 100 years from weather-related incidences, it's down 98.9% the last 100 years. This chart needs to be updated because it's actually continued to improve over the last 3 years. And Bjorn Lomborg hints on this in his new book, which my microphone's sitting on here, False Alarm. So some good information here. I like to educate people about the products that they use in their daily lives and where they come from. And so we had this marketing campaign showing people that PPE is made with plastics. Yes, you can make it with plastics from plants, but it requires a lot more land to do that. And that plastic doesn't break down the way that plastics from hydrocarbons does. And then Michael Schellenberger talks about that book in his new book, Apocalypse Never, which I highly encourage people to read. Just some good information that we like to share with people here. Of course, the one with the dog had the most response from people. Here's some temperature reconstruction, and I think some of you have actually done this, and you know that Al Gore will only use the last 40 years, and he fails to leave out some other ones because that's doesn't align with his narrative, and that's what you see from most of the media today. They try to pick a period where it's bad, and you look at the extreme weather events during those times, and they don't want to talk about it because extreme weather events have not increased during the last 100 years, and some would say since 2006 they've actually decreased. Of course, the costs have gone up because we're building things and there's more of us. That's expected. Here's some good messaging from Ted Cruz that I like to share. Just talks about the shale revolution and what it's resulted in: $2,500 of energy cost savings for the average American family. It's a lower cost for natural gas, electricity, and really what T. Boone Pickens called the greatest transfer of wealth in mankind's history was us buying foreign oil, and now with the U.S. becoming a net exporter of energy for the first time, we're making some great strides. I love this meme up here on the top left because you could replace socialists with Californians. What did the Californians use before candles? Electricity. And these, this is the new gas can on the very bottom here. It's actually a blue van. That's the new gas can of the day. You know, when we used to run out of fuel, you had a gas can, or you'd go get a gas can, or you get someone to bring you gas in a gas can, and you'd fill up your tank and with a couple gallons and get to the gas station. Now you bring a van in to charge your Tesla. It's probably a diesel or gasoline powered van with a generator inside of it. And then this Tesla charging station here at the very top, I love this. This is actually a huge diesel generator that's powering that. And you see the stack come out of the top of it. It's just laughable, just absolutely laughable. And I talked about some recommended reading. I've mentioned a couple of these books: Michael Schellenberger's book, Fueling Freedom by Kathleen Hartnett-White and Stephen Moore. Some listening, The Jackie Daly Show, Power Hour with Alex Epstein. And then we've got a weekly email called Facts Powered. I've got ADD. I can only keep an attention span too long. So 2 topics is the max. And we talk about things like battery technology and really just find some interesting things that are in the news or things that we've published to help communicate that with people. And there's my contact information, but I do want to talk a little bit. I was talking a little bit about energy density and the land requirements. So we did a research on what the Green New Deal would cost to the state of Texas. Excuse me. And for the state of Texas to go 100% renewable, you need an additional 5 million acres of land. I know some of you are in Harris County. I think that's 5 Harris counties for wind and solar and battery generation and battery technology that doesn't exist today. If you took all of the battery power that's installed on Earth today, the battery storage that's available on Earth today, we did this for San Antonio, you'd keep the lights on in San Antonio for less than 2 hours. In the United States, I think it's less than 15 seconds. All the battery storage on Earth today. I think Mark Mills recently did a video with PragerU that says that the Tesla Gigafactory would have to make batteries for 500 years before you'd have enough to meet today's demand. But that 5 million acres of land just for wind and solar, it's an additional 1.2 million acres of transmission. And here in the Hill Country, we've been, Kinder Morgan's been building the Permian Highway pipeline to move natural gas from the Permian to out near neck of the woods to Katy. There's a connection in Katy. It's a 430-mile pipeline. It's been somewhat controversial in the Hill Country because of misinformation, and quite honestly, the alarmists have been raising a lot of alarms over this. They talk about, they lie about explosions and how unsafe they are, and it's just laughable. But in comparison, that 430-mile pipeline that's 50 feet wide is 2,606 acres. We're going to need 1.2 million acres of transmission for the Green New Deal just in the state of Texas. So you need to be concerned because some of these municipal utility districts or special utility districts or just utilities have eminent domain authority and can go outside of their jurisdictional boundaries to seize and use eminent domain on land to put up power lines, to put up windmills, to put up solar panels. And to me, that's really quite scary when you think about it, and something that we're going to look at here in the next legislative session to try to stop. Another big concern that we have that we're going to deal with next session is ERCOT. We've talked a little bit about ERCOT here, I know, with Wayne and talking about their forecasting. I wrote a piece, ERCOT's phantom reserve margins. They in 2016, they predicted that the 2019 reserve margin would be right at about 20%. Instead, the actual margin was under 9%. So they were way off by the tune of over 50%. And that reserve margin is when demand gets high, it's how much extra electricity you can get from natural gas generation, coal generation, and really ramp up and meet demand. Last summer, they had reserves dipping below 2%. And it's because they use these margins. Well, there's 100 megawatts of wind power, so they add a calculation. It's about 40 to 50% of what that wind power can produce. Well, you and I know that the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. And so they're not always produce that. And that's what California was experiencing this month, last month, and August. They're producing less than 3% of wind or renewable, if you will, and they're having to export a lot of electricity from other states and from Canada. Over 30%. They're having to, import electricity to meet their needs. And well, unfortunately, they couldn't meet their needs because they were having to shut down up to 450,000 people at a time for a 2-hour period. So it's a big issue in Texas. If we don't have, of all places, affordable and reliable electricity, we're going to lose out big time to other states that aren't implementing these Green New Deals and these Paris Climate Accords. But when you have the city of San Antonio committed to signing on to the Paris Climate Accord and going carbon free, they're going to shut down a lot of their electric generation. And a lot of that electric generation provides electricity to the grid. Last year, they sold over $130 million of electricity to the grid to the benefit of CPS Energy and benefit of the city of San Antonio and those citizens. But that will not be the case much longer. And the CPS Energy is raising the alarm bells, as they should be, but unfortunately, they're controlled by the city limit. And so it could be a national security issue because of the bases that are in San Antonio. They're some of the largest customers of CPS Energy. Those bases don't care what the emissions impact and whether or not they're carbon dioxide free generated electricity. If they don't have electricity, they're going to put diesel generators all over that base to make sure they can power their operations. They're going to build their own power plants to make sure they can power those operations. And so it's appalling what's happening in some of these leftist cities. And we're going to try to rein it in a little bit next legislative session. In 2015, the legislature passed House Bill 40, which emphasized that the Railroad Commission is the sole regulatory agency over the production of oil and gas in the state of Texas. We would like to see similar legislation to say that the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality is, along with the EPA, are the only agencies that can regulate and greenhouse gas emissions, because you've got cities that are trying to do it. The city of Austin's proposing to ban natural gas. The city of Dallas is right behind them. So if you want to build a new building, no natural gas. If you want to remodel your home, you've got to take out all your natural gas appliances and go 100% electric. Just the absurdity that we're dealing with and we're fighting. And I think we're having some success. So Michael Moore coming out with his Planet of the Humans earlier this year. I think the pendulum may be slowly starting to swing back into the side of common sense, maybe. He's still really Malthusian and thinks that humans are the problems and thinks that we're overpopulated when we're producing enough food to feed over 10 billion people, and there's around 8 on the planet now. But Michael Schellenberger is an environmental activist, comes out with a book, and Bjorn Lomborg, another environmental activist. These are leftists that are coming out and saying, this is really not a catastrophe. It's not a crisis. It's not an apocalypse. We got to stop scaring kids and really, in our opinion, use American and Texas leadership and export that leadership around the world. Those are just some of the things that I wanted to talk about. And so I'll open it up to questions now. And let me see if I can click on the chat here and see if there's anything in there for me. But I welcome comments, feedbacks, questions, you name it.
Jason, thank you very much.
Justin,
okay, guys.
Just a great job.
Thank you.
I think,
Jason,
is it possible to
Jason,
get
you did.
slides?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share the presentation and share our slides with you.
Bob Bond.
Yeah.
Bob Bond. This is Joe DeLeo.
Yes. Jason, any indication of the export of people from escaping from California and other states into Texas affecting what your concerns are?
Yeah, some of the high profile people, certainly. It's interesting to know, I work here at the Texas Public Policy Foundation with Chuck DeVore. Chuck DeVore was a former legislator from California, assemblyman as they refer to themselves, their assembly. He's term limited there and ran for the US Senate and lost, I think, to Dianne Feinstein. But it's interesting because Chuck likes to look at the research, and there was some polling that was done and really research on people that voted for Ted Cruz last election. And it seemed to be that if it were not from people outside of the state of Texas, Ted Cruz would not have been reelected. That Texans, native-born Texans, overwhelmingly supported Beto over Ted Cruz. Which is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. So at some point, I guess we've got to be fortunate that the right people are moving here. And when I meet people here from California or from other states, I always say, welcome to Texas, vote accordingly. And that research shows that they did in 2018. But I don't know if that's happening in the case where they're moving into cities like Austin. Gosh, and we've looked at the money trails. Bloomberg has 3 people that are working full time in the city of San Antonio. The city of San Antonio is paying Bloomberg staff to help them develop and write their climate action and adaptation plan, which is really nothing more than a carbon reduction action plan with a much more fitting acronym. It's interesting because the city of Austin used that acronym, their climate resilient action plan, with an acronym that I joked about calling it a carbon reduction action plan and being crap, because that's exactly what it is. But you've got these groups that are funding people in city limits. Wayne and I would get eaten alive if we had someone from the Texas Oil and Gas Association that was a donated employee that worked full time with us. I mean, we would just get destroyed, but it's happening in cities. And we've got to put a stop to it. We've got to have some legislation to stop outside groups from being able to fund employees in city government.
Jason, we have a number of questions, but what we need to do is provide links to all the data. You've got great studies, great information. I think some links to some of your slides would be helpful so people can go back and see the real data, but we'll follow up with that.
Great. Yeah, I'm happy to email the presentation over. I'll print it as a PDF and send it over. And I just really encourage everybody to look at our website, lifepower.org, and subscribe to our fax-powered email. I think you can do that from our website. Again, we don't inundate you with emails. We send once a week on Thursdays. It's 2 topics. I assure the people that are on this presentation and this meeting will be interested in those 2 topics that we're covering, but it's a lot about how to message, because that's where we're losing. We've got groups that are, I call them carbon capitulators. Like, oh, we've got to provide incentives for carbon capture and, storage and utilization. And now I think just last week or 2 weeks ago, the Business Roundtable in DC has endorsed a carbon pricing policy, and the chairman or CEO of Walmart is the chairman of that organization. And Walmart's pledged to go zero carbon by 2035. So I guess that means they're going to be like Shell and BP and get out of their business and just shut down. But again, those are really pro-China carbon pricing policies, and incentives are the same thing. We've just really got to put a stop to it and get some people to stand up and have a little bit more spine.
Hi, this is Greg Goodnight. Randy and I have done some looking at the power grid in August, and there were several days where we blow 3% reserve capacity. If you break that down, wind is really interesting, because at 1 o'clock in the morning, when you don't need the electricity, you're running about 50% of rated capacity. And 3 in the afternoon, when you do need the capacity, it's 10 gigawatts lower, running at about 20% of rated capacity. And what this is doing is swinging the coal and the on-demand gas and all that. So it's a sort of a ridiculous situation now, but it's going to get worse with all the wind additions that are going to be added in the next 2 years. when this question came up a few weeks ago, I thought, Texas is not like California. We're very sane in Texas, but quite honestly, we're heading towards the same cliff. And friends of mine that know the situation say that part of the problem is in the PUCs, the way they don't price in reserve capacity, or they don't give credit for reserve capacity, where actually when you put in wind capacity, you should have backup power. And what's happening is the backup power is going to zero, wind's going up, and we're going to be California in about 2 years the way we're looking at it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's one of our legislative priorities, is to require renewable energy. We refer to it as unreliables. If it's unreliable, non-dispatchable, you've got to have backup. You've got to be able to meet a certain percent. So if you're building and getting an incentive for 100 megawatts of wind, then you've got to be able to produce 60 to 80 megawatts on demand. And what this will force them to do is partner with natural gas generators or coal-fired generators to have that backup and availability ready, because we get in these emergency situations. And I've toured a steel manufacturing facility down in Seguin, and it was a hot August when we went and toured it. But he said when we get an emergency situation on the grids, they're forced to shut down. They're contractually obligated to shut down their consumption, and then they get paid for it. So the ratepayer is paying for someone to get off of using electricity, and we're paying for the electricity that we're using. But what we don't take into consideration is the hourly employees that are at the steel manufacturing facility that are all of a sudden, hey guys, we're in an emergency situation because ERCOT and the PUC can't do their job. So everybody has to go home and sorry, you're not getting paid. I mean, that's just hurtful to families. And it's not good for business. It's not good for productivity. We should have more than enough electricity. But when you're competing with heavily subsidized wind that at some point in time goes below zero, where you're actually paying customers to take your product, why would you compete? If I had a taco stand and the taco stand next door paid people to take their tacos, you think I'm going to make any money and survive? And no, I would never build a taco stand. And to put it in that simple terms, that's what's happening. People aren't building new natural gas fired generated plants. They're not building new coal fired plants using great American low sulfur coal. It's going to put us in jeopardy. I mean, you look at Venezuela, what happens with Venezuela when they lose power, they don't have backup generators. Over 50 people die in their hospital in a matter of hours. People that were having gunshot wounds because of the unrest in Venezuela are getting their limbs amputated because they can't perform surgery. And it's like, I don't California, my Texas should be the thing. It's important, and we need people like y'all speaking up and letting people know that we've got to stop the incentives. Oil and gas pays an oil and gas severance production tax to the state of Texas. It's a huge economic, boon to the state of Texas. Wind and solar, which are taking oil and gas production away, shouldn't they pay a tax too for producing energy in the state of Texas? No, we give them our tax dollars instead and increase our tax burdens.
Good. Let me mention one thing. You're talking about a bunch of legislative initiatives come next January or so. Look, if you can, you kind of think about a little program where you can get your trench troops to mount up, count me in, let us know.
Great.
You need to be brief, and we'll do what we can, member by member, with a sledgehammer if necessary. But anyhow, any other questions? Let's see. We have, yeah. Somebody wants to have a fossil fuel-free electricity day in Austin, if not Texas.
I challenge a lot of the people on the left that just blow me up, and I say, you go fossil free for 30 days. I'll come to your funeral in about 2 weeks, but you do it for 30 days. And I mean, your cell phone, your computer, the food, the medicine, and they're like, wait, what? What?
Yeah.
And they have no idea. That's why, and not surprising, that's why a lot of people on the left won't debate. They won't talk about these issues. And that's part of the case. I see Larry Gould's got a question, but he's on mute. So, Larry, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah. Larry?
I saw you waving, but
Yeah,
I've done the same thing myself with a mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I have a question about your PM 2.5 slide. By the way, I love your presentation. it gave me lots more information that I didn't know, which is always useful and helpful. The PM 2.5 is a kind of a tricky issue, particularly in California, because there have been claims against PM 2.5. For the people who don't know, that means particulate matter of 2.5 microns. And supposedly it's emitted in diesel fuels. So there's been an attack on the diesel fuel industry, and the claims have been that it's caused deaths. And there's no evidence for it, as gone into great detail by Jim Enstrom and Steve Malloy. So I don't remember just what your slide showed, because it started out high and then it went down low, but I don't remember whether that means that PM 2.5 is dangerous or not. So that's why I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, no, and we have written against it, increasing the standards, I guess, making the standards more difficult and more regulations. We've written against that, and then we've also this loss of life that the EPA claims their standards are. It's funny, they say, this emission is going to cause someone to live 6 months, a shorter lifespan. And then they calculate that as to mean, so many lives are lost every year because of pollution. That's what the leftists use. And so when you really talk to them about this, and you can explain the math and the way that their calculations are done, they're as trusty as any other UN model, whether it's COVID or whether it's climate change. They're laughable at best, but yeah, we've written extensively on that. It's something I don't talk too much about to groups, because you start to get what we refer to as wonky. But to have that resource available when you do have a legislator or a staffer or somebody that really wants to get into the weeds and understand this, so that they can be prepared for a potential debate on the House floor or the Senate floor, that's when we start to really share that information. But we've got research that backs up that PM 2.5 is safe. We've got this, we're one of the largest countries in the world with the safest air in the world, and that's what we should be achieving for. And CO2 emissions, we calculate we've recreated. We basically use the same model that the UN IPCC uses on their CO2 emissions. And if you eliminate all U.S. CO2 emissions by 2030, it's less than 0.2 of a degree difference by 2100. Using those models. But do we want to decimate the economy? The cost of electricity in Texas per family to go to the Green New Deal would go from about an average of $1,000 a year to over $3,000 per year per family. And that's not reliable electricity. That's just the cost of electricity that you're going to be able to get when you get it. So it's just some of the information that we provide. But yeah, our air is safe, and we don't agree with the notion that PM 2.5 kills so many lives every year. There's no mortality records anywhere of showing people dying of PM 2.5. It just doesn't exist. That's why I was like, can you show me the death records?
Any other questions out there? Well, I've got one. You talked about San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston is a problem because they have their own Green New Deal plan. We have a big problem. So what other major urban areas are in the same category? So we got to figure out how to help you with ground troops.
Yeah, so there's 6 cities in Texas that have signed on to meet the terms of the Paris Climate Agreement, and this is a Bloomberg-funded initiative. And there's over 400 in the U.S. that have signed on to go carbon-free. In Texas, it's Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin. San Marcos, which is one of the cities I used to represent in the legislature, and Smithville, of all places, where hope won't float for long because they won't be able to keep the lights on. But that's where the movie Hope Floats was filmed, and that's kind of the billboard, I think, when you drive by Smithville. But those are the 6 cities in Texas. And ironically, Georgetown's not even on there. They haven't signed on to there, but I'm sure some of you are familiar with Georgetown and what happened there. They wanted to go 100% renewable, and they wound up going about 300% renewable and couldn't sell the other 200% on the open market. And within a matter of years, their utility went from making money and putting money into the city budget to the city having to subsidize the utility to the tune of $30 million. It was a terrible investment in green bling that did not pay off for the city of Georgetown or the residents. There's some of the highest electricity rates in Central Texas in Georgetown because of mismanagement.
Yeah. Well, let me give you a little promotion. They have great seminars. They had a panel on this Georgetown debacle. I guess we had your Bill Peacock, Lisa Lanose, then that idiot, the mayor of Georgetown. He couldn't defend himself,
Who's
but
not running for re-election, by the way.
I understand that.
Not surprisingly.
Sooner or later, it catches up to you. But anyhow, they have great programs, and we'll give you all the information. But everybody ought to sign on for free, life powered, and those little blurbs that come out. They're brief, to the point, well researched, and he's figured this thing out. People can only remember threes. He only gives you two, so you don't have to worry about the third one. So you get small doses, very effective. But Jason, thanks very much for sharing your Saturday.
My pleasure.
Yep, it was great, and it was great to have you as a bookend to Wayne, because between the two of you, maybe you can save Texas from the Green New Deal.
Oh, let's hope so. We're trying.
Thank you again.
All right, thanks so much. Appreciate y'all. Have a great weekend. Look forward to working with you.
Unfortunately, I'm hearing an echo, which is not too good, but I can do the best I can. By the way, the title is "Will the Real Sea Level Please Rise?" Well, guess what? Take a look at that picture. Is the sea level? Not at all. So here are the sources of sea level rise. Not necessarily in order of importance. I could be talking about each of these. Model magic, thermal expansion, how we measure things, and worst computational errors. And then land-based ice melt additions, which I'm going to have to sacrifice because I wanted to show that movie. So let's take a look at suppositional model magic. But here's claims beyond belief, number one. Now, Arthur Gordon MacDonald testified to Congress since 1979, and then on the steps of the Capitol, predicted sea level by the year 2020. This was published all over the country in Discovery magazine. Guess what? It didn't even get to the laces of his shoes. This is 2020, by the way. So that's one wrong prediction. And let's look at what James Hansen did. He testified in 1988 that we were going to get 5 meters, 16 feet of sea level rise by the end of the century, by the end of 2100. He saw pretty quickly that that wasn't going to happen. So then he changed his tune. He said, oh yeah, we're still going to get to 5 meters. However, we're going to double it every 10 years exponentially. You notice by the time 2060 runs around, he's long gone. His prediction will, quote, not be disproved. And yet he still says we're going to be heading up 16 feet by the year 2100. Well, one of the world's greatest oceanographers, Niels Axel Murner, studied what Hansen did. And like Hal Dwarin, our former chairman, he put a maximum possible limit. Hal did it for CO2. Murner did it for sea level. And he said the maximum possible, if the rate of ice melting and thermal expansion all come together, it cannot be more than 10 millimeters a year. Now, if you notice, look really close at the bottom of this slide. You see that red dot? That's where I'm predicting sea level really will be. That is the 50% probability of sea level either being higher or lower than that red dot. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about oceanic thermal expansion. Now we all know that the upper layers of the ocean expand when heated by the sun. And I'm going to talk about this giant flying boxcar that the Europeans put up. It's called Envisat. About 18,000 pounds, largest satellite ever put in orbit. And by the way, they never reach above 480 miles. They're low Earth orbit. And that allows some accurate sea level measurement. Here's Envisat in the laboratory before it was launched. And this is how it actually calculates the sea level. And it uses the geoid, the ranging radars, and actually achieves sub-millimeter resolution. Let me show you what that looks like. You notice there is a 2 centimeter, not millimeter, difference in sea level rise on an annual basis around the world. Now you notice in the middle of each year, between 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, in the middle of the year, sea level actually drops. In the winter months, it peaks. Now, why does that happen? Again, we have sub-millimeter resolution. This is damn accurate. This is the winter view of Earth. It's all ocean from the satellite. So the sun shines on the Earth. You notice the ocean is dark. The ocean absorbs that solar energy. And yes, thermal expansion heats up the upper layers of the ocean, and that's where you get that 2 centimeter difference. Now let's look at this. We have, Earth is one ocean, but we're measuring it in different ways. And I'm going to talk about how we are able to do that. This is GPS. It's actually what I call CGPS, which is co-located GPS. What you do is you take a GPS station and you match it and link it to a tide gauge. And this is the OD Newland. It's near Cornwall in England. And ODN, Ordnance Datum Point Newland, is the datum for the entire British Isles, co-located GPS. So the GPS measures subsidence at Cornwall at 0.7 millimeters a year. The sea level rise recorded there, according to the graphic, is 1.8 millimeters. The net rise in a validated, measured GPS located tide gauge is 1.1 millimeter a year. Now, by the way, in that graphic, you see a green line showing CO2 increasing. Well, guess what? The sea level at Newland in the UK has been linear for 100 years, and trust me, it's going to keep going that way. Now, GPS works on the west coast of the United States. You notice Alaska is experiencing uplift. You can look at the color coding on the graphics. While the California side, due to Pacific subduction, is actually slightly sinking. Right in the middle, in between the West Coast subduction and the Alaskan uplift, is Prince Rupert, British Columbia. They too have a co-located GPS that's been there for over 10 years. And we can verify and validate sea level rise because of that. So here we have Prince Rupert, British Columbia. They have a subsidence of 0.07 millimeters a year. They're recording 1.17 millimeters a year. What's the next rise? 1.1. And again, superimposed is the CO2, but the trend is decidedly linear. It's a drop, by the way, in 2011 to 10. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Take a look. This is all over the world. This is not every tide gauge, but my goodness, if I expand this, it doesn't make a difference. They are all linear, straight line change. Some are going down, some are going up, depending on local tectonics. Now, this is Slipshaven, Denmark. Slipshaven, Denmark is also in Europe, and it also is between the Great Norwegian uplift and the Low Countries sinking. But in that area, it's 1.03 millimeter rise a year, straight line, linear. Next slide, please. CO2 does not affect it. So I ask, is CO2 a major driver of the coastal sea level rise? It may drive the IPCC's models, but it plays no role in worldwide coastal sea level rise as measured by tide gauges. So the IPCC is saying, hey, this is what's going to be happening with sea level rise. And you'll notice, by the way, in the current US National Climate Assessment, this rise starts in 1992. Remember that date because we're going to be talking about it later. And these are all off the wall, off the charts. Sea level by the tide gauges is still linear, hasn't changed, and yet they're talking about 8 feet of rise by the end of the century. This is a chart from the Netherlands. It's in Dutch, but it also starts in 1992, and they're also projecting a rapid sea level rise along the Dutch coast. Guess what? It's not going to happen. This is a mantra at NASA. You measure the measurements, you measure, you calibrate them, you validate them, and I left one term here, you verify them. And we're going to be talking about verification later on. My NASA colleagues are all familiar with "In God We Trust, all others bring data." Well, I'm bringing you data. This is a history of sea level rise. Now, by the way, the sea levels measured on these charts are verified and validated through geological evidence, not models. And you can see the whole list of places in the world where we've measured them. We've had 140 meters of sea level rise since 2,000 years ago. You notice most of the rise took place during a 7,000-year period. That's an incredible rise in 7,000 years. And then it levels off. The chart on the right shows you where it levels off to. During that 7,000-year period, there was a meltwater pulse. It basically dumped out the giant Lake Bonneville and dumped it into the Snake River once an ice dam broke. Lake Agassiz followed too. And by the way, I want you to look at these rocks. These are photographs I took along the Snake. And by the way, on the left rock there, you see some petroglyphs. We can date these rocks very accurately. When Lake Bonneville dumped out thousands, no, tens of thousands of these round rocks rumbled down the Snake River. That's some of the petroglyphs on the rocks. There you see hundreds of rocks here. Along the Snake, there are tens of thousands of these. When that giant lake emptied out, rolled these rocks down the river, and a Snake went all the way into the Columbia and out to the Pacific. This is a huge, giant meltwater event. Here we go, back to all that 7,000. You can see where that meltwater pulse is. Maybe I can show it in my cursor right here. How you like that? Okay. Jim Hansen is telling you that in 80 years, we're going up 16 feet. And this trend line, by the way, represents a satellite trend line. I'm going to talk about that later on. We have to invent new laws of physics to add those 5 meters in the next 80 years, when over 7,000 years, we had very little rise. This is a tide gauge. This one happens to be out in Fort Point, New Hampshire. It's anchored to the bedrock. There's a monitoring station. Tides vary a lot in Portsmouth. Tide gauge is very accurate. But there's a bias in tide gauges. Why? People put tide gauges where they believe that the sea is rising, which means the land is falling. So if you average all the tide gauges, it's going to look like sea level is really going up. But it's not. You have to look at the individual ones, and especially the ones that are in tectonically inert areas. These are Europe tide gauges. They have all have 80 years or more records. Lots of them are in the area of transition here. Holland sinking, Norway rising, Denmark right in the middle. This is what isostasy is all about. You put 2 or 3 miles of ice on top of land, it pushes down the land into the asthenosphere. On the edges, you have what are called a forebulge. That's the current day Netherlands. These are tectonics in the Baltics. The highest rise 800 meters in central Norway. Down here in Holland, the Netherlands, sea level is rising 170, which means the land is sinking. Right in here is the tectonically inert zone. This is a close-up of that tectonically inert. Here is a zero line, and what we want to do is look at the sea level on that zero line. And this is Slipshaven, Denmark. It's, again, totally linear. CO2 going up, 1.02 millimeters a year, over 100 years of record. No sign of acceleration. Now, there are some places in the world where NOAA is declaring sea level is rising like crazy. Well, Seward, Alaska is one of them. The red line shows the sea level rise line claimed by NOAA. And it's quite huge. But this is not true. What happened in Seward is in '64, they had an earthquake. Seward dropped. Sea level before was slightly falling. Sea level after the earthquake, right here, is also falling. The trend in sea level is still falling, mainly because it's in Alaska, where Alaska's land is rising. And it's still linear. There is no upward trend in Seward, Alaska. Oh, by the way, I contributed to a paper that was published in 2019 that I co-authored with Nils Axel Murner and Albert Parker, where I go into real detail about the Seward, Alaska earthquake and the effect on sea level rise. I'm going to send a link to it to Jim Peacock, and if you guys want to download the paper, it's published in an oceanographic journal. So let's go to the next one. This is computational errors. The Americans put up the Topex, Poseidon, Jason satellites with France. And we're doing it for medium orbit. That's 800 miles up. It's higher than NVSat. So it's not that accurate. This is what you're still looking at linear sea level rise, but the rate is way higher as measured by these satellites. The latest, still linear, big drop in 2010, which validates some of the other slides. This is Prince Rupert, BC. You see the difference between the satellite readings from Topex, Poseidon and the real readings by tide gauge. This is the resolution issues. Topex, Poseidon does not have a sufficient resolution to measure at the 1 millimeter level. It has 2 orders of magnitude, almost 3. They can't do it. Why do they use 2 radars? It turns out that the C-band, which has an even lower resolution, is very good for penetrating clouds. Roy Spencer supposedly posited that the clouds are a problem. He's correct. This is the problem. Clouds are filled with little ball lenses. A ball lens reflects 5% of the incoming light, transmits 95%. So you see, as that attenuation goes down to the cloud, the bottom gets really dark. The problem with the satellites is they have 2 radars, but only 1 antenna, and they have to pick which one. So when they're flying over clouds, like over here in the Central Pacific, they have to switch to the larger, low-resolution waveband in order to get a good, accurate reading. I'm going to skip the GIA because there's some detail here, but I'll hand looking questions if there are any. Now, here's the big slide. What happened in 1992 that forever changed the direction of sea level rise as reported by that satellite? Did we get hit by an asteroid? Did we change our orbit? None of that happened, and yet the sea level rate changed. And by the way, that little red arrow there, that's where the real sea level ended up. This is an IBM 340 mainframe. It's the kind of computer that I worked on at NASA. what you do, these mainframe computers could do one thing really well. They could add. So when you made a subroutine in machine language, you basically forced it to add, and add. So you take the sum of the C band and the KU band, you add it to itself 5 times. Again, adding. You shift the decimal one place left, and you have effectively multiplied the sum by 5 and divided it by 10, which is really dividing it by 2. And it's precise, not subject to error. However, they use a higher level language at the University of Colorado to analyze these radars. They added them together, but they forgot to divide by 2. Or they put the number 2 in a register, overrode it by a 1, and then declared that as being the average. You have 2.9 millimeters a year reported by the satellites. You've doubled the radar, not averaged it. You knock out GIA by 3 millimeters, and you get exactly the same worldwide sea level rating, 1.15 millimeters a year. And that takes you to the red arrow that you see on the right. This is the real sea level, not what you see reported here, because this is a computational error, and the University of Colorado should be penalized for it. This is the slide you need to remember. Science is not complete when you thankfully achieve the result you were expecting, and they were expecting sea level to go up. You have to measure, calibrate, verify, and most important, validate it to other measures that we know are hard, solid data. They did not do that. Next slide, please.
The attribution of sea level rise, what percentage of that is thermal expansion since the end of the Little Ice Age, and what percentage is, say, melting of the ice caps or some other source?
Well, the fact is, if you look at the last graphic of sea level rise, that is the exact sum total of all the thermal expansion, all the ice melt, and any other change we have in sea level rise. And it is linear, it is unchanging.
Yes, I'm not questioning that. I'm just asking can you explain the sea level rise to be predominantly due to thermal expansion, due to the warming of the oceans since the Little Ice Age ended?
No, it's actually more land ice melt slowly adding to the oceans, but the ice melt is melting at a very linear rate. Greenland is increasing its interior ice depth, and it's decreasing the edges where they're spilling into the sea, but it is linear. The same is true as Antarctica, but Antarctica actually has a net increase in balance, as demonstrated in the Zwally paper.
Okay. So the sea level rise doesn't support the hypothesis of net melting of the ice caps at an accelerating rate right now.
Now, keep in mind, the floating ice in the north, in the Arctic, is not going to raise sea level at all because it's already displacing all the water that it does. And it melts and refreezes annually with no real effect on sea level.
That's basic physics. Tom, thank you very much for taking time. Joel? I'm going to introduce Joe DeLeo. Joe is a co-founder of the Weather Channel in 1982. He was responsible for hiring and firing and directing the initial staff. He's a certified consultant meteorologist. That's what the CCM stands for. It took me a long time to remember what that meant. He established a very successful program at Linden State College in Vermont. He's also the department chair. He's a partner in WSI Corporation, but he focused on product development, especially including modeling for climate attribution, a key issue. He's authored a resource guide on El Nino and La Nina. He's been active with me and others in terms of the EPA embankment finding. A lot of his science is actually on file before EPA and in lawsuits. So he's been there. He joined with Joe Bastardi to co-found the Weather Bell Analytics. So he's a co-chief meteorologist there. He's chaired the AMS Committee on Weather Forecasting and Analytics. He was the first private sector meteorologist elected by his peers as a counselor for the AMS. And then the AMS has gone rogue on us, I guess. But he graduated from the University of Wisconsin with both a BS and MS meteorology. He is ABD in atmospheric chemistry at NYU. He's been awarded an honorary PhD for starting one of America's foremost programs at a university. Joe, you're on. Thank you.
One of the commonalities of all the models and the greenhouse models is what we call the tropical hotspot that is found in the upper atmosphere in the tropics. And it's in an area where the trade winds come together and the air rises and thunderstorms form and release sensible latent heat. And that's where the greenhouse models say that carbon dioxide and water vapor trap the heat. So let's see if that really does take place. If you look at an average of temperatures in that hotspot region for a number of the models, going back to 1979, it's as flat as can be. So there's, yes, the warming is taking place where there is convection in the tropics, but it's not accumulating. It's not being trapped there. And you can see in the ocean too, beneath, you would expect the oceans to be warming there. And yes, they warm and cool with El Niños and La Niñas, but when you look at the full transit across the Pacific, there's no trend since 1979. Now, the models you see are failing miserably. They overstate the warming in this tropical area by a factor of 3. And you can see that compared to balloon, satellite, and US reanalysis data. There's one model that gets it right, the Russian, but they downplay greenhouse and they also include solar. The other models don't do much with that. Okay. John Christie shows this slide that shows what the greenhouse model does in the tropics. Greenhouse models in red shows that tremendous warming that takes place up between 25 and 50,000 feet. If you take the greenhouse effect out of the models, the blue curves apply. And what's the reality? The reality is the gray areas. And that falls entirely within the non-greenhouse models. And the greenhouse models are much too warm. Okay. So one of the things that most people think is that we've been tracking temperatures since the 1800s. No, we haven't. Would you believe we didn't start doing temperature trends on a regular basis until 1989 to 1992? In fact, the first attempt to look at trends and look at data was done by the National Academy back in around 1970, early 70s. And they found a 2-degree warming from the 1880s to 1940, and then a cooling that was 1 degree, and it continued into the late 70s, almost completely reversing that original warming. The area why they focused on the Northern Hemisphere is, you can see there's virtually no data in the Southern Hemisphere, certainly not in the oceans, and the land masses were mainly the United States and Europe with data. And this is what the data showed. Hansen talked about this. This is the first US data set. US had the best data, right? So Tom Carl pulled together the data from the stations, 1,200 stations since 1980, and it showed a sine wave type of warming, of change with warming peaking around the late 30s to around 1940, a cooling like we saw, and then a warming again. But Hansen said, when asked about why the warming was not as great in the United States data, that we were only 2% of the world, and really the rest of the world was warming. But in the New York Times in 1989, when Carl's first data set came out, said the US data fails to show warming trend. And one of the things that Tom Carl did right when he did that is he included the urban heat island. He adjusted the stations that were city. Now, I used to teach this in my climate courses, my microclimate courses, because the cities are warmer than the suburbs. They hold the heat at night, at least. During the day, it's pretty uniform. But here's London at the bottom. It can be 5 degrees Celsius or 9 or 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer at night in the city than in the suburban areas. And even the EPA admits that. And Edward Long of NASA showed in 2010, he compared the rural data with the urban data, and you see the trend, the warming in recent decades has been mainly in the urban data, a slight warming in the rural areas, but that sine wave existed. Now, when I look back at the original data and carried it over to about 2010 and looked at it compared to CO2, they both went in the same direction. They were positively correlated 40% of the time. Now, if you're successful 40% of the time in baseball as a hitter, right? You bat 400, you go to the Hall of Fame. In weather, climate, and economic forecasting or commodity trading, you got to find another job. So what did NOAA do? NOAA removed the urban heat island adjustment and made a change to the data. And this is an animation that Tony Heller shows. And suddenly 2000 became warmer than the 1930 peak. And my friend Tom Weissmuller up in Maine, I did a presentation up there in 2011, downloaded this data. This is the main temperature data from NOAA and CEP. And you see there was no trend in Maine in 2011 when I did it. Actually, it was minus 0.01 per decade degrees Fahrenheit. When I went back to do a reprise of that presentation and downloaded the data 2 years later, they had cooled off the past, and the trend had increased to 2.3 degrees Fahrenheit per century, the highest in the country. And the Portland Press Herald did a story, Maine's warming faster than any other state in the country. Global warming is real. Instead of adjusting the models to fit the data, they adjust the data to fit their models. And by the way, that cycle that they showed originally fits nicely to the ocean cycles and the solar cycles in my attribution research over the years. Okay, global temperatures. We focused on US data. This is the number of stations that are used in the database going back to 1820. Well, even in 1880, there were only 26 stations in the data. We're 23,000 right now. So not a lot of data to compare. And this is what we're showing here. Not a lot of data in the long-term temperature record. Now, short-term, it's different, but long-term, going back in time to determine long-term trends. When Hansen NOAA got together and Hadley and started making the changes to make the data fit the models instead of trying to figure out why their models were so wrong. And you see what they did is in the adjustments, each revision pushed the old data down further and further to increase the warming. And they increased the warming as they allowed urban heat to run wild in more recent times. So remember that 2-degree rise and the 2-degree fall that they determined by the National Academy in 1970s, it's gone, basically. It's flat. There's no warming trend. And look at, even in areas where they had data, they took the data and adjusted it. This is Reykjavik in Iceland, showing the warmth of 1940 and the ice melting, and then the cooling. See what they did? They cooled off the past. And even though the ice was melting, they had it cold in that time period. When the Iceland Weather Service was asked which is their real data, they said, well, the one on the left is our data. That's what we use. Stations are also an issue. Look at the, this is a map of the number of missing months by continent, by continent. You see, as much as 80 or 90% of the stations are missing months. Even North America, North and Central America, it's as much as 50% now. The bottom right is an example from Asia of a station, and the red are missing months. How do you get an average annual temperature when you're missing 3, 4, 5 months, right? It's a little bit like trying to figure out who won a ball game when you know only what happened in the 3rd, 4th, and 7th inning, right? Good luck getting it right. And here's an example. Tony Heller shows this for 2018 September. The actual data they start with is on the top, and there's no data over the Middle East, and that's before they add the ocean in. But a lot of the continents are missing data. When they put their models or algorithms to work to fill in the holes, look what happens at the bottom. It's red everywhere, and in fact, it's record hot in areas where they had no data to begin with. Now, the globe is 71% ocean, and we've changed from measuring with buckets to ship intakes to water's taken in to cool the engine. There's thermometers in that. Satellites after the 1970s, and then finally in 2000, the Argo buoys were employed, and you see the full global coverage for the first time. Well, at this, in about the same time, we went into a pause after 1997 that lasted till 2013. And for a while they ignored it, but then they had to say something. So even Kevin Trenberth acknowledged it, did a paper about it, and said, well, the El Nino and ocean cycles can have an effect on a short to medium term. And the AMS in 2015 had 3 panels to address it. But they made it go away in 2015. They made the pause go away. Wigley had suggested in one of the ClimateGate emails that, the oceans have an opportunity. We could adjust it by 0.15 degrees Celsius. Nobody would know it and would agree better with our models. So in 2015, just before the Paris Climate Accord was to be signed, John Bates, a former data quality who retired, said Tom Carl took good data from the buoys, and those buoys were designed to accurately measure temperature and heat content in the ocean, and adjusted it for the ship intake. They had to find a reason to get the pause to end. And so they adjusted all those Argo buoys, and you can see what happened. This is Holly Humlum's Climate for You at the bottom. The raw Argo was showing up and down with El Ninos and La Ninas, and then the adjusted data shows a resumption of the warming. Okay, let's get to the extremes, because this is all a predicate to, it's supposed to be this global warming is kicking off all this bad, weather for affecting people. The heat waves, for example, is supposedly rising. Well, when you look at the state record highs, the big decade was the 1930s, 22. 37 of the record highs were set before 1960s. The last 2 decades have been benign or in terms of effect, in terms of records. John Christie shows this. This is the record high temperatures for 804 stations that have 100 years of record. You can see the trend is down, not up. the 10 top years were all before 1955. 90-degree days have gone down. 105-degree days have declined. Even the EPA's heat wave index shows the mountain was back in the 1930s. Well, NOAA had to finesse that. The reason they can't adjust their heat records is everybody's got it. Every TV station's got heat records for the date, okay? If they went around and changed all the past records, people would say, now what's going on here? So they didn't. They came up with a new trick. They created a ratio of record highs to record lows. Now, both are decreasing, but because of urban heat island, record lows are decreasing faster. So when you do the ratio, it makes it look like we're warming up. And all we're doing is not warming up during the day, but we're warming up at night. There's fewer records. Globally, look at the old temperature heat records were set in earlier decades. And well, Tom Peterson, who ran the U.S. data set, went over to the WMO at about the time when Obama left office, and he became part of the extremes committee over there. And he's making this go away. He's he's found a temperature at the tip of the Antarctic Peninsula that has a new record high, and he's found one or two in Arabia that may have just beat out that 129. He's going to do his best to, confirm the theory. In terms of tornadoes, the trend is down. Now, 55.9 per year from 54 to 1985, it dropped to 33.8 after that. Now, it actually is counterintuitive, but it's during colder eras that you get more tornadoes, Tom will tell you. And in warm periods, less tornadoes. And the actual spikes that you see in recent years, like 2008 and 11 and 1999, were during the La Nina years, which were years with contrast. And it's contrast that produces it. You see, Storm Prediction Center shows it right when you have La Ninas and you have cold air in the central part of the country, you have this contrast zone. On the right, you get above normal number of tornadoes. On the left, when you have El Ninos and the contrast is weak, you have below normal tornadoes. A good example of that, look at May of 2018. Warm everywhere, right? If heat was causing tornadoes, you'd expect that to be a very active month. But really, it was one of the quietest Mays on record. The next year, we had a record high number of tornadoes, but we had extreme cold in the central and warmth in the southeast. That contrast zone caused the tornadoes. Hurricanes, the ACE index, the Accumulated Cyclone Energy Index globally, and for the Northern Hemisphere, is up and down based on ocean temperatures, but no real trend up. The ACE index for the Atlantic shows these spikes, and you can see cycles in there. We'll explain those in a minute, but there's no runaway warm increase in that data. The peak years for hurricanes in 1933, 2005, 1893, 2004 and 17 made the list too. But you see back in, we said 93 was the top year, 2005 was very similar, very close. But back before satellites, we had no idea what was happening in the Eastern Ocean, right? Unless the ship happened to pass by. And there are a lot of storms you can see in 2005 that could have happened also in 1933, so it could have been even more intense. Ocean temperature does play a role in action in the Atlantic. You can see the number of tornadoes of hurricanes in red on the top left, and you see the Atlantic temperature cycles. It models well to that. And also the ones that make landfall in the eastern United States tracks well with the warm years. In Texas, the trend has been down decade to decade. In terms of major hurricanes and hurricane landfalls. In 2004 and 5, you see at the bottom for landfalling major U.S. hurricanes, we had those two big years, and including Katrina and Rita and Wilma and Charlie, but they said this is the new norm. But then we went into a 12-year period where we had no major hurricanes make landfall. This is the trend of hurricanes by decade and major hurricanes making landfalls. And this is the most accurate data set because we don't have to worry about what happens in the Eastern Atlantic here. These are the ones that actually came ashore. We have good enough data to establish this reliably. The trend is down. This last decade, the 2010s, were the second quietest decade going back to 1850 for both hurricanes and major hurricanes. Now, this year we have a lot of hurricanes, and everybody said, oh, this must be due to global warming. We asked the number of hurricanes and tropical named storms is 23 now, which is high. The highest was 28 in 2005. But you notice on the right, the ACE index is not remarkable. It's much lower. These storms were mostly short-lived. There's only one major. Yes, we're a little bit above normal, 131% for the ACE for the North Atlantic, but it was well over 250% in 1933 and 2005. The Pacific has been very quiet. The Indian Ocean looks high, but they only get, on average, 1 or 2 storms a year. They had 2 this year. 1 was a major. But you see the Northern Hemisphere is only 64.9%. So really not a remarkable year for hurricanes. Now, droughts and floods, this is a long-term trend. NOAA admits there's no real trend in it. You get some dry years and wet years. 2019, we had a record small area coverage of drought at one point. This year, we have a much larger area of drought. But there's been no real trend in that. Now, we get floods when we get big storms. Of course, certainly, hurricanes can contribute a lot to that. You in the Houston area know that. From Harvey in 2017, you have 171 rain gauges to make sure you don't miss anything in Harris County. Most of the storm records for the United States for rainfall in an event occurred in Texas and the rest in the South. And why is that? Well, the hurricanes develop in the Atlantic and Caribbean. They move west, and they want to turn north at first opportunity. And if they're not given that chance by high pressure, they'll move inland, and then they might sit for days like Harvey did and some of these other storms that sat. You see 6 of the 10, actually, if you add Florence, it's 6 out of 11 were Texas events that produced the most rainfall. But it can happen in non-hurricane. In 1935, a massive flood had the water level 15 feet higher than during Harvey, believe it or not. So it's an area that is vulnerable to that. Wildfires, an annual thing in the West. We see in terms of the number of fires this year and acres burned, it's significant, but there's no real trend. We're not the top year. We used to have a real fire problem before livestock grazing and fire suppression and Smokey Bear. You can prevent forest fires, and it declined. But in recent years, it's bounced back some, and a lot of this has to do with bad environmental policies. They have a great disdain for foresters, for ranchers, farmers, fishermen. They don't want the farmers to have the water, and they want to keep the foresters out of the forest. And the radical environmentalist actions are creating a nightmare for the West. In the U.S. Forest Service said they had 129 million dead trees on 8.9 million acres. They have a tree mortality task force, only removed 1 million dead trees. So this is the tinder for the fires. They passed a bill in California to have PG&E go into the forest, remove the brush and the trees, and create fire breaks, but remove them near the where we had power lines. But it was vetoed by Governor Brown, and they had the fires that damaged that followed very soon thereafter. The logging industry is in free fall. Harvesting's dropped by 80% in 40 years. And the national forests action is being delayed or killed by frivolous litigation. They'd rather see forests and communities burn than see a logger in the woods, according to the Interior Secretary Zinke, a recent one. The other reason why we're having problems is people are escaping the city, right? They're going up into it's so beautiful up there in the mountains with all those beautiful trees. And they're building homes, and gee, we need power for our homes, right? And you got power lines everywhere, and it creates more problems. Okay, another thing, they're telling us that snowfall is going because of, and the ski industry is going to die because of global warming. Is that really happening? Well, look at the Northern Hemisphere snow extent since '67. Does that look like it's declining to you? This is Northern Hemisphere, but if I did the North America one, it's even more severely upward. And most of the big years have been recent years. And winter is the same story. Most of the big winter years have been since 2002 and 3 for snow extent. The number of major impact winter storms along the East Coast the last decade, ending in 1819, was 29. No other decade had more than 10. Where these snowstorms are supposed to be disappearing? Look at the 10-year running mean of snowfall in Boston and New York City. It never was higher than it was ending a few years back. Now they had a lean year last year, and it started to decline. You can't go up forever. What goes up must come down. But it is higher, not lower. This was my street back in 2015. This is you may see my wife behind the wheel of my snowplow in my driveway there. We had a big snow year in New England. Let's move to the Arctic. We've had some lean years in recent years, 2007, 8, and 12, and 2020. It's supposed to be gone by now, but it's not. It's about the same. So what's happening in the Arctic? Well, the Arctic ice is floating, as Tom said, right? So the water from both oceans can flow underneath the ice, and does. There are currents underneath the ice. And if the water happens to be in the Atlantic and it's warm mode, there's warm water flowing underneath the ice to melt the ice. And the same thing in the North Pacific. And so there's more melting and slower ice freezing in those years. This was actually done by the International Arctic Research Center in the University of Fairbanks. And top shows the water temperature cycle. We talked about cycles in the ocean and the Atlantic for hurricanes. Remember, it was warm in the 30s and 40s. When the ocean is warm on the top, the ice is in the middle. You see, the ice is less than the normal, right? Makes sense, right? Warm water goes under the ice, thins it. When it gets cold, the ice gets, stays longer, builds faster, and is greater, as we saw in the 60s and 70s. And then we've had the recent Atlantic warming that caused the ice to diminish. And temperature follows the ice. So the Arctic is warmer as the ice is less, as the warmer water comes in from the Atlantic. And the same thing happens in the Pacific side. National Snow and Ice Data Center sometimes would get a statement out of a government agency that actually tells the truth. They said, one prominent researcher at the University of Fairbanks points out that pulses of unusually warm water have been entering the Arctic from the Atlantic, which several years later are seen north of Siberia. They help to heat the Arctic Ocean, contributing to summer ice melt and reducing the ice growth subsequent to that. Now, Rutgers' Jennifer Francis did research that showed the same thing, but she blamed that warming in the Atlantic on global warming. But she got that right. Now, the NSIDC continued. They said in Japan, the scientists are saying that the water can enter the Arctic Ocean through the Bering Strait in the summer and further ice loss. And Tredenberg published and admitted to that too. And SIDC concluded, many questions still remain to be answered, but these changes in ocean circulation may be important keys to understanding the observed loss of Arctic sea ice. The author of this assessment was never heard from again and replaced by someone who didn't like that particular stance on that issue. You're going to affect our funding. Now, you're going to find much more detail on these rebuttals, and Tom was a co-author on series. I think we had 12 or 13 alarmist claims that we rebutted. Tom worked on sea level with Morner, and we had hurricanes that I worked with Neil Frank and Roy Spencer. David Legates on droughts and floods, and very good co-authors on each one of those. We maintain them. We update these alarmist claim rebuttals each season as new data comes in. And you can find it on IceCap. I'm going to keep it as an evergreen in the right column. If you go to icecap.us, it's called the political climate. And I update whatever needs to be updated as the seasons pass. As was said earlier, we've done a number of, as Randy said, a number of legal briefs, and we've covered that the endangerment finding and why it needs to be, eliminated, and all the data that supports the bad science that it's based on. And thank you very much.
In the chat area, I noted that when you're looking at tornadoes, we have many, many more and better competent radars than we had 30, 40 years ago. So we're actually, even though tornadoes are still in fact declining, we missed lots of tornadoes in earlier years, and they're still dropping.
You're absolutely right. We also didn't have spotters. We didn't have NexRad. We didn't have everybody with a camera on their phone that can take a picture of a funnel cloud or touching the ground. And so it's amazing that we have a decline, as you said.
Joe, you and I have talked about the various data sets that are used to calibrate models and whatever. And if you understand that the TRCS has used the Hadcroot 4 data, okay, they chose that even though they know there are problems with it. Can you compare that data set with the NASA and NOAA data?
I would regard, and I think most people would, the Hadley data set as the better of them. And but the satellite data and used to be the balloon data, although one by one the balloon data sets get changed. But Roy and John's data is the best for the troposphere. And the Hadley is probably the other one I would use.
I complained about the Hadcroot 3 to 4 transition. And the reason I complained is that Hadcroot 4 added about 600 stations in northern Russia in little urban heat islands. And the effect is it translated the entire temperature data set upward so they could claim that this is the warmest year ever. Hadcroot 3 did not do that. Hal actually put it in his paper, and yet I do agree that the Hadcroot 4 is the best data set. It's better than GIS because GIS interpolates between those heat islands and basically makes large swaths of cold land appear warmer because they're averaging the data sets between the urban heat islands. So
they also claim that they have the best Arctic data. There's no Arctic data. The penguins, there's no penguins up there. The polar bears report late or what,
Somebody wants to know, How can you figure out what's true and what's not in terms of data sets?
It's a good question. You know, we look at how it's changed over time, and like I showed you the main temperature. I really liked that original data set that Tom Carl said, and he actually did a paper defending the need to be very careful with urban areas. He said, you know, if we don't adjust for urbanization, we're going to have a 7-degree warming in 100 years. That's not real. So he was on the right track before that, and it fit perfectly the cycles in the ocean and the sun that we think are the real drivers for the cycle. But you know, after they remove that, you know, nothing works anymore. So they keep changing things on us.
A couple of years ago, I went to Reykjavik, Iceland, and I was verbally attacked by an Icelandic meteorologist who said, "How dare you change the record of our temperature data set, because we had pushed down the 30s and risen the newer ones." And he was screaming at me. The problem is the data is collected at an American air base, which is 15 miles away from downtown Reykjavik, and they control the data. The Icelanders have no choice but to accept what the air base did. And once they pushed down the 30s and rose the reefs and stuff, they were stuck with it. And I took that heat. I told them it had nothing to do with it. Quite an adventure.
Joe, this is Greg Goodnight. I noticed in the 2019 NASA data set, the 1930s were cooled again. And my understanding is that there was a so-called time of day adjustment where in the 30s, what you're supposed to do is take 2 temperatures a day, and what they presumed is that the reason that the temperatures were hot is because they were only taking the one temperature, the hotter temperature, the later in the day temperature. Do I have that right, or do you have any background on that you could share with me?
Well, they'll claim that that was one of the adjustments that they used, but it's a very inconvenient data set because you see all those records. All the heat records were set back in the 1930s, and it's an inconvenient data point. They would like to see you know, it go away, and they've gradually been pushing it in that direction, in one way or the other. And TOPS is one of those adjustments. And
do you think it was justified?
There's probably, you know, for some stations, probably. I've asked that of people who work with those data sets more than I do, not government people, but and they say, well, not to the degree that they give it, you know, credence.
Yeah,
it's
probably not.
Right.
Berkeley, Earth does a lot of adjustments to the data set. Would you comment on their data set? Do you think the adjustments are justified and accurate?
I don't follow them. I tend not to trust anybody at this point. You know, I still use the satellite data mostly, and short term, and I don't like the changes that they made to USHCN. There's a climate reference network. Is the only data I would like to see used, and they're kind of hiding it. This was an idea that John Christie had. He said, okay, if we're having problems with sighting, and that was one of the big issues, right? Was stations were, you know, in urban areas or near runways, or and were subject to heating and not meeting the criteria set for observations by NOAA. He said, let's establish a network of stations in meeting the ideal, you know, location, away from trees, no concrete and track that data. If you track that data since it started in 2003 or 4, it's flat. There's been no trend since that time, in that time period. But we can't go beyond that. I wish we had, old data. I might want to take the original USHCN and then tack on the CRN, Climate Reference Network data at the end for the US. That's not going to help with your global, the mess that they created for the global. But that might be, the best solution if I was to do something on trends for the United States. Yeah. And it becomes real hard for us that, we're trying to do forecasts, seasonal forecasts, and we use the past to forecast the future. It's hard to compare, current to the past when they keep changing the past, Thomas.
Yeah.
Tom Weissmuller does forecasts long range, and you got to deal with that too, Tom, right?
Yeah. Joe, I think there are a couple of ways that these guys can get up some of the data, but I think Tony Heller's website is helpful. Okay. So look, Tony's analyzed some of the data. So I think if you can provide the link to Tony's website, we'll do that to everybody. So the animations that you saw
right now,
and so Tony has done a good job. He had a nom de plume called Steve Goddard, but he was outed, and he finally showed up at meetings, so we figured out it was really Tony Heller. He does a nice job. He's been in Australia. He's helped a lot of people figure out the games that have been played. Now, Joe also did something for us. He pulled apart that hurricane data. So we have land strikes for Texas, every state along the Gulf Coast, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. So it's very useful. But we have an extraction of the Texas data because people say, well, we have more hurricanes here. I said, no. In fact, if someone was standing in the way of that hurricane in 1900 in Galveston, it had a different feel. But the idea is Joe spent a lot of time trying to extract stuff that we can use. Like I said earlier, he's filed a lot of comments. His science comments have been filed for EPA and lawsuits. So it's credible, useful, and he's always out there. But his website is very useful in terms of a backup. So hopefully we can deploy some of his good work. Now, so we're at that point. Thanks very much, Joe. And
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Frank Jamerson here. Joe, I'm familiar with a lot of your slides, and you talk about not having enough stations in the past. So I'm wondering, do we really have any data that we could put together and say, by God, this is the final word on the global temperature? Because what you're telling us is that there aren't many stations in the lower part of the hemisphere, and only recently we put in the buoys. So how can we really accurately describe the global temperature for the last 100 years when we have so much variability in the sources of the data?
Tom, do you want to have anything to say about that?
Well, keep in mind, we have the Argo buoys all over the world. They are very, very accurate, and they cover both hemispheres, northern and southern hemisphere. So I would tend to rely on data that the buoys supply because they also supply temperature data. And by the way, Anthony Watts, another one of our meteorological colleagues, has done magnificent work on citing of temperature, the screens that the Weather Service uses. And he's pointed out places where jet engine exhaust can heat one of the Stevenson screens, or where there's one placed and they built a building next to it and an air conditioner pumps heat out of that building and hits that Stevenson screen. And NOAA, to its credit, has slowly removed some of them, but too slowly in my view. And Anthony has pointed out 100 that need to be removed. And I wish him Godspeed. He's doing yeoman's work in doing that.
Okay, what I'm hearing is that the buoy data is the best data we have. Therefore, do we have a plot of buoy data alone to show whether, since it's been started in 2000, as I recall, so that for the past 20 years, do we have any trend showing in the buoy data?
Yes, it's flat until they adjusted that buoy data for the ship intake data. It was flat, not exactly flat, but there was
Okay.
no trend.
All right, well, let's use that as a gold standard. Why don't we publish that and have it in the New York Times tomorrow, Joe?
And
I'm
the Climate
serious.
Reference Network, the Climate Reference Network is being ignored too. It's not showing what they wanted.
Excuse me, we have one last question. One last question from Jim Peacock.
Yeah, Joe, thanks a lot for the presentation, and Tom, you too. My question is, it looks like when human beings are trying to measure temperature, that's the absolute worst thing that they know how to do. But my idea, it would be like the sea boys, you know, they pump out data all the time and they're normally not bothered, as also the satellite data. Is there anything wrong with using just satellite data and sea buoys to determine what the temperature of the Earth is?
No, actually,
Well, the problem is that people are corrupting that data with like the ocean ship intake. And corrupted data is like taking arsenic and oatmeal and saying, well, we're only going to put arsenic in half of the data and you'll be okay if you eat it. Corrupted data is corrupt.
Talking about
you
just
cannot rely on it.
Taking the raw data as is, and what's the ship intake temperature got to do with the buoy? Let's go with the buoy temperature.
Right, exactly.
Yes, the buoy temperatures alone, not the adjusted buoy temperature. Yes, the buoy temperatures by themselves were giving us the better accurate data, but that they have adjusted that. Now, can you find the unadjusted data anymore? We did see where Ali Hamlin on Climate for You was able to plot the unadjusted, but the good stuff gradually disappears.
Well,
Right,
yeah,
Tom?
that's because these guys need to make a living, so they lose their jobs if we went to satellites and buoys. Anyway, I just thought that would remove the human error element out of it.
Yep. That's satellite going back to 79, and the buoy data is from from 2000, and the most reliable.
Yeah, thank you.
I think all of us on this Zoom session believe climate change is extremely important for all the reasons we know. The politicians, other than the Democrats are making a big issue of climate change. The Republicans clearly are not. And I've been trying to understand why they are not. So I had an opportunity the other day to be with Congressman Chip Roy, who took Congressman Lamar Smith's place. And Lamar Smith was a total supporter of humans are not the cause of the problem. Chip Roy believes that firmly also. So I asked Chip Roy why the Republicans are remaining silent and not making an issue of this. And he said the reason is that there are two major issues the Republicans are focusing on right now, and that is coronavirus, number one, and number two, the police situation with rioting and police brutality, let me call it that, for lack of a better word. He said with that, this is down on their priority list. Chip Roy and other members of Congress have copies of the presentation that the right climate stuff put together, which I think is excellent, because on one page you can get all of the statements associated with the fact that humans are not the cause, and this has been going on for tens of thousands of years. I think it's a fantastic presentation. I say that from the standpoint that I had I'll call it the privilege, but that's not really the case, being in Washington for 11 years, and then in the state of Texas capital political environment for a while, and now in the county local environment. So I've been involved in the political situation for 35 years. And I know that one thing that has to be done to get the attention of members of Congress, it's got to be a really simple statement. It's kind of like Jim Peacock had today in his closing briefing, and Jim stated, Mother Nature is controlling the climate, CO2 emissions are not. And more CO2 is definitely beneficial to Mother Nature's work. So I don't know what else we can do as a group. We can't argue the technical details on both sides with a member of Congress or somebody of political influence. It's got to be, they firmly believe in it, like President Trump has done, pulling out of the climate accord. Somebody must have really convinced him that was the case. I don't know who did that, but they did a great job. President Trump, probably 6-9 months ago, and I don't remember the name of the person that he had to look at an objective assessment of this problem that we're looking at. And there was maybe Jim set up a report to the president, and his position was in ad hoc organization was disbanded after a short period of time. So the political environment,
Tom, I think that might have been.
they do not want to get into it right now.
Hey, Tom, it was Professor Will Happer from Princeton University.
Yes,
He
you
was
got it.
Trump's
That's
climate
correct.
advisor.
Precisely. I think that we have a clear message, anything from a one-liner to a single page with all the supporting data. The thing is, when members of Congress are not interested in it, it doesn't matter how convincing you are, they're just not going to do it. And to me, everything I can see, and I don't know if anybody else sees the same thing, members of Congress on the Republican side are not interested in this subject right now.
I had a dinner with Congressman Bergman, 1st District of Michigan. I'm in northern Michigan in the summer, and told him the story of climate change. It's natural climate change. The sun's in control, not carbon dioxide. I've studied this issue for a number of years, and back in my GM days, back in the 1970s, we studied global cooling because the word was out that soot from cars would cool the globe. So we had assigned a scientist to look at that issue, and I visited with Dr. Keeling out in Hawaii and another person at NOAA talking about those issues. But nevertheless, the congressman was very keen in listening to what I had to say to him about climate change. He said he'll invite me. Apparently there's a bipartisan climate change solutions committee in Congress. He said he'd have me talk in front of that group. I never got to it, okay? And recently I found that Congressman Bergman is sponsoring legislation to fund capturing CO2 from coal-fired plants. And I sent him an email immediately and said, that's a complete waste of time and waste of dollars. So it's a very difficult situation with respect to Congress. And let's discuss, please, how to overcome this inertia by the Republican Party. What do we do?
There has been a lot of effort within DOE to look at nuclear energy as an alternative. Now, I have always been kind of tongue-in-cheek saying fine, because they're looking at how to to sequester carbon, how to do all these other mitigating things. But the problem that has always been there is we're looking at nuclear. I mean, I kind of look at this on a global sense, but I kind of look at it in an overarching sense of our need to protect the grid, our need to have energy, and fossil fuels are key to that. And that going to the future, that nuclear certainly has a far better, quote, renewable footprint than wind and solar, obviously. But there has been a concerted effort within DOE, and they've been focusing a lot of their energy on diverting from the climate, even though they say the reason they do it is to cut CO2 emissions. I'm not sure whether you have to go tongue in cheek to say, that's a dumb reason to do it, but at least they're doing it. And a lot of what's been going on has been focused within DOE in that area. And I think it's been a deflective move because, and I think there isn't the will to confront the near, just like the defund police and the rioting and Black Lives Matter, there's just a factor of not wanting to confront the noise and to stand out and just argue for argue's sake when you can't get anything accomplished. What I mentioned earlier is from people I've been talking to, they've been wanting to table this along with the endangerment finding and what to do going forward to get rid of CO2 as a pollutant, but they were waiting until after the election. And right now, they're just reacting, as Tom said, to the COVID pandemic right now and the Black Lives Matter rioting issue. And I think that is correct. That's what I've heard from others here.
Tom was saying that the Republicans are not keen on this issue at the moment, but and so if that's the case, then you can't do anything until after the election. I don't see that there's a great urgency to get a definite push through. Because the election is what? It's in about a month, right? So we'll know what that'll give you a measure of what can be done, depending on who gets in. But I was wondering whether it would be worthwhile to, if any of the Republicans are interested, to get someone into a questioning, like what Ted Cruz did with the president of the Sierra Club. I don't know if you saw the Q&A. He asked the president of the Sierra Club, what does he mean by the hiatus? The president of the Sierra Club didn't know. He turned to his representative behind him. The representative didn't know. The president of the Sierra Club kept emphasizing he will go with the 97%. He will go with the 97%. Even though Ted Cruz said, if you find out that the evidence basically is against your position, the president kept repeating he will go with the 97%. Now it's false that there's a 97%, but my point is, if you can get one of these guys on the stand, so to speak, and then just push them to the wall with, here are the facts, and you point out that they can't match it, or they contradict themselves, and publicize that. I don't know how it's done. I'm not a political person in that respect, but you push these guys to the wall. They're spinning pseudoscience, and the garbage won't stand up. They have a lot of voices, that's clear, that are pushing the dangerous global warming. But I'm wondering whether this is kind of a mitigating effect to push them up against the wall and let them open their mouths and sink their own ship, or at least pull some corks out of it.
I think there's so many variables right now. When you start pushing people against the wall, you talk about 10 different things. each one of them. The only thing to me that could be done right now, if somebody, the president did not a good job the other day in the debate when climate change came up. He could have hammered that if he'd have just had 4 or 5 facts, put it down, and closed it off. The only way I think at this stage of the political environment is somehow, and I don't know how in the world it would happen, somehow to get a simple message in the supporting information so the president could understand it and bring it in. It's going to come up in the following debates for sure. It's going to. So if that could happen, and I don't know how to get that to happen, it would take the NASA administrator or somebody, and even the NASA administrator, if he truly believed in it, which I think he does, I think he would have a hard time getting to the president with all of the stuff that he has going in his brain right now.
Tom? Ken Hopalon. I've been working on this for maybe 10 years, and ever since Trump's been in office. The problem, even a year ago, was the palace guard of the Trump administration didn't want to have this. And that is basically what Will Happer told me, who was in the White House. And I don't think anything's going to happen until after the election. Now, in terms of what we're doing, whoever wins, we're filing an amendment to our petition to the EPA that the engagement finding was based upon improper understanding of the science of greenhouse gas warming, and that improper understanding has been absolutely demonstrated by atmospheric measurements, both of temperature and the greenhouse effect. I would certainly appreciate if members of the Right Climate Stuff team will look at our stuff before we file it, probably in January. Again, whoever wins, because we're not going to get anything done before January, before the election. It's too short. And I'll let you go. Thank you.
One point I think that's important here is it's not just the presidential election itself. It's what happens in the House and the Senate. If the Republicans do take over both houses, they end up chairing all the committees. And then you can start, because in the Senate, you've got Senator Inouye, you've got Ron Johnson and others who have voiced very strong support on what we're trying to convey. In the House, I'm sure there are others as well.
The only other thing I'd say is let's don't wait till after the election. If there's somehow we could get a strong message, simple message, believable to President Trump, it would mean one hell of a lot.
Yeah, that's really why I've been busting my butt getting this series going, hoping something like this would come out of it. But also, with that simple statement, we also need to put a short sentence that says, and we can prove it. Empirical data.
Yeah, but the president can't say, and I can prove it.
He doesn't have to.
Right.
Well, what we need is a statement that the president could say, just a one-liner, just like your 2 sentences there.
Okay.
And convince him, because he's not going to have time to prove it. He can say he's got a bunch of NASA.
Oh, no, yeah. I was suggesting that we indicate that it's our opinion is based on empirical data.
Yeah.
Alan says, in God we trust, others bring data.
Now, I want to tell you one experience about the 2-line message we're mentioning. How it's hammered home is is useful, because I gave a talk at Plattsburgh some years back, and there was a guy from Columbia and another speaker. They were in the audience when I gave the talk. And I was presenting the case refuting the claims about dangerous global warming. And I was bringing up that certain issues, and they were saying, "Oh, well, that's not." One of them said, "All you're giving is basically platitudes," but the audience was sensitive to the way these guys are coming on, because I stood there. I said, "You can show me where I made my mistake, but I'm standing my ground." Basically, that's in effect the way I came across. And the audience, I could see, were kind of annoyed at the fact that way these people are coming at me. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to happen to everyone who makes a firm stand, but a firm stand needs to be made just to let people know, well, that there's something very wrong over here about this dangerous global warming position.
What about the governor of Texas? Anyone got a back channel in to him? I think what Abbott does is heard a lot louder than what we have to say. My idea is to fire all the cannons that we can. We'll try to get the word to Trump. We'll try to get the word to Governor Abbott.
I think what somebody said a while ago was if they could get directly or indirectly to Larry Kudlow, even though he's not of the right scientific inclination to present to the president, you need somebody got the president's ear that like Larry Kudlow does, but I don't know who that would be. But it's a good start.
The other thing I think that may help is your ex-governor. What about Rick Perry? In support of it, but was constrained with all the political constraints that DOE provides with all their other missions, but that he was very much behind us. Does anybody have any direct link with him? I know he's retired now, but that would be another point of contact that I know Trump respected very highly.
Well, he's my Aggie buddy, but he doesn't have any idea who the hell I am.
Next, we have John Droz Jr. online, independent physicist, done a great job. His entire focus is the 3 E's: energy, environment, and importantly, education. Everybody, politicians to middle school. He's got an informal coalition of some 10,000 individuals and 700 PhDs, so maybe John can push a couple buttons. But I think we need a groundswell, because we're going to have climate in the next debate between Vice President Pence and Kamala. And then I think we're probably going to have it twice in the remaining 2 debates. John Kerry's been pressing to get climate into the debate, and Chris Wallace accommodated. But John Droz has his own website. It's called wiseenergy.org. Also publishes a periodic energy and environmental newsletter, very helpful, because he pulls some stuff out from COVID to climate science to energy, whatever, very useful. And he basically has a philosophy that says, science exists to give us answers to our technical problems. As such, our technical policies should be based on real science. So John, look forward to hearing from you to talk about critically thinking about climate change.
Okay, thank you for the kind introduction. I appreciate TRCS for their inviting me to be a part of this esteemed collection of presenters, and particularly Jim Peacock, who made the arrangements for me to speak today. I really appreciate this opportunity. This is going to be like speed dating, so please take notes as we go along, and I'll try to answer any questions you have at the end. Everyone else's mic should be muted now, so if you have any questions, please post them on the chat board, and I'll address as many as time permits at the end. Based on recently adjudicated verdicts by the Court of Public Opinion, I'm obligated to give you a fair notice that what follows is politically incorrect. Again, my topic today is critically thinking about climate change, one of the most important issues of our times. I like this quote from Mark Twain, who had a wealth of other good insights and witty sayings. This observation applies to climate change in spades. So I'm aware that I'm taking on a near impossible task here, tackling a very complex technical topic that has extraordinary implications in our lives, with an audience having a wide range of scientific expertise. Furthermore, we have to overcome an enormous amount of misinformation that has been widely propagated. And if that wasn't enough, I'll listen 30 minutes or so. Churchill's another person I love to quote, as his humorous comments are always spot on. Like this one. JFK has also had some fine quotes, and this one hits the bullseye. The great enemy of truth is not often the lie, deliberate, contrived, and dishonest, but the myth, persistent, persuasive, and unrealistic. Too often, we hold fast to cliches. We subject all facts to a prefabricated set of interpretations. We enjoy the comfort of opinion without the discomfort of thought. Oh my God. Is that spot on or what? I'm interested in improving communication. So it's one of the questions answers I'm giving to Tom Moser, for instance, about how we succeed here with our representatives. So today I'm going to talk about climate change from a perspective that, to my knowledge, has never been done anywhere else in the world. Some might say that I have unrealistic expectations considering the limited time we have. However, I'm an optimist and I think we can do it. We'll see. I'm going to tackle this challenge in 6 quickie parts. A minute or so about me, for those who don't know that much about me, a brief overview of what science actually is, an explanation of a basic way of solving everyday problems that I call 4S, an advanced way of solving problems that I call 4S plus critical thinking, number 5, applying critical thinking to climate change, and lastly, some conclusions about climate change. So here we go. Part 1, who is the man behind the screen? Super short story is that I'm a scientist, physicist, and not really a public speaker, so I'm a bit out of my element here. I'm an upstate New York native and still have a summer home at Branningham Lake in the Adirondacks. That's where I'm coming to you from as we speak. FYI, my primary home is in coastal North Carolina, across the street from a nice golf course and on the Intercoastal Waterway. I received degrees in both physics and math from Boston College, and then a graduate degree in physics from Syracuse University. I worked for a few high-tech companies and then retired from a management job at General Electric in Utica, New York at age 34. How I did that? Well, that's another interesting story for another time. The condensed version of what happened in the 40 years since, I'm now 74, is that I decided to become a citizen advocate and to focus on what I call the 3 E's: energy, environment, and education. May not be apparent, but these 3 items are very interrelated. My science and grassroots background give me a perspective on these issues that is relatively rare. So I've probably given over 100 free talks. By the way, just to be clear, no one has paid me a dime for any of this work, just like I'm talking with you today, gratis. The downside of providing these free services is that I've been targeted by lobbyists, NGOs, etc., whose apple cart I've upset. For example, here's a major study done by the National Sierra Club about who they say is responsible for slowing down the implementation of renewable energy in the United States. After about 20 pages of malarkey, they concluded that the 2 major culprits in the United States are the Koch brothers and me. Who would have known? The Koch brothers funded organizations while I provided information. My takeaway is that this proves that education is as important as handing out money. Think about that. Here's another major report, this time from the Scientific American. The background about how this article came about is quite revealing, but again, we don't have enough time to go into that unless you want to cover during the Q&A. Yet another example is a peer-reviewed study about me and some of my successful efforts in North Carolina. Again, the backstory here is really amazing. Lastly, I was honored to be included in this well-known picture that's supposed to be me on the right. Just to show how these sources can play fast and free with the truth, I've never smoked in my life and I'm exclusively a beer drinker. But why let the facts spoil a good story? Okay, that's all about me. A few words about science. Starting point in many of my talks is a brief discussion about science. To begin with, understanding the words we use is very important. For example, I can tell you that one of the first things our opponents try to do is to corrupt the language. A good example is the phrase wind farm. There is no such thing, as the only thing farmed is subsidies. I refuse to use that phrase, and I tell wind promoters that I'll say, quote, wind farm, once they start calling nuclear facilities an atom farm. So, does the public really understand what this common word science actually means? I think not. There's a fascinating dichotomy going on here. The vast majority of citizens think well of science, yet very few people can give a concise definition of what science actually is. That discrepancy is repeatedly taken advantage of by self-serving lobbyists. Many marketers claim that their product is, quote, science-based, even though it's not. These promoters are counting on the fact that 99% of the public has little idea what science really is, so their false claims are unlikely to be seriously challenged. That this study came across mostly false science claims every 10 minutes is really telling. So let's cut to the chase. What is science? Well, the clothes you're wearing, the food you ate today, the transportation vehicle, the building you're in, the lights in the ceiling, the computers we're using here, etc., all come from scientific discoveries. These are based on many generations of scientists using logic and deductive reasoning, carrying out observations and measurements, formulating and then testing hypotheses and theories. When asked to define science, most people think of theorems and equations, but that is not science. This observation is spot on. Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge. Our species needs and deserves a citizenry with minds wide awake and with a basic understanding of how the world works, unquote. The term science comes from the Latin word scientia, which means knowledge. The question is, how do we obtain knowledge in technical areas? Over thousands of years, we have worked out a methodology for discovering the technical truths of our universe. That is what the field of science is all about. Science is a process. The understanding that science is a process is critically important for our evaluating claims that are supposedly based on science, like climate change. The question always is, did they follow the process? Today we are overwhelmed by charlatans making many fake news claims about what's scientific. Science without the proper process is not science. Call it whatever you want. Political science, pseudoscience, junk science, astrology, etc., but it is not true science. As it says and depicts here, science is the enemy of con artists, scammers, lobbyists, and other self-serving promoters. Okay, so what is the scientific process? These are the four basic elements. When advocates propose some supposed technical solution, let's say like industrial wind energy, our response should be very simple. Show me where a genuine scientific assessment has been made of your claims. Using these four criteria will be very apparent whether you're dealing with science or snake oil. By the way, no such scientific assessment has ever been done that proves all the claims made by wind advocates. Good question is, who has the obligation for going through this process? The answer is that when a new hypothesis or product is proposed as a potential solution to a technical problem, it's up to the promoters to provide the scientific assessment that proves its veracity. It's not the obligation of others to disprove their hypothesis or to provide a better one. Okay, one more important science explanation pertinent to our topic today. We often hear the phrase global warming theory. Is that accurate? Is that another lobbyist deception? Make a guess. In most things in life, we are instinctively interested in certainty. But can science give us certainty? This quote says it accurately. Science has its weaknesses, and it doesn't have a stranglehold on the truth. However, science has a way of approaching technical issues that is a closer approximation of truth than any other method we have. Here's an important graphical representation of the steps taken in science as it tries to proceed to certainty. This is important. Question of our topic today is, where do we stand on these steps regarding the climate change matter? I think any competent objective analysis would conclude that we are at the hypothesis level, So the use of the term theory is deceptive. Big surprise. I think this quote is prophetic. We live in a society exquisitely dependent on science and technology, in which hardly anyone knows anything about science and technology. This is a prescription for disaster. We might get away with it for a while, but sooner or later, this combustible mixture of ignorance and power is going to blow up in our faces. Okay, hopefully you know enough about science that we can proceed. Part 3, the next piece of the puzzle we need to have is knowledge about how we go about solving problems in general, everyday problems. Everyone here has had to deal with thousands of problems. That's life, which is really a series of one challenge after the other. Whether we did it consciously or not, we all develop a methodology for dealing with our everyday problems. I'm going to simplify things here and say that your problem-solving methodology will likely fall into one of these 3 general categories. Surprisingly, or maybe not, inaction when facing a problem is actually the most common strategy used by most people. Well, why is that? Here are some explanations. You don't know what to do with the problem you're faced with. You believe the problem will go away by itself. You hope that someone else will take care of the issue. After reflection, you decide that the problem is not such a big deal. You think that it's more trouble addressing it than it's worth. You figure that there's nothing you can do to fix it. And of course, it may be you're just a procrastinator. The next level up, I'm calling the basic 4S problem-solving approach. Here are the 4 S's of this problem-solving strategy: source, severity, solution, and substantiation. Let's do an example. Let's say you have a real estate business and it's not doing as well as you'd like it to. The basic 4S problem-solving methodology here is that you would try to have an honest answer to each of the 4 S's. So, you decide that the problem source is that there aren't enough sales. You then assess the severity as not being catastrophic, but moderate. After considering several options, you decide that the most appropriate solution is to provide better sales training to your agents. Finally, you look at the results, sales, to substantiate the appropriateness of your chosen solution. If results aren't good, then you try something else. That's a quick example of how a basic problem-solving approach works. Next, since we're dealing with a complicated matter, climate change, let's briefly review an advanced problem-solving approach. Essentially, the advanced problem-solving approach adds critical thinking to the basic 4S methodology. What is critical thinking? It means that we analyze a problem more objectively, more broadly, and more deeply. Here's an explanation of each of those 3 terms. These are some of the opposites of critical thinking, and we see a lot of these on topics like climate change, wind energy, etc. By the way, confirmation bias means that we investigate something with our mind already made up and then just look for things that support our initial belief. That is not science. So the upgraded 4S solving process with a critical thinking still uses the same basic ingredients, but it does use them more objectively, more broadly, and more deeply. Okay, now we've had a quickie review, so we're moving along here, how we solve tougher problems. Let's apply this knowledge to climate change. There's the crux of what we're here to talk about today. Here's the climate change situation spelled out with a 4S methodology. The proponents' claims are that the climate change source is CO2. The climate change severity is extreme. The climate change solution is things like wind energy. And they say that they have proven results to substantiate all of this. So, if citizens, scientists, legislators said want to determine the legitimacy of the climate change story, then the most effective way to really do that is to critically analyze all 4 of these elements for its veracity. So all this preliminary talk is leading up to what we're here to do today. As the slide says, I wrote 3 different reports, each one specifically addressing one of the first three problem-solving elements. Obviously, you don't have the time to go through all of them today, so I'm showing you two places where you can easily get these reports so that you can then carefully review them at your leisure. Website and my newsletters. It may not be immediately apparent, but I put a lot of effort into making these reports to be citizen-friendly. In other words, they are not designed just for academics. They are short, logical, understandable, interesting, and scientifically sound. Here's what the cover of the first report looks like. The Defense of CO2 investigates the claim that CO2 is the source of climate change. This report examines 15 different key assertions about CO2 made by climate change advocates. The takeaway from this report is that every claim is shown to be suspect. Note, this just isn't my opinion, as multiple scientific studies are cited for each of the 15 critiques. Amazingly, over 250 studies from independent experts are cited in this one report. We don't have the time to go through all 15 today, so let's just look at one simpler example. This is one of the 15. The United Nations Climate Change Agency, the IPCC, says that the residence time of CO2 in the atmosphere is over 100 years. By the way, I'm assuming here you know who the IPCC is and the major role they play in the climate change matter. If you don't, then my second report has much more information about the IPCC. Why is this matter important? Well, residence time basically means how long newly generated CO2, for example, from fossil fuels, stays in the atmosphere before breaking up, going in outer space, absorbed in the oceans, etc. If the residence time of CO2 in the atmosphere is, in fact, as they say, IPCC says, over 100 years, that means, assuming the CO2 is actually bad, it's extremely urgent to stop putting CO2 in the atmosphere immediately, because all new CO2 we generate will stay in the atmosphere for a very long time, over 100 years. Let's compare what the IPCC says to what independent scientists have concluded about atmospheric CO2 residence time. Here's a graphic representation of what 36 peer-reviewed studies, hear that part? Peer-reviewed studies said about atmospheric CO2 residence time. Their average conclusion was that the atmospheric CO2 residence time is less than 10 years. That's a profoundly different result from what the IPCC says. Here's a recent peer-reviewed study, hear that? Peer-reviewed study that concluded that the average CO2 residence time is about 4 years. These 37 peer-reviewed studies are saying that a key alarmist claim about CO2 is likely false. If these scientists are right, it means that the new CO2 gets out of the atmosphere much quicker than the alarmists at the IPCC are saying, which means the climate change situation is much less dire than they say as well. So if you download this report from links I showed you and go through all 15 rebuttals, I think you see that there's considerable evidence that indicates that CO2 is nowhere near the culprit that climate change alarmists are making it out to be. The result is I'm putting a big question mark after the source of climate change. Next, here's the cover of the second report. The 4 Pillars of Climate Change takes a deep dive look into 4 sources of authority that are the most common referenced to support climate change concerns. They are the IPCC, which we've already mentioned, the supposed 97% consensus of scientists, computer models, and extreme weather events. But if you talk to anybody, you say, why do you believe in climate change? They're going to say likely one of these 4 things, one or more. Again, because we're time limited today, we're just going to look at one of these 4 pillars, computer modeling, to see how solid a support it really is. Slides I'm going to show you now are part of a more detailed analysis I put together, which actually explains 8, get that, 8 different reasons why computer models for climate change is highly suspect. The link for that full computer modeling critique is in the second report. You need to give some critical thinking to this query. Are computer models appropriate or accurate for climate change? So the answer to this boils down to answering two important questions. How accurate are computer models, number one, for an extremely complex situation, and number two, for a long time into the future? I'm a believer in simplifying things. In this case, we can answer those two important questions by looking at the accuracy of computer models for moderately complex short-term matters. In other words, as it says on the slide, if computer models for moderately complex short-term matters are reliably very accurate, then maybe we can extrapolate that success into creating computer models for more complex, longer-term matters. However, if they are not, these moderately complex short-term matters are not very accurate, then it makes no sense to assume that a more complex, longer-term matter can be accurately modeled. We're going to look at hurricanes, as tracking hurricanes is an outstanding test of a computer's ability to accurately model a moderately complex short-term scenario. Additionally, it's a good test because due to the major life and death consequences of accurately knowing a hurricane's path, a significant amount of time, effort, research, expertise, and money has been expended in creating accurate computer models for this situation. Also, due to the enormous impacts, these computer models are run on the most powerful computer hardware we have. And lastly, this is a very short-term situation, so we will know the accuracy of the model within a few days. We don't have to wait any 50 years. So let's look at a recent major U.S. hurricane and see how accurate computer models were for this moderately complex short-term scenario. Hurricane Matthew is used as an example. This is a rare, extremely strong Category 5 hurricane. So it was given a lot of attention. Here are some of the sample headlines about it. So here we go. This first picture is early in the process where Matthew just got to hurricane status. The first thing to note is how they did not have high confidence in any of their specific models, so they show 6 different models. That should tell you something. Point number 2 is that none of the 6 models agree with each other. That should tell you something. Point number 3 is that 9 days in advance of making U.S. landfall, not one of these 6 powerful models was accurate. Note, the light green track is actually what took place. So let's look what happened every 2 days going forward here now. This is 2 days later. First one was 9 days. This is 7 days before U.S. landfall. Still, not one of these 6 powerful computer models was correct. Even close to being correct. This is 2 days further on. Now 5 days before U.S. landfall. Still, not one of these computer models was even remotely close. Not one. This snapshot is now 3 days before U.S. landfall. Just look at these. This is almost humorous. Amazingly, not one of these computer models is even remotely accurate 3 days before landfall. Here we are 1 day in advance of official landfall, and for the first time, oh my goodness, one model that our glue on is now correct. Just think about it. 1 day before official landfall, 5 out of 6 models are very wrong. Let's look at how they go off south and so forth. Oh my goodness. This last snapshot is 2 additional days further on, 1 day after U.S. landfall. Astoundingly, the one earlier correct model, dark blue, is now back to being wrong again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So to review, this is the full actual path taken by Hurricane Matthew. What I hope you understand from the evidence I'm showing you, not my opinion, these are facts, is that not a single one of the 6 top computer models is even remotely accurate anytime throughout the whole process, ever. Bottom line is that despite spending a significant amount of time, effort, research, expertise, and the money on modeling, and despite running these models on the most powerful computer hardware in the planet, the inescapable conclusion is that our computer modeling is not a proven, reliable methodology for getting an accurate projection of even a moderately complex short-term scenario. We don't have to be Einstein to figure out that for a highly complex, long-term scenario, that the accuracy and reliability of computer models would be orders of magnitude less. As I mentioned earlier, the major fault I just explained is just one of 8 serious deficiencies in computer models. This is not our total case. This is one of 8. So to see the other 7 problems, go check out the link in my slideshow in the 4 Pillars report. Here's an insightful Dilbert strip about computer models. Here's another. So the bottom line about computer models is that we all have an innate interest in the future. The popularity of horoscopes to palm readers attests to this predisposition. Who doesn't want to know what will happen tomorrow? Who doesn't want to be prepared for problematic future situations? We all do. That said, there's no gene or the human ability we have to be able to reliably forecast the future. None. Zip. Nada. We can make powerful machines, but they all are restricted by human limitations. For example, every climate computer model is entirely dependent on humans accurately identifying all of the variables involved and then accurately specifying the role of each of these variable plays and then accurately defining all the interrelationships of these variables. Since there are enormous gaps in our understanding of climate change, all such computer models are no more reliable than consulting a fortune teller. What this means is when we do critical thinking about the second element of our problem-solving methodology, severity, which is based on computer models, is that it comes up highly suspect. We're getting close to the end here now. Here's the cover of the 3rd report. Taking the Wind Out of Climate Change takes a hard look at one of the main solutions proposed by climate change advocates. For example, Joe Biden's recent outline of his climate change plan, if he gets elected, includes a provision for at least 10,000 industrial wind turbines in the U.S. 10,000. This report does some critical thinking analysis about industrial wind energy. In fact, it examines wind from 5 unique perspectives. Read it. Some startling findings that are documented are that A, there are no scientific studies anywhere in the world proving that wind saves a consequential amount of CO2. None. And B, there are scientific studies concluded that wind can make global warming worse. And C, there's a real kicker, there are scientific studies concluding that gas can save more CO2 than wind. Now, these are technical matters. Can't really have time to go into them right now, but the report explains them all. How many of those facts have you seen in the mainstream media? To examine the studies behind these findings, please read this 3rd report. So our critical thinking examination here says that the solution part of the problem-solving methodology is also highly suspect. Big surprise. This brings us to the 4th and last element of the problem-solving strategy, substantiation. So how will climate change proponents rationalize it if the substantiation part of the problem-solving methodology undermines their entire case? The evidence I've shown you says that all the prior 3 items are suspect, so that is almost certain to happen. Well, the alarmists are acutely aware of how embarrassing that would be, so they have painstakingly avoided any meaningful substantiation. Take one of the leading alarmist states, New York. Even though New York State repeatedly claims that the world's survival is in the balance, they are not doing any real substantiation of the results of their climate change policies. It's all based on faith and the claims of salespeople. For example, New York State does not accurately show the real CO2 consequences of industrial wind projects. To justify their political choice, they make inappropriate comparisons like wind versus coal instead of real-world comparisons more appropriate today. Also, New York State does not require industrial wind developers to prove how much CO2 they are actually saving. Why not? The world's at stake. This is like 3-card money. Citizens think they know where the ball really is, but they have no idea whatsoever. The not surprising result from the 4th problem-solving element is that there is no proven substantiation of their climate case. So we're almost done. This is the overview of how well the climate change story holds up under a critical thinking analysis when examining it with a proven problem-solving technique. In my view, these are two great insights that apply to the climate change story. So I've alerted you to 3 good reports, each one exposing weaknesses of the first 3 parts of the problem-solving methodology when applied to climate change. There is no 4th report, so we can't discuss what doesn't exist. Substantiation of the first 3 parts. So you can draw your own conclusions from our brief analysis today, but these are mine. Number 1, climate change proponents have not adhered to the 4 elements of the scientific process: objective, comprehensive, transparent, and empirical. Not done. Number 2, presently climate change is a scientific hypothesis, not a theory. Number 3, what that means is that climate change is unequivocally not scientifically resolved matter. That's the nature of hypothesis. 4, there is no imminent existential threat in the foreseeable future. 5, there are strong indications that this is not about climate, but rather about undisclosed objectives like world governance. 6, false climate solutions like wind and solar are being foisted on us by self-serving parties with economic and political interests. Despite all these shortcomings, my personal belief is that we should address what's called quote-unquote climate change by making common sense decisions. For example, we ought to support nuclear power. Put another way, we are witnessing an epic battle between science and political science. Whichever is the winner will have an incomprehensible impact on our economy, our society, and our freedoms. Again, there's much more on my website, wiseenergy.org. Make sure to read the 3 reports that are all on the global warming page. If you email me, I'll sign you up for our free monthly energy and environmental newsletter, which currently has over 10,000 subscribers worldwide. So that's it. Thank you for your patience and attention to hearing my concerns as a scientist and a citizen. Nothing else. I hope this information has gotten you thinking. I'll now answer some questions that are in the chat box, etc. I'll also be glad to answer any future questions that come up if you email me.
I have a question about your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Is the title that you gave for the presentation on your website?
You mean, is there a PDF on my website?
Yeah, is your presentation that you gave here today on your website? Are the slides there or PDF?
I just did this for this group here. So no, it isn't at this point. But I will put together a PDF copy of it, but it doesn't have my words, unfortunately. I can show you the slides, but it won't have the words.
Yeah, because it's an excellent presentation on methodology. I've been keen on methodology for years. There's a guy at University of Pennsylvania, Scott Armstrong, who has also done a lot of work on methodology, and he has his criteria, and he points out that the people who are pushing dangerous climate change have not satisfied a good portion of that criteria. But your presentation was very good. I much appreciate it. I'd like to get at least the PDFs from it.
Sure, I'm glad to do that. Okay, I'm going through the chat box if there's anyone else. Thank you, Tom. Wise Melly.
A little bit. John, this is Randy.
Randy.
You've done a lot of work on sea level rise, and you were very effective in kind of pushing back on the North Carolina assumption that woe is us, we have to deal with sea level rise. Yeah. What was the most effective argument or presentation that you used to deal with that? Because that's a common issue down along the Gulf Coast.
Well, that's one of the studies I referred to. Let me tell you what they said. So lots of times it's what your opponent says that may be of interest, right? Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay. This is a peer-reviewed study. Okay, I'm going to keep remembering and emphasizing that because peer review is what people are saying is the gold standard. This is a peer-reviewed study that was done about my success at getting sea level rise legislation passed in North Carolina. Okay, So what the fight was about basically was that there were activists like Oceana, Sierra Club, et cetera, et cetera. They were going along the coastal communities of North Carolina and trying to get them to pass alarmist, what I would call alarmist legislation pertaining to sea level rise. It's a long story, but that's the gist of it, okay? And my county was approached about it because I'm in sort of the middle of the coastal area, Carteret County, right in the middle of the coast of North Carolina. And the first thing that was good was that actually my county commissioners had enough respect for me is that they called me up and they told me about this meeting that they had with the state and these other people. And they said, this is what they're telling us to do, that we have to change our rules. We have to raise bridges. We have to raise roadways, all sorts of things. They were pretty extremist matters. And their question to me was, do you think this makes sense? Well, that was great that they asked me. So I started getting involved in it much more because of that. And the bottom line was I went to the state legislators and I gave a couple of talks to state legislators. I enabled some allies that were state legislators to set up these talks. And so I gave slide presentations, just like a little slide presentation I gave you now, about the realities of sea level rise. And I think that had a lot of impact. Now, what the study says is that I was clever. This is what it says, not me saying this, that I was clever in demonizing the alarmists. That's what they mean by through naming. But they said I put these people in a bad light. You know, like they don't do that to us, right? Give me a break. But the amazing thing was that this peer-reviewed study, they didn't ever talk to me. So I didn't even know about the study until it came out. So how could these people say, you know, this was an objective study about something when they never talked to me even once? They never communicated. They never emailed me. Never. No communication whatsoever. All of a sudden, I see this study coming out explaining how I was able to win this fight. But it's all made up. It's just not true. But I'm saying the bottom line was, if you want a short answer, the short answer is that I tried to develop some contacts with some key people in the state legislature. I went and met with them personally, even though for me it's a 3-hour drive to our capital. And I got them to sponsor me to put on some talks to state legislators in general. And then I also got some organizations in the state that were sympathetic, conservative organizations to support this. You know, it was a variety of things that worked together. In fact, I did a similar thing helping Senator Campbell here in Texas to pass a bill, I think it was S-277, about protecting Texas military facilities from wind projects. So I assisted Senator Campbell about that. In fact, it was so successful that I arranged for her to speak on Tucker Carlson. And so she did have a talk on Tucker Carlson as to what happened. But anyways, I'm just an individual. So what I'm telling you is that individuals can have success here. But in my view, one of the big things that we're missing here as conservatives is we have very little understanding of public relations, very little understanding of what I would call more advanced communications, and we do a poor job of working together. That's the bottom line. We need to work together with our other allies, our other conservative groups that are our allies. And we need to up our game as far as using much more sophisticated communication. That's my answer.
John, this is Greg Goodnight. Brilliant presentation. I really enjoyed it. The term I run into when studying this is it's called post-normal science. And the way I understand it, it's one of these, if we are righteous and we have the right thing, we are fully entitled to change data, to change the facts, as long as our goals are noble and we do it. And the example that's commonly given is the Steve Schneider approach, where it's you got to have the high moral ground on science, and there's no such thing as objective science. It's only what is moral in whosever interpretation. Have you Have you run into this term and had thought about it? And what are your? I can only imagine what your thinking would be, but would you care to comment on that?
Yes, PNS, in my opinion, is slightly different from how you designed it. Part of what you're saying is right. My understanding is that it's more a claim that there are multiple issues these days that are too complex for science to actually properly handle. And climate change is one of those cases. So they're saying traditional science doesn't have the tools, the abilities, et cetera, to handle an issue like climate change.
Yeah.
That's the basic contention.
I'm wondering how all this, the climate temperature history and all this data seemingly goes revision after revision after revision, and it's all in the same direction. They cool the past, warm the present, and Tony Heller points out if you look at where they end up, what they're doing is using the models to say what the data should be rather than the data to say what the models to correct the models and fix the models. So to me, it's a very dangerous trend where people are fixing data to fit models.
Well, the problem, the trend that's bad is that they are effectively discarding traditional science. Once you've discarded traditional science as a methodology to handle these things, the question is, where do you go from there? What do you use? And so then they bring up alternative things like saying, well, the end justifies the means and so forth. That's part of really what climate change has actually become. And there's a fight in a parallel universe here, and that is climate change is technically a secular religion. And our traditional religions are having the same fight. Where we used to be a country based on Judeo-Christian standards, environmentalism and climate change, things like this is a secular religion that is competing, I'm not saying figuratively, but literally, for the hearts and souls of citizens here, directly with traditional Judeo-Christian organizations here. And so far, the traditional Judeo-Christian organizations are losing because this secular religion here is really caught on. So it's a similar argument or similar problem in that our religions are being undermined, our science is being undermined. So, yes.
Yeah, John, let me get a question in here. You're saying that climate change can't be solved by traditional science, but I take exception to that, and I'd like for you to point out if I'm incorrect. But
I didn't say that, Jim. I'm saying that's what these opponents are saying. I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, I was going to propose that our analysis, because we simplified it to just deal with CO2 and temperature, was
Jim, I'm perfectly clear. I believe science is appropriate here. I was asked the question about post-normal science, what those people believe, and that's what those people believe.
Okay.
Not me. I disagree with that.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't offended. I just was curious to know whether or not we met the criteria.
Science is very appropriate, very applicable to handle all climate change, in my opinion.
Thank you very much, John.
Yeah.
Great resource.
Greg is the latest addition to the team. He's got a great background. Well, unfortunate thing, he went to UT and the University of Pennsylvania. But we understand that if we have 2 or 3 Aggies in the group and a bunch of UT grads, it's pretty much balanced. That's good enough. But the whole idea is he started to look into the impact of all these policies, which is huge. But he's done a lot of work for chemical companies, DuPont, Monsanto, Solutia. Then he went to work for a little company called UBS, trying to figure out how to analyze the performance of chemical companies. So we've been able to look at all this stuff. He got the right kind of background. But the good news is he has other guys who can do the analysis, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but we're going to try to help TPPF understand the problems with ERCOT and take it away.
When we were talking about what I might present, what we looked at was the legislative initiatives in the U.S. government. We're just finishing up a 116th Congress. The guys are hitting the door, but they're doing a little bit of damage before they hit the door, and we'll talk about that. And what we're saying is, if we look at the list of unfulfilled objectives for the 116th Congress, some of them may go over to the 117th Congress. So what I try to do is get an objective look at everything that's in the till and what's going on now. One of the items that we pointed out was this Climate Equity Act of 2020. That Kamala Harris introduced this in the Senate, and we'll talk a little bit about that. This is really it could be just an election year publicity stunt. It could be real, but this is the sort of stuff that's getting introduced in the Congress. We're going to talk about Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. My gut feeling from the flow of both articles, support groups, PACs that have started up, climate, carbon tax initiatives that have been introduced, is this is going to be a big push in the upcoming Congress. And we'll talk about other legislation and climate-related issues. Now, one of the things that's after we were started to look at the list of legislative initiatives, one of the things that came up was the couple bills, H.R. 4447, which is in the House, and that has a companion bill of Senate 2657. Now these look like they're going to get serious look as the Congress leaves wraps up the session. But there's a certain amount of effort to try to get these things rammed through. So again, the first thing we're going to look is this Climate Equity Act with this Kamala Harris. Okay, so we're going to look at today climate equity, carbon taxes, the ones I talked about. Other things that you see, you can look at a lot of the proposed legislation, and there are many, many bills. There's a continuing push for green energy in terms of both infrastructure and support. Carbon capture and sequestration is a theme that's been picked up by the Republicans, and you'll see this. This is their alternative to do nothing. Then we're going to talk about other climate initiatives and important things. Just to a little bit of an extent, we're going to talk about the Paris Climate Agreement and the endangerment finding and this sort of thing. So we won't spend a lot of time on that, but we'll just mention those. Okay, let's talk about what sets national policy. Bedrock climate policy assumptions. The anthropogenic global warming hypothesis and extreme weather events. This is a very popular, almost propagandistic basis for all climate. If you climate legislative actions, if you question this, it's a very tough uphill sledding for Congress people. They don't want to talk about this, certainly in election year. They don't want to say, well, this is not true. You're not going to get an audience. The UN's IPC policy position is a fallback that supposedly represents what is good science, true science, and the so-called consensus. So these are bedrock assumptions, and they weave their way into all of the legislative initiatives. The strategy of mitigation is preferable to adaptation. Now, mitigation means lowering greenhouse gases. Adaptation is, you could say, well, if climate change does happen, would it be a lot cheaper to adapt to it? There's a group called the 50-to-1 thing, which claims that adaptation would be 50 times cheaper than supposed mitigation. Green virtue signaling. Everybody's seen the Democratic debates. I mean, they would go through and do you believe in climate change? You believe, and how serious is it? And they all did it, tried to do it, outdo each other. One says the world will end in 20 years, the next guy ups that to 15, and then you go to 10, and it was really ridiculous, the amount of the extreme responses to climate change. The alarmist views, by the way, are highly dependent upon climate models. If you look at the actual climate data, extreme events, everything else, the only thing that people can hang on to that support the alarmist position are these models, like we've talked about. The climate sensitivity assumptions are very foundational to global warming, and this is an issue that's going to come up. That's wrapped into the models. The Cherny sensitivity established in 1979, the 3 degrees warming per doubling of CO2 it's in the models. It's in people's thinking, and this is a bedrock foundation for the alarmist position. So what could policy responses be? I mean, what is the magnitude? Well, they could go from the Green New Deal, which is literally trillions of dollars over a significant amount of time, or it could be sort of minor support. Now, what is the legislative process? We're not going to spend a lot of time, but the bill is introduced in the House. It's given a couple readings. Independently, bills are both in the House and Senate. The committee will be referred to a committee. At that point, it's supposed to have some basis in terms of its validity, its authorization, what section of the Constitution or the laws that it fits with. So a lot of bills die in committee. If it just gets voted out of committee and there's a final report, then it goes and gets amendments associated with it. Eventually the House will pass, and you have a similar sequence in the Senate where a similar bill is introduced in the Senate. You have committee referrals and the Senate passes. Eventually you go through reconciliation where they merge the two bills and iron out the differences, then the president reviews, signs in the law, and then a very important sequence after it's in law, it's translated into regulations. So that's the process. So looking at our Climate Equity Act of 2020, which we talked about, Kamala Harris introduced it. It had the co-sponsor of Bernie Sanders. Committee referral was the Homeland Committee and Government Affairs. It hasn't made it out of committee. It was introduced mid-year, or actually in August. At the same time, in the House, the coordinated bill was sponsored by AOC. There was no co-sponsor at the time, but essentially it was going to be the same approach. So climate equity. What is climate equity? That's the real question. It's not real clear to myself or anyone else. Climate is certainly a subjective. There's no precise definition. You have 30 years of regional weather trends. Some people say is climate, but it's certainly a subjective definition. Equity is a subjective term. You have equity of opportunity or quality of opportunity, quality of results. It's hard to say. So if you add two indefinite things, you get something with no intrinsic operational definition. Ditto for climate justice, environmental justice, and all these. So you have these terms that you can define on the fly. Science, it talks about using the best science to guide where these bills go. But science can't really opine on something that's highly subjective. So what are the basic assumptions of climate equity? And this is right from the original proposal. Climate change is an immediate crisis. These are givens. It is systematic environmental injustices and growing inequities are fueled by climate change, okay? You got it? Climate change is a systematic injustice multiplier that impacts low-income communities, indigenous communities, communities of color, and what's the key phrase, frontline communities. This is the one I really love. It says the federal government should be held accountable for climate change and any alleged impact of frontline communities. So not only are we not going to give people due process or Supreme Court justices due process, we're not even going to give the law due process. You don't have to prove anything. All you got to do is allege that you have frontline communities. Now, are these valid? Every one of these assumptions is quite questionable. Okay. Now, what they would do is establish a new climate equity office. This is bureaucracy 101. The new office is established. There are going to be two big parts to this. One is to basically provide definitions. The second is to provide enforcement. The primary responsibility to assess and mitigate climate and environmental impact would impact all new laws of frontline communities. In other words, what they'd have to do is judge whether a specific law would impact a frontline community. Any bill with an energy or climate nexus could only be passed with a written report from the director of the CEE office. So, I mean, this gives huge power. I mean, how many bills have an energy or climate impact? I mean, this is a very wide net that they're doing. So we said they have two parts to the Climate and Environmental Equity Accountability Office. First is the first part that has an advisory board, and they basically establish standards and definitions. They review bills. They determine impacts. They sort of set the ground rules. Then you have the accountability that this is the working group that looks at the impacts of frontline communities, does the research and the like. Now, notice the advisory board of the justice accountability, climate, the justice, the accountability. What they have 10 members, they have communities from frontline communities and advocate groups, okay? So in other words, they're gonna have an advisory board with representatives from frontline communities and advocate groups. If, in other words, you have a radical group that's advocating for frontline communities, they're actually going to be in the board, embedded in the government. Now, here's the really nice one. This office here has directors, and it has directors, literally government employees, embedded in 15 or more departments. In other words, they're going to have employees in these departments watching over them at all times.
You don't have NASA in there?
I didn't see NASA, but that's okay. We'll get there.
It will be.
What is a frontline community? A frontline community is one with socioeconomic disparities, those experiencing environmental injustice, any other form of injustice, or those that economically depend upon fossil fuels, or so-called frontline communities, the ones that can get a special focus. Now, this is another thing I like about this bill. These are frontline populations as defined in the bill. Unhoused population, indigenous population, communities of color, industrialized community, rural youth, elderly women, descendants of women or youth. Now, I can hardly think of a population that is not a descendant of women, but I guess there are some out there. I guess if we have clones or something.
Maybe California.
Yeah. So what do we make of this bill, the climate equity bill? Well, at this point, it's difficult to determine if the bill was a political campaign ploy by Kamala Harris or a serious attempt to formulate public policy. Perhaps it was, she was right in the middle of a primary campaign. Perhaps it was an attempt to leverage a publicity generated by the Green New Deal. You saw AOC is co-sponsoring or sponsoring the House version. The structure of this bill would constitute a large extension of interdepartmental power to an unelected agency. Authority over energy, environment, justice would be outside of the normal agencies that rule on these sort of issues. Okay, it appears, you can read the text, and they talk about grants and the like. So it appears that in the final versions of this, it may be sort of a wealth or income redistribution scheme. And the structure, in my opinion, of the agency raises serious comments about direct access to government power by outside NGOs and social and climate activists. So this is the sort of stuff that gets proposed. Now, the good thing is a lot of these will die in committee, will never go forward. They're mainly gestures. But it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Okay, this is what I'm thinking, a big push for carbon tax next year. And I just get this from a lot of flavor. There are a lot of PACs that have been instituted. There are a lot of new publications by the tax foundations and all that. So this is something I think is going to get a big push. There's a considerable coordinated push, and I think it's going to be front and center. The advantage of carbon taxes, people point out that it's so-called market-based approaches. In other words, you add carbon taxes to the price of energy, and it reduces the amount of energy. There were 7 carbon tax bills introduced in the 116th Congress, the one we're just fitting up, 7 of them. There were numerous tax studies that I mentioned. PACs have sprung up all over. the California Northeast have implemented cap and trade or cap and what they're calling cap and invest schemes we'll talk about. And there's also an international effort that's pushed by this. You're going to get a lot of the World Bank, for instance, IMF, OEDC, U.S. Business Round. A lot of people have come out and introduced carbon tax as a rational approach to climate change. Now, there are two basic schemes, carbon trading schemes and carbon taxes. Now, carbon taxes are currently preferred in terms of the legislative initiatives. But if you look historically, there have been carbon trading schemes. The McCain-Lieberman in 2003, Waxman-Markey in 2010 were both knocked down. There are regional trading schemes, which we talked about in the California and the Northeast. We'll talk a little bit about that. And there was a carbon trading scheme in Europe that was tried. Now, the problems with carbon trading schemes, the accounting is sort of difficult. Cheating is easier to do on that. You saw a lot of that in Europe. In Europe, a cross-border system was necessary because it was hard to optimize each little country. And the assignment of initial allocations was problematic for these things. So the other issue is carbon trading schemes is probably less constitutionally solid than carbon taxes in terms of what actual federal authority. Now, carbon taxes, I don't know if you've heard of the Baker-Schultz plan. You know, the Baker Institute out here at Rice, the Baker-Schultz plan was proposed. It's a so-called revenue neutral carbon tax plan. I mentioned the 7 legislative initiatives that were put in there, and the PAC, American for Carbon Dividends, got kicked off last year. They got a big website, and they're very strongly funded by some of the deep-pocketed people. Now, what are the problems? It's a regressive nature. It hurts people on the low-income scale more. Inelastic demand. How much fuel or how much carbon-based energy are you going to reduce for what change in price? You know, what would it take for you to quit driving your car? How high would that gasoline price have to be? So this is something, there's a lot of papers out there. I don't think anybody really knows the answer to that question. The escalation of carbon taxes, all of these schemes start out low. They'll start out at $15 a ton and then watch out. The solutions that have been said, well, we're going to make these carbon taxes public. In fact, they call them Americans for Carbon Dividends. Okay, who doesn't want a dividend? Okay, and so that's what they're calling it. So the solutions they have are tax rebates to the less economically advantaged folks, and border tariffs. Border tariffs address this issue of lack of lower competitiveness due to higher costs. So they're putting pressure on Senate Republicans. Historically, the Republicans have been the problems. The Democrats vote for taxes all the time. They'll vote in a block. Yes, we love taxes. The numerous PACs we've talked about they're all targeting Republicans, and they're trying to sell this as an acceptable alternative to the radical Green New Deal. We talked about this group. They're very active. Republicans fear being labeled as do nothing about climate change, and have supported carbon capture and sequestration. You'll see this. I'll list some of the bills later on, but this is their one approach. You know, the Republicans, they're always attacked as you don't care about climate change. You're not doing anything. So this is the carbon capture sequestration is right at the top of their list. And this is something John told me. I haven't been able to identify these, but he says several PACs have been formed that claim to be conservative. However, they support policies that are expansion of government intervention and carbon taxes. So there's some PACs out there flying false flags, apparently. Oh, now I love this. Okay, this is something that came out in the Wall Street Journal, and it was the Climate Leadership Council sent this letter to the Wall Street Journal, and apparently what they'd done is signed up the economists, the group of economists, 3,600 economists, including 27 Nobel laureates, And if you look at the the circled part, what they say is climate change is a serious problem calling for immediate national attention. Guided by sound economic principles, we are united in the following policy recommendations. So they take the entire science of climate change, they put it in one sentence and says it's an immediate, serious problem. Hey, case closed, case settled. So this came out of the Wall Street Journal. I thought it was particularly telling. And you know, it's an appeal to authority. You know, we got to have carbon taxes because the world's falling apart. And you know, where's the evidence? And I say, well, the dismal science, which is economics, is it's at its best. You tax something, you get less of it. Okay, hey, I can't argue with that. That's very brilliant. Okay. So what we have for carbon taxes, of the 7 bills, the one on the right, which is in the House, H.R. 763, Deutsch of Florida, has 82 co-sponsors, Democrats. It was introduced in 2019, in January 2019. So it's in committee. It hasn't come out of committee yet. This Senate bill on the right is maybe not exactly related to it. It may be a different Senate bill by all said and purposes. It's probably likely that this is not going to pass this year. But anyway, this is sort of the lead dog right now that people are talking about. Now, one of the key components of 763, they would establish a carbon dividend trust fund to collect taxes and redistribute, to payments to low-income folks. Now, the concept is being sold as revenue neutral. In other words, the carbon taxes go up, but it's going to be plowed back into the economy. Now, how long will this stay revenue neutral? If you know your government and my government, not very long. But it's funny. Holman Jenkins, who I respect quite a bit, has written quite a bit. He's an editorial writer in the Wall Street Journal. He's come out several times and supported this approach. He seems to be reasonable on many other climate things, but I find it strange. I've written to him and I've told him about these carbon taxes. They start $15 a ton. They escalate $10 per year. Okay. If the target of reduction, they have a schedule for reduction. If you miss that target, you're going to go up instead of $10 a year, you're going to go up $15. So a rebate scheme would be established, compensates low-income households. A typical rebate might be $3,300 once a year. Due to the anti-competitive nature, U.S. industry would be neutralized. The taxes would be neutralized through adjustment of import duties levied on those countries who do not have a similar tax structure. In other words, the anti-competitive nature they would try to balance out by levies on imports. Now, this is really interesting. If you look at the schedule in terms of the 10% plus how much they increase, the $10 a year, $15 a year, and the number of years, the targeted cut by 2050 would be 90%. In other words, if you hadn't cut 90%, by that year, you're going to pay the additional penalty. So it's pretty severe. It's not going to say that you're going to get 90%, but what they're saying is the higher taxes kick in if you don't hit that. So anyway, this is it. These are carbon taxes. The fundamentals worldwide is $290 billion collected in 2019. The Nonpartisan Tax Foundation says $50 would generate $1.87 trillion in the U.S. of revenue. I love this when they say revenue. A tax is a revenue. No, it's not a revenue. It's a reallocation of revenue. But you get on the. I was on a webcast from Washington State, and they kept talking about revenue. I said, what revenue? It's not revenue. Taxes are not revenue. As of August 2019, 25 nations, 3 subnational jurisdictions have carbon taxes. So this is an international scheme. Tax Foundation, which is conservative, calculates $50 a ton would lower GDP 0.4%, cost $447,000 jobs, and payroll taxes would actually go down as a result. This leakage, they estimate at 5 to 19%, And we're back to what is energy demand sensitivity. The National Association of Manufacturers claims carbon taxes would need to be $1,000 a ton for an 80% reduction of carbon by 2050. So I mean, that's pretty juicy. I mean, you know, what's the real number? Who knows? But I mean, in other words, the carbon tax would have to be relatively high to make a significant dent. This is what we talked about in terms of where we have the regional efforts. The California efforts, probably the most aggressive. It's called Cap and Invest, and they what they do is they have auctions on carbon, and I think the current auction for carbon in California like $16 a ton, and in the Northeast is like $6 a ton. But they're both sort of cap and trade. They're not real carbon taxes. Recently in the Northeast, they tried. There's 10 states up there. They tried to get Pennsylvania to join in, which was the only energy-producing state. And Pennsylvania said no, thank you. Washington has knocked down carbon taxes a few times. But you see, these things are very regional, and they try to look at their reductions. What they do is they have these auctions, and every year they try to ratchet down the amount of permissible carbon that can be used. California exempts utilities and the like. But anyway, this is the approach, and it's sort of a creeping, ongoing thing, and it's somehow or another it seems to end up in democratic states. I don't know. What they're saying is carbon has a social cost that the oil companies and the like are not paying. Well, this is sort of an argument that's why you recover that cost by through taxes. In '93, Clinton signed Executive Order 12866, mandating the calculation of both costs and benefits. And of course, what do? You only since then, they've only looked at the cost side. They haven't looked at the benefits. In fact, if you look at GDP versus carbon usage globally, that there's actually a benefit, obviously, a benefit for using the wealthiest countries, the highest GDP per capita and all that, are the ones that use the most fossil fuels and carbon. So you could argue there's really a huge net benefit. Various models for this social cost of carbon, looking at $40, $50 a ton now. I think Obama was using $50 a ton as a marker. There are three models that calculate social cost of carbon. There's the Page model, the DICE model, and the Fund model. And the only one that really looks at the benefits of carbon, which are the agricultural benefits, are the Fund model with Richard Toll. But basically, they nick you for what they believe is the negative impact of global warming, but they don't give you any credit for that. So long-term cost, the DICE model, it's interesting that the short-term cost of carbon is on the $50 a ton. The long-term is actually quite higher depending on the model. Well, Heartland Institute came out with a paper that said that the social cost of carbon can really not be measured. They have a pamphlet out that says social cost of carbon, pick a number, any number, and that's right. It's somewhere between negative to positive. That who knows? It's certainly not a hard and fast number. So our conclusion on carbon tax, or my conclusion, is it's a cost with no real benefit. Even assuming current climate models are accurate, the impact on temperature in 2100 is trivial. You look at the Paris Agreement, if everybody fulfilled every ounce of the Paris Agreement, it would limit global warming by 0.2 to 0.3 degrees in the year 21-ish. And this is a big issue. You have a free rider issue. China, India, and the developing world are putting in coal-fired power plants. And this comes from the UN's Annex 1, Annex 2 designations. Annex 1 are the developed countries, Annex 2 is undeveloped countries. Guess which China is? Guess which China is? The biggest carbon polluter in the world, or polluter, I say, they got me saying polluter. The biggest carbon emitter in the world, China, is so-called Desert 2. So they're entitled to a slice of the $100 billion a year Green Climate Fund. Because, we need to develop China. We need to pay for their development. Is there significant global warming due to CO2? Well, the science is highly questionable. Maybe 1 degree per doubling, 3 degrees, maybe not. Okay, and we talked about the inelasticity. In the past, Republican senators were against carbon taxes, but as the pressure mounting, 2020 senatorial elections are critical. Okay, that's carbon taxes. Now here is a list. You can go through, there is a website that you can go through and look at all the legislative initiatives. What you'll find here is a lot of green energy perks, infrastructure, charging stations, electric buses in national parks, you know, et cetera, a lot of green pork, which you might imagine. And there's a lot of carbon capture bills. For instance, our good buddy Crenshaw, HR 5864, New Energy Futures through Carbon Innovation Act, Carbon Capture and Research Hub. There's a Carbon Capture Act in 115th Congress, right on the bottom, HR 5865, Carbon Capture and Storage Innovation Act. So these are pretty popular, and they're supported by the Republicans. Now, what does carbon capture do? Well, it wastes a little bit less money, probably, than the other things, but at least the Republicans, they say, do. Now, here's the bottom line. We have 2 bills, and they're companion bills, HR 4447 and S 2657. The Senate bill is sponsored by Murkowski, and the House bill passed Thursday before last. Now this is amazing. It's an 890-page extravaganza. I read one article. It said the Senate version, which I've heard is about 550 pages, is a compilation of about 50 bills. So on the way out the door, it looks like our Congress has blended together a lot of these proposals and have come up with these bills. Now, what is HR 4447? It's called Expanding Access to Sustainable Energy. It passed Thursday before last, 890 pages. It is an eye-watering document. Okay, if you want to go through it, it's amazing. The bill is best understood in the context of UN Agenda 21. Does everybody know what Agenda 21 is? This is an incredible, Agenda 21 is a UN initiative, and basically what it purports to do or wants to do is move people to cities, move them out of the countries. It has stuff like abolish private ownership of land. It's the most amazing thing in the world. But if you look at this bill in the context of Agenda 21, you'll see a lot of similarities there. For instance, the DOE is to establish energy-related building codes. You can look in that bill and you can find out how many CFM your ceiling fan is supposed to circulate. I mean, it's absurd. It's a very tops-down government thing. And there's some scary stuff in here. Energy efficient standards, they're going to establish offices to calculate energy efficiency in buildings and have standards and insulation, and it's wild. They're going to retrofit schools and government buildings. They call for smart technology and infrastructure. You know what smart power is? That's if the government can run a wire to your thermostat, and if they say, I want to reduce energy load, they're going to cut your power, and it'll be 90 degrees outside, and they say, tough luck, you're going to do that. But they established this on a federal level for federal buildings. Federal data centers opens the door for intrusive federal government. The Senate version, which is still going, it hasn't been voted on. It should be stopped. I don't know what's in it. I haven't seen the 550 pages, but let me tell you, this House bill is socialism incarnate. And if you look at the Agenda 21, I encourage everybody to look up Agenda 21 and what they have. We've talked about other climate-related issues. The Paris Agreement. I just want to point out one thing. The Paris Agreement was the way it was set up by the Democrats originally is that you could withdraw from it, but it took a year. You had to give a year's notice, and the earliest timing we could withdraw from it is after the 2020 elections. So in other words, they could have a snap back if the Democrats win.
It's like the Hotel
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
You can,
Yeah. The Cockroach
you can
Hotel,
get
yes
out,
indeed.
You can never leave.
Yeah, so it's really an amazing. The guy named Deers has written a book on the Paris Agreement. If people really understood the Paris Agreement, it's really bad for the U.S. Trump is absolutely right in terms of rejecting that. The endangerment finding we've already talked about. But that is a key. Now, the endangerment finding was a very limited ruling, and it had to do a lot with emissions from new cars and all that. So I mean, it's on really legally tenuous grounds, and I think could be challenged. Grid reliability, that's going to have to be probably at a state or local level. But what's happening is as the number of renewable energy projects, especially wind and solar, kick up, it hurts the grid reliability. They're seeing that in California. Randy and I are looking at Texas, and 2 weeks ago I thought, Texas can't be as crazy as California. I was wrong, but anyway. So these are additional resources. The U.S. Congress that's a very good website. You can go to and you can search it and find out what's going on. There's a carbon pricing leadership council. Now we talked about the World Bank and IMF and all these international organizations. You can go, each one of them has a carbon pricing thing. American Energy Alliance, you can find out how your representative votes on all this. American for Carbon Dividends is very interesting. This Ted Halstead has started several PACs. He's a very interesting guy. You can Google him and find out about him. Climate Leadership Council to put out a statement on carbon taxes. That's the one that I was showing you a little bit there. The Great Climate Hustle 2 is a movie that came out a couple weeks ago, and it talks about energy as a mechanism, control of energy as a mechanism to basically get socialist type policies in the U.S. So I highly recommend that movie. It's entertaining and it's so true. It's hurtful.
Where's it played at?
You go online on the internet. You Google Climate Hustle 2. You buy tickets online and then you can get it online. So, did I make it, Randy?
Yeah.
Okay. If it's the first time if I ever did, 1 minute over. Okay.
I got questions.
Okay, fire away.
Okay, I have just 2 points.
Okay.
Number one, do you know the name of Woobles, Don Woobles? He was head honcho of the National Climate Assessment Report. I had some run-ins with him, and he was claiming in an email that there is a temperature. Now, Chris Essex has written a paper that there is no one temperature. And in fact, I think everyone knows there's no bloody temperature, a temperature of the globe.
Yeah.
There is an average temperature. And so even when they say the temperature has risen in the 20th century, the temperature, about 1 Fahrenheit degree, that doesn't tell you that from around 45 to 75, people were terrified about global cooling.
Sure.
Okay. So another point about the temperature, and I asked it to the speaker who came to my university, who is pushing global warming. I said, the temperature has risen about a Fahrenheit degree over the 20th century. Locally, the temperatures go in a range of about tens of degrees, not one degree.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how a local variation, how a global variation in temperature is affecting things locally? Now, it's not obviously affecting things locally because the temperature varies by tens of degrees. So that's one point.
Sure.
I think that one needs to explain this issue because the public is probably confused. There ain't no temperature of the globe. Okay.
Sure.
The other point is the issue of the Agenda 21 that you mentioned. Now, they want to move people into cities, as you were saying. Well, this smacks a little like moving people into ghettos, like during the Nazi.
Or Moscow.
Yeah.
And
Everybody
so
in an
Agenda
apartment.
21 is something that basically, at least implicitly, Trump has been going against by pushing sovereignty not only for the United States but for all other nations. And Agenda 21 would just put one leash around, it's one neck. It would be world government. And at the end of the leash would be the people, whoever they are, that get into dictating the commands. But
Absolutely.
those are my two.
No, that's very good. I mean,
about temperature, and the other two about the.
yeah, earlier today, it was said, and you can look at the data, that the temperature correlates to CO2 40% of the time, which is a pretty lousy correlation. and the Agenda 21, like I say, if you look at the bill, the 890 pages, and then read Agenda 20, they're almost the same, the absolute same universe. I mean, they talk in Agenda 21, for instance, about abolishing private property ownership and private property rights. So, I mean, it's absurd. But it's very tops-down control, very prescribed. It's big government, the agencies, they talk about forming this committee and this assessment and this organization, and it's all tops-down. It's socialism. And the thing passed in the House.
Well, of course. Democrats
People need to
control
understand
it.
in languages that they can understand what's meant by socialism. I heard that some of the younger people think that socialism means getting together in groups.
Yeah, social benefits. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. The planning, for instance, one of the things I found out is Houston now, they have the organizations that go into municipal planning. And basically they do this as sort of, a free advisory service. Well, Houston adopted a plan last year, and Mayor Sylvester Turner in Houston got big publicity out of it all. And you read the thing, and it's, all electric cars for all of Houston city services by 2030, and stuff like this. They're very good at infiltrating organizations, and using them. And I see this theme. In my research, I came up with 700 organizations that have climate-related themes, and it gives you a whole context of how the left is using organizations on every side in terms of religion, scientific organizations. They infiltrate. I mean, it's Saul Alesky is what it is. But thank you for your questions.
Okay, I'm going to, in a couple of minutes, try to summarize where I think we have opportunities that have been identified today. Okay, then I'm going to turn it over to our leader, Jim, for the shutdown. But the whole issue is, you heard enough about the endangerment finding. Now, how we got to that was the bad guys filed a suit to say that emissions out of tailpipes from automobiles create a problem. Okay, that lawsuit ultimately got to the Supreme Court. Okay, and we lost. Now the problem that we lost, why we lost was they didn't spend a lot of time talking about science. If you look at the briefs filed, our guys were playing the arcane game of, well, it doesn't quite work, you didn't quite do it right, so look. The other side had 2 science briefs filed, 2. And we got our butts kicked before the Supreme Court. Now the whole idea is, the Supreme Court said, well, EPA, you can regulate CO2. Now the father of regulation of the air, John Dingell, said, if I'd wanted you to regulate CO2, I would have told you to. He wrote the Clean Air Act. Well, they ignored that. So all of a sudden, now we have the issue of the new EPA went out and said, well, we got authority now, we're going to regulate CO2. So the bad idea, lawsuit, became a bad idea before the Supreme Court begat another bad idea, the endangerment finding. So when the endangerment finding was put out there in regulations, it says, look, any greenhouse gas I can find, one molecule, if I can prove it's CO2, I got you. If I can prove it's CH4 methane, I got you. If I can prove it's one molecule of N2O, nitrous oxide, out of fertilizer, I got you. So they said, all I need to do is find one molecule anywhere in the greenhouse gas spectrum, I got you. Now, that allowed them to weaponize the Clean Air Act. So we had all this stupidity going on. And all of a sudden said, well, let's socialize this thing called the social cost of carbon. Now, when Greg mentioned those models, one model out there that says, oh, by the way, CO2 is a fertilizer. So if you put a lot of CO2 in, have a little bit warmer, you get a huge benefit. So you don't get to a problem until 2080. So Richard Toll has one model. So they took the two bad models, averaged it with the one good model, and said, see, we can regulate the hell out of it. So where we are now, if we don't nail the endangerment finding, we're out of luck. So the whole idea is they're going to wait until after the election to pull the trigger. They've been told over and over again. So that's one place we can play. It'd be a unique opportunity. But our stuff is already out there. The question is, who's going to pick it up and run with it? But hopefully the Trump administration will do that. Now, so that's one issue where we can play in a different, on a different timeline. Now, I hear this issue about cap and trade or cap and dividend. Think ration and tax. I keep telling people it's not a cap, it's a ration. You're using price to ration. And the point he made was key. How high a tax do you have to get a certain reduction in emissions? They never answered that question because it's never asked. So we have to start there. Said, look, NAM came out with an analysis. It's going to take $1,000 a ton of CO2, and you're only going to get about half of that, 60%. Now, who's the guy that recognized this was an issue? Al Gore. In 1997, the White House was running this model about we're going to put a tax on CO2 because we like the idea of the Kyoto Protocol. Well, I saw the effort to analyze, do the economics. There's a woman by the name of Janet Yellen with the White House. She was running the model. Now, I was asked to come in and look at the analysis they'd done, and they kept putting a higher. They started out with $10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They got to $40. Al Gore says, stop running the model. The model would not converge. What that means is they didn't get an answer that they like. Al Gore said, we're never going to use that answer in public. So he shut this thing down for his ill-fated effort to get elected president. But they know there's a problem if you ever tell the people how much it's really going to cost. So there's a key place we can play. And I think by using the TRCS data input into the one model that you can use that can predict all this stuff, called MAGIC, okay? You can come up with a number and say, this is what the temperatures are going to be, this is what the sea level rise is going to be, but oh, by the way, it's not us, it's China and India. So we have to recreate the story and use a model and say, here are the numbers. So that's another possibility of going out there. I know, Jim, you talked about trying to get our guys involved in some modeling, but there's only one model that works, one that's been vetted, and that can be used. Now, let's talk about how do we help Wayne Christian and Jason Isaac. They got a couple of projects. I think we can help them with our trench troops. They got 4 cities that they got to take on. We know it's San Antonio, Dallas is coming, it's Austin, which may be a hopeless case, but you T-sippers are going to give them the challenge. Then Houston. So we can testify, we can do all things. So I think the idea is to say, look, we'll help you, we'll work with you, and if you need backup, we're willing to walk into the fray and say, not here, not now, not ever. Now, Keisha highlighted one issue that Wayne talked about, and Jason Isaac too. Said they understand what moves the needle is if you hurt the floor, you got a problem. So that issue has been tested. TPPF has gotten the data, so we need to get our arms around that. So we kind of marry up our simple science argument, but say, oh, by the way, if you do these stupid things, you don't have to. There's no climate crisis, but oh, by the way, here's who you hurt. So I think by having an approach that says, let's marry the science, which we're good at, with the public policy and the PR that we're not good at, so let's figure out how to do it. So I think between TPPF and Jason Isaac and Wayne Christian, we have plenty of opportunity right here in Texas. Because I think if we can handle Texas it may spread that we've got an argument that really works. But so I think that we've seen a couple of ideas. I think we can lay that out, and I'll work with Jim and Marty to see how do we get after this, but we need help. But the idea now is we have a challenge. We all know it. And I know our leader will help us climb that mountain. To you, Jim.
Okay, Randy, thank you for the summary and pointing us the direction we need to go. I also want to pursue with Bob Bauman what his contacts are and how can we get the word to potentially the president in time for one of the debates. If we could do those two things, if we could get the thing to the president and to the governor of Texas, we've done today's work.
How do they get a message to Trump? Trump understands this.
Mike's saying that.
He's heard this, okay? And the whole idea is we can emphasize it, but I think it's going to be a Texas story. Texas, as a country, would be the 4th largest producer. If the Green New Deal ever gets legs, if stupid happens at any level, especially in Texas or this country, we're in trouble. The energy dominance position of Trump says we need our oil to back out Russian oil and Iranian oil, so we don't have to worry about who's in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, we have to have our natural gas on the water and LNG to back out Russian gas going to Europe. It's a strategic play, geopolitical. I think we have to say, here's a story because we're going to force this issue, so it has to go back through Greg Abbott and the few people in Congress like Chip Roy. So look, tell the president here's where we are, because he's got to understand that we're on his side, but we need clarity in terms of the science that's married with the policy. But I think that's an approach forward, and that's the only way to get it done. It may help. If Bob got the contacts through Kudlow, that's great. But I think there's another way in.
Let me just say this: this Senate 2657, that's them rejecting that bill is the only defense we have against this insanity that's called H.R. 4447. And I would encourage you, everybody, to go through, and you can pull that 890-page bill right off the internet, and it is, like I say, it is eye-watering. It is socialism incarnated. And if the Senate, Murkowski is the sponsor of the Senate bill, and she said that she thinks she can get this thing through the Senate with a few hours debate in this term. So to me, that's the most immediate threat we have to climate and energy sanity is this 2657. I've tried to do some calling into representative's office, but if you have contacts, especially in the Senate, that's definitely an area I would look at.
Guys, appreciate all the help from all of you, especially the crew. You were sensational. And Anita, as always, thank you. And I appreciate the support from the few TRCS members that have helped me. And we'll try to continue this series the best we can and when we can. So thanks to all, and to all, good night.
Good night. Thanks.